Chapter 2051. You. It was a middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was incomparably pale. He covered his wound and stared straight ahead. The others were also stunned. Their expressions all changed. How dare you? Who told you to attack here? They were really angry. The other party attacked without saying a word. They didn't even know the reason. The first prince's expression also changed. He quickly stopped them and told them not to move. Someone, bring out the best healing medicine. He helped the middle-aged man up and said, "You're wrong. Don't talk nonsense." He wasn't from the devil race. He was from the war race. He was a human. What? War race? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, the elders cried out in alarm. Could it be the legendary war clan? Weren't they extinct? How could they still be alive? Hearing this, the elder's expression changed greatly, and he quickly shut his mouth. Because someone had insulted the other party before, the golden youth attacked. Therefore, he didn't dare to speak at all. The first prince explained that the war race hadn't disappeared. They just lived in seclusion in the vast mountains. Ordinary people couldn't find them. This time, it had taken a lot of effort to invite him out from behind the scenes. So that was the case. Hearing this, everyone understood. No wonder this youth was so powerful. The war race was a legendary race that had been passed down since ancient times. They lived for battle and were very powerful. They had ancient battle skills. However, they disappeared 10,000 years ago. In the recent few thousand years, they didn't appear in the Middle State continent. Therefore, everyone thought that they were extinct. They didn't expect that they would appear again. Next, the first prince sent the injured middle-aged man away. Then, he asked someone to bring the Golden Lion King away to rest. The main hall returned to silence. Everyone was still shocked. They didn't expect the first prince to have a genius from the war race. This way, their chances of winning would definitely increase by a lot. This news couldn't be hidden at all. Naturally, the third prince, the eighth prince, and the others also caught wind of it. When the third prince found out that the first prince had invited a genius from the war race, he was extremely shocked. The joy that he originally felt from taking in Tan Ife disappeared completely in an instant. His expression became gloomy again. Mr. Yu, who was beside him, also had a serious expression. It seemed that Empress really went through a lot of trouble for the eldest prince. He had actually found the war clan that had been living in seclusion for 10,000 years. It had to be said that it was really surprising. This time around, Bai Zijing had been forced to seal his sword, thinking that the first prince would lose a lot of strength. But from the looks of it now, not only did he not suffer any losses, he even became stronger than before. The war clan was a legendary clan. They were born for battle and were extremely terrifying. The people who came this time were not ordinary people either. They should be stronger than the White Child realm. At the side, Mr. Yu also said, "Third prince, let's arrange the lineup for the first stage." While the third prince was arranging his troops, the eighth prince had also received news from his subordinates. Immediately, he frowned. Lin Xian asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Previously, he saw that the eighth prince was beaming with joy, but now, his expression was extremely solemn. He guessed that something must have happened. "Brother Lin, I won't hide it from you. Something happened." News had just arrived that the first prince had found a genius from the battle race. Battle race? Lin Xian frowned. What race is that? He did not know. He had not been in the Tai dynasty for long. Naturally, he had not heard of the battle race. The eighth prince explained that the battle race was a legendary clan that had been passed down since ancient times. They were born for battle and were extremely terrifying and powerful. However, they had disappeared 10,000 years ago. He did not expect them to reappear now. What? There's actually such a thing? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the origin of the battle race to be so mysterious and powerful. It seems that we have to make a good arrangement. The eighth prince also took a deep breath. After that, he had someone bring Lin Xian away to rest. As for himself, his eyes flickered as he sank into deep thought. The other princes also received the news and immediately frowned. It could be said that because of the arrival of the Golden Lion King, these princes were extremely nervous. On the other side, after Lin Xian settled down, he also understood some of the situation. This place was indeed a gathering of geniuses and experts, not counting the older generation. Just the geniuses under the age of 300 were very powerful. On the 8th prince's side, there was a young genius called Lu Fei, who was known as the Silver Dragon Spear Monarch. It was said that his silver spear could sweep across all directions. There was a woman called Duan Qingqing. Her bone-melting palm was unparalleled. On the 3rd prince's side, there was a young man called Fist Tyrant. His pair of tyrant fists were extremely terrifying. In addition, there was a young man called the First Blade. He was very powerful and his blade technique was outstanding. He was not weaker than Bai Zijing. On the 1st prince's side, there was a man called the Force King. He was known to be extremely strong and unparalleled in close combat. The other one was the Golden Lion King who had just appeared. It was extremely terrifying. As a member of the battle race, it was very mysterious and powerful. It attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. In addition, under the 4th prince, there was a swordsman called Jian San. His killing sword technique was extremely terrifying. Once the sword was drawn, it would destroy the enemy. On the 9th prince's side, there was a young man called Gao Ji Chao. He was very powerful and was said to be an expert of the soul element. On the 15th prince's side, there was a woman called Xiao Yu. It was said that she was a beast tamer and had many terrifying monster kings. Every one of them was a young genius. They were incomparably powerful and made people tremble. Other than these few, the other geniuses were also very terrifying. There were even some who hid their strength and waited for the moment of the competition to unleash their true strength. In the following days, everyone waited quietly and cultivated in silence. On this day, 3 thunderous sounds came from the palace. All the geniuses who were cultivating opened their eyes. Then, they stood up. At this time, the guards quickly came over and respectfully said, "Geniuses, the prince invites you." "Young Master Lin, the 8th prince invites you." A guard came in front of Lin Xian and said respectfully. Lin Xian nodded, stood up, and followed the guard out of the palace. This scene was happening everywhere in the palace. All the princes were gathering their geniuses. It seemed that the first competition was about to begin. In the huge palace, the 8th prince stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood the red-robed middle-aged Taoist Long. Chapter 2052. In front of him were the young geniuses who were taking part in the competition. Each of them was a terrifying genius. They were all under 300 years old. Everyone, there are a total of 5 people taking part in this competition. Each of you will fight 5 times. The competition will be a challenge. In other words, we can challenge any of the prince's martial artists. The other princes can also challenge us. I hope everyone will do their best. The 8th prince said loudly. In front of him, Lin Xian and the others nodded. We will do our best. Not only the 8th prince, but the 3rd prince, 1st prince, 4th prince, and 9th prince were also mobilizing before the battle. After all, this battle would determine whether they could become the crown prince. They had to be careful. Let's go. Then, the 8th prince opened the door of the palace and led everyone into the depths of the palace. At the same time, the 1st prince, 3rd prince, and the others led their people into the depths of the palace. In the depths of the palace, there was a huge space that was specially set up for this competition. When Lin Xian arrived, he immediately squinted his eyes. He realized that this was not an ordinary martial arts arena, but a space, a unique space. Using an independent space as the arena for the competition, one had to admit that it was really a big deal. Perhaps only the royal family could do it. Soon, the space door opened and the princes led the geniuses into the space door. The next moment, the scene changed. It was no longer a huge palace or a bustling palace. Instead, it was replaced by a beautiful scenery. Below, there was a huge river. The mountain range was like a group of dragons lying on the ground. There was a huge plain there. There were 4 stone pillars at the 4 corners of the plain as the boundary. That was where the battle would take place. Around it, there were platforms for everyone to rest. Furthermore, the space was not empty. There were some old and middle-aged people who had arrived in advance. They were all members of the royal family. They were here to preside over the first battle. Humph! The first prince coldly barked. With a wave of his sleeve, he led the group of experts to the largest platform. Then, they landed forcefully. After that, the third prince also made his move. Let's go, the eighth prince said. Then, he stepped into the air with Lin Xian and the others following closely behind. Other than that, his prince also acted quickly. When everyone arrived on the platform, the atmosphere of the entire space became somewhat tense. Even the princes were filled with hostility. After all, this was a battle that would determine whether or not he could become the crown prince. If they succeeded, they would become the crown prince, the future ruler of the Tai dynasty. How could they not be hostile? Could it be that this was the Lin Xian who defeated by Zijing and became the #1 swordsman in the Tai dynasty? At this moment, the third prince, who was on the platform at the side, spoke. He looked at Lin Xian. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding princes all frowned. The peerless experts around them all wore solemn expressions. For a moment, over 100 pairs of eyes looked at Lin Xian. The void trembled rapidly. Just like a piece of cloth, it was being torn into pieces. Damn it, this guy is trying to sow discord. The faces of the young experts around the eighth prince also became dignified. Feeling these gazes, their scalps were a little numb. Being pressured by so many people at the same time, they were afraid that the situation would be very bad. Lin Xian naturally felt the hostility from those martial artists. In particular, many of the sword carvings were filled with murderous intent towards him. After all, the title of the #1 swordsman was too sensitive. It could be said that whoever obtained the title of #1 would have endless trouble. Lin Xian also knew this point. However, on this occasion, how could he back down? Suddenly, he snorted coldly. An extremely sharp sword wave rushed out of his body and spread in all directions. It shattered all of those gazes. So powerful. The surrounding young experts were shocked. They did not expect that the other party could resist the joint pressure of so many experts. They had to admit that he was indeed very powerful. No wonder he could defeat Bai Zijing. He was indeed worthy of his reputation. However, at this moment, the eighth prince also laughed loudly. Third brother is very concerned about my friend. However, Brother Lin was not the only new expert who came this time. There was another one who was said to be the legendary genius of the war tribe. The eighth prince smiled and led the flames of war away from Lin Xian to the first prince. Sure enough, when these words were said, everyone frowned again, because the title of the genius of the battle group was even more powerful. The war tribe was a legendary race that had disappeared for nearly 10,000 years. Who would have thought that they would appear again now? This was definitely a shocking matter. Therefore, for a moment, all of their gazes looked at the first prince again. Moreover, they locked onto a young man with a golden light. The young man was clad in golden armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. His golden hair danced wildly in the wind, and he was filled with wildness. Was he the genius of the war tribe? Sure enough, what a violent aura. It felt like a peerless demonic beast. He was a peerless enemy. For a moment, the expressions of many young geniuses were incomparably solemn. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the other party's aura was indeed powerful, which made him feel fearful. Was that the war tribe? He was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's heart sank. Just from the aura, he knew that the other party was very strong. Moreover, he knew that the war tribe was rumored to be so godly, so they must have extremely terrifying combat skills. How strong would the other party be? Compared to the White Sun realm, who would be stronger? Other than the golden-haired young man, Lin Xian also discovered a few other powerful figures. According to his judgment, these people should be the experts that he knew from the information. They were distributed among the first prince, the eighth prince, the third prince, and a few other princes. Each of them was a peerless figure and could not be underestimated. All right, I believe that everyone should have received the rules before. Now, I won't talk nonsense. The competition is about to begin. An old voice sounded. In the sky, on the clouds, a few powerful figures sat cross-legged. They were the hosts of this competition. At this moment, one of the old men said coldly. Dong, dong, dong. Below, on the ground, there was a war drum that was rapidly beating, letting out a low sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that quickly reverberated in all directions. Once the war drum beats, you will be guided to the war drum platform. Those who are selected can challenge the experts under the other princes. Each of you will have 5 chances to make a move. I hope that you will make good use of them. The old voice sounded again, and the sound of the war drum became louder and louder. Chapter 2053. Not long after, the sound of the war drums gradually subsided. Then, everyone felt an inexplicable force attracting them. But soon, the attraction disappeared. Everyone knew that they were not the first to fight. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. He could feel a powerful force calling out to him from the beginning. It wanted him to take the first step. Since that was the case, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He stood up, took a step forward, and arrived on the ground in the distance. What? He was the first to fight. Everyone was surprised to see Lin Xian. They did not expect that the first to fight would be the number 1 swordsman whose name had spread throughout the empire. They did not expect that the first to fight would be Lin Xian. Not to mention the other princes, even the 8th prince was slightly surprised. The experts he brought were also surprised. What number 1 swordsman? How arrogant. How dare he shout like that? Was it so easy to be number 1? Many swordsmen sneered. How could someone who was arrogant be called the number 1 swordsman? At that moment, a young man next to the 6th prince sneered disdainfully. Hearing that, the 8th prince frowned. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked into the distance. He asked coldly, "You're not convinced? Come over here. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." The young man sneered. He was also an expert swordsman and thought that his swordsmanship was superior. Naturally, he was not convinced by others. So, at that moment, he attacked decisively. In the next moment, he took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. His entire body was like a golden stream of light, quickly flying over from the horizon. It was boundless, and it instantly enveloped the entire space. Then, the swordsman attacked. A sharp sword light shone and shot into the sky. Because the moment he arrived, the battle had already begun. Of course, he would not show mercy. What number 1 swordsman? What Lin Xian? He had never heard of them. You're just a piece of trash in front of me. I'll cut you in half with my sword. The swordsman sneered, and the sharp sword light quickly slashed down. The void trembled and was mercilessly torn apart. The sharp sword light instantly arrived above Lin Xian. The terrifying sword chi tore through the heavens and earth, causing Lin Xian's red robes to flutter like leaves in the wind. Go to hell, brat. In the sky, the powerful swordsman sneered. In the distance, the eyes of the martialist princes on the platform flickered. It seemed like they could already see Lin Xian being split in half by this sword. However, Lin Xian stood there like a boulder amidst the terrifying sword chi. He did not dodge at all, nor did he show any fear. His gaze was so deep and calm. It was like a sea of stars, vast and boundless, making it impossible for anyone to see through it. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sharp sword light in the sky. What was going on? Was he scared out of his wits? Why didn't he dodge or counterattack? When the princes and experts in the distance saw this scene, they were all very puzzled. The 6th prince sneered. What a piece of trash. The number 1 swordsman couldn't even withstand a single blow. That brat was probably scared out of his wits. He couldn't even resist. The 6th prince sneered disdainfully. On the other side, the 8th prince was also frowning. The 8th prince was fine, but the martialists he brought were also frowning. This was because they could not figure out why Lin Xian's performance was so bad. In the Sky Palace, Guillermo laughed wildly. He realized that Lin Xian was worse than he had imagined. When he thought of this, he became even more excited. He activated the sword light with all his might and quickly slashed it down. However, he was soon stunned. This was because he saw Lin Xian's eyes. His gaze was so deep and calm. There was no fear in it at all. Oh no, could it be that there was some danger? Guillermo was puzzled. In the next moment, his pupil shrank. This was because he felt a terrifying aura gushing out from the young man below. That aura made him despair. Crack, crack, crack. Blue ice appeared in the sky and instantly froze the sword light. It formed an ice sword and stopped in midair. What? How could this be? Seeing this scene, the surrounding princes and martial artists were all shocked. They could not believe it. The sixth prince turned pale with fright. Damn it! How could it be? When did he make his move? Why didn't I see it? The sixth prince's face was also gloomy. The other princes were even more surprised. On the other hand, the eighth prince heaved a sigh of relief. However, he soon fell into a deep shock. Lin Xian was too powerful. They did not even see how Lin Xian made his move. What a fast speed! What a terrifying power of ice! For a moment, everyone was shocked. Although they had heard of Lin Xian's name before, most of them had not seen Lin Xian make his move with their own eyes. Therefore, they were still doubtful about whether Lin Xian had the strength to defeat Bai Zijing. However, it seemed that Lin Xian was really powerful. Although he did not use his sword technique, that move alone was enough to shock them. Damn it! How could this be? In the sky, Guamo was even more frightened. His face became extremely ugly. His sword light was extremely sharp, capable of destroying heaven and earth, but at this moment, it was easily frozen by someone. What kind of ice was this? How could it ignore his sword light? He could not figure it out, but he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. As a result, he was now in great danger. After Lin Xian froze his opponent's sword light, he did not immediately make his move. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Then, he asked indifferently, "Is this your strength? How dare you look down on me with this little bit of strength? Do you think you can obtain the title of the #1 swordsman? What a joke." Lin Xian sneered. His opponent could not even withstand one of his ice attacks, and he still wanted to compete with him for the title of the #1 swordsman. How reckless! You're courting death. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Guamo roared crazily. He was a peerless genius and an incomparably powerful swordsman. He was also a capable genius under the sixth prince. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. However, at this moment, his opponent actually looked down on him. This was intolerable. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared crazily. Streaks of sharp sword light rushed out of his body and swept across all directions. Each streak of sword light was incomparably resplendent, as if they were immortal light. They were extremely sharp. These sword lights swept across together. Nothing could stop them. Even the people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. They had to admit that Guamo was really powerful. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. At this moment, waves of violent ice energy appeared on Lin Xian's body. A gigantic ice goddess appeared on his body. It quickly grew larger and enveloped heaven and earth. Chapter 2054. In an instant, the entire space was covered in ice. Ice and snow spread, and the cold wind in the sky made everyone's heart tremble. As for the golden sword light that Guamo shot out, it was instantly frozen as well. Extinguish, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he pointed out his finger. Along with his action, the huge ice goddess waved her staff and shot out a ball of terrifying cold air. Boom, boom. Suddenly, thousands of miles were frozen. In an instant, Guamo and the sword light that filled the sky were frozen into a huge ice sculpture. Shock, absolute shock. When everyone saw this scene, all of them were depressed. They really did not expect Lin Xian to defeat his opponent in one move. How could this be? How could he be so powerful? On the sixth prince's side, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The sixth prince's face also turned black. Guamo was also one of his generals, and his sword skills were outstanding. He originally thought that he could get a better result this time, but he did not expect that he would be the first one to be defeated in one move. Not only the sixth prince, but the other princes were also shocked. Among them, the third prince and the first prince looked dignified. Sure enough, the opponent was as powerful as the rumors said. On the other hand, the eighth prince's side revealed a smile. He was very satisfied with Lin Xian's performance. The first match ended with Lin Xian's victory, and he received a trump jade talisman. The eighth prince was very happy. On the other side, Lu Huang Zixuan's face was gloomy as he ordered people to carry Guillemot away. The 8th prince's side won and was in a good mood. At this time, the war drum sounded again and the loud sound pierced the sky. It's my turn. Lin Xian had just returned when a beautiful woman beside him stood up. It seemed that she should be the one to make a move. Her name was Duan Qingqing, and she was also a very outstanding genius under the 8th prince. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect it to be the 8th prince's people again. Duan Qingqing arrived at the center of the square like a beautiful fairy. Then, another person stood up. It was a young man. He was a genius under the 11th prince. The battle began quickly, but it also ended quickly. Duan Qingqing was very powerful. Her bone-melting soft palm was incomparably soft, causing people to be injured without even seeing the danger. In less than 10 moves, the man beside the 11th prince spat out blood and was sent flying. He directly admitted defeat and didn't dare to fight anymore. There was no way to defend against that soft power. It penetrated his defense and injured his internal organs. Duan Qingqing had obtained another trump jade talisman. Now, the 8th prince had won 2 battles and obtained 2 trump jade talismans. He was above all the other princes. However, the 3rd prince, the 1st prince, and the other powerful princes were not in a hurry. They knew that this was only the beginning. It was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. As he expected, after Duan Qingqing, the rest of the geniuses made their moves too. The third to appear was a violent young man beside the 3rd prince. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and had short red hair. There was a red string tied around his forehead, and he looked extremely violent. This person was very famous. He was the famous Fist Tyrant. His pair of tyrant fists were extremely violent, tearing the world apart. Fist Tyrant punched out and defeated his opponent. His strength was not any weaker than Lin Xian's previous performance. After Fist Tyrant, a few other geniuses made their moves. Among them, a few of them were very powerful. They defeated their opponents in a few short moves. These people were the ones on the list that Lin Xian had seen before. For example, the 1st prince's Herculean king was extremely strong. He was like a war demon, easily defeating his opponent. The 3rd prince's first move was even more terrifying. The sharp blade tore the world apart. He didn't even make a move. He just used his eyes to send out a blade light and defeated his opponent. In addition, there was a swordsman who was more eye-catching. The person beside the 4th prince was called Jian Shisan. This person looked very ordinary. If he was placed in the crowd, no one would be able to tell that there was anything unusual about him. However, when he attacked, the wind and clouds changed color. A terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions, making everyone's hearts turn cold. If it weren't for the royal family's elders in the sky, his opponent would have been killed by a single sword strike. This caused many people to look at Sword 13 with faces full of fear. Because Jian Shisan's sword technique was a legendary killing sword technique. The moment the sword was drawn, the person would be destroyed. It was terrifying. There was also a man beside the 9th prince called Gao Jichao. He was very terrifying. He used a soul technique. When he used his soul technique, his eyes turned white. It was extremely empty and strange. Soul attacks were impossible to guard against. Therefore, his opponent was directly affected by the illusion and was attacked. In an instant, he was like a puppet being controlled by the other party. The 15th prince was not willing to fall behind. He had a woman in his hand who was very powerful. She looked sweet and petite. She looked like a little bird that relied on people. However, when she fought, it made people's eyelids twitch wildly. This was because the woman directly opened the demon beast pouch. Several terrifying demon kings were released. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They were all 6-star demon kings. At this moment, they joined hands and defeated their opponents easily. These were all very terrifying geniuses. Among so many geniuses, they were so dazzling that people could distinguish them at a glance. However, the more terrifying one was not them, but the golden youth from the battle group. He was wearing golden armor. When he walked out, his opponent immediately admitted defeat. He didn't even have the courage to fight. It couldn't be helped. The terrifying battle intent emitted by the Golden Lion King was too powerful. His opponent's mind was about to collapse. He couldn't fight it at all. This was also the only person who won without a fight. This made the first prince very satisfied. At this moment, a young man in white beside the 14th prince made his move. This young man was very strange. In such a formal and tense situation, he was actually half lying there, holding a red gourd and drinking nonstop. His eyes were even a little blurry. It seemed like he didn't care about the competition at all. Lin Xian looked at this figure and frowned slightly. This person wasn't on the list that the 8th prince gave him. In other words, this person wasn't too outstanding before. Otherwise, he would have been recorded. Because the people on the list were all peerless geniuses under the princes. They were very terrifying. They were worthy of being careful. The drunk young man with the red gourd wasn't on the list. His opponent was one of the first prince's subordinates, a bald man in a black robe. This man's aura was very cold, like a demon king of darkness. It made people's hearts tremble. He looked at the drunk young man and frowned slightly. Then, he sneered. "Kid, you're not my match at all. So, I advise you to give up the competition." Chapter 2055. Hearing this, the drunk young man opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the bald man, then said, "Giving up is not my style." Hearing this, the bald man in black sneered. "Kid, since you want to die, don't blame me." After saying that, he sneered. With a flash of his body, he quickly charged out. In an instant, he arrived below. Then, he threw out a punch. A terrifying black aura condensed into a pitch-black beast claw that grabbed forward. The claw was extremely terrifying. Black aura surrounded it and emitted a chilling power that made people tremble. The demonic claw. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and exclaimed. That's right, the bald man was also a very terrifying elite. At this moment, the black claw that he used was called the demonic claw. It instantly tore through the void and grabbed forward. Bang! However, when that drunk young man saw this scene, he shuddered. Then, his legs grew weak, and he fell to the ground. From the looks of it, he was really drunk. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because the drunk young man had fallen, he had narrowly avoided the demonic claw. What? That's possible. The corners of the elite's mouths twitched in disbelief. The demonic claw was extremely terrifying. They were not confident that they could dodge it. However, the other party had dodged it in such a manner. They found it hard to believe. The monk in the black robe's face was also gloomy. His killing move had been dodged by a drunkard, which made him feel embarrassed. In the next moment, he roared and the black claw grabbed out again. Black aura filled the sky and completely sealed the entire space. "Kid, go to hell." He roared ferociously and slammed the demonic claw down mercilessly. Bang! However, the drunk young man rolled on the ground and dodged it again. What? He dodged it again. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They did not expect that the other party had dodged the demonic claw twice, and in such a comical manner. Damn it! This guy is too lucky. Everyone was discussing. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. No, it's not luck. He could tell that the other party was definitely not lucky. The reason for that was because the demonic hand was simply too frightening. Even if someone were to fall to the ground, they would not be able to dodge it at all. The other party must have taken advantage of the devil's hand's weakness to dodge it. That's right, a flaw. Any martial art, as long as it was executed by a human, would definitely have a flaw. However, some flaws were hidden very deeply, and some were very small, so ordinary people couldn't find them at all. However, it was clear that the drunk youth had found the devil's hand's weakness twice, allowing him to dodge the two killing moves. That would be interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this drunk youth was not as simple as he seemed. He should also be a super expert. The others, such as the First Saber, the Herculean Emperor, and the others were aware of this too. Their expressions were solemn. As for the Golden Lion King wearing the golden battle armor, it had its eyes closed the entire time. It seemed to have fallen asleep and was not watching any of the matches. It seemed that he was very confident in himself. At the front, the black-robed monk's face was extremely ugly. He had used the devil's hand twice, but he hadn't been able to injure the other party. This made him lose face. He couldn't even get out of the situation. Therefore, he roared angrily, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he was really angry. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless devil's chi emerged from the black-robed monk's body and quickly enveloped the entire space. Thick black chi appeared on his hands, and demonic runes appeared on his hands. The two devil's hands were like monstrous beast claws, and they quickly closed together. It was as if two black mountains were pressing down from the sky. This attack truly had the power to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Buzz. Faced with such a terrifying ultimate move, the drunk youth abruptly opened his eyes. His drunken eyes suddenly emitted a strange light. It was so sharp that it made people tremble. As expected, the other party wasn't drunk. In the next moment, two red flames appeared on his fists, and an incomparably bright light burst out. As the flames danced, a mysterious power flowed. Then, he waved his fists and punched forward. The void shattered, and the world shook. The devil's chi in the surroundings exploded in an instant. The black-robed monk was also forced back, and he looked at the other party in shock. What happened just now? How did the other party explode with such a powerful force? Damn brat, pretending to be mysterious. I'm going to kill you now. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hands. It was extremely black, like the spear of the devil from hell. Buzz. The spear waved, bringing with it a biting cold aura, and it quickly tore the void apart. The black light that filled the sky gathered and turned into a black dragon, roaring in front of him. However, the drunk young man merely chuckled. At this time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he opened the wine gourd in his hand again and drank a mouthful of wine. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. What time is it now? You still have time to drink? Many people sneered, thinking that this time, the other party was really dead, because the terrifying aura emitted by the devil's spear made them tremble. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Even a mighty figure wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the drunk youth took a step forward, and then he suddenly spat out the wine in his mouth. Poof! The wine spilled out, but as if it had been ignited, it turned into a monstrous fire, rolling in the sky. In an instant, an endless sea of fire spread in the sky, forming a tsunami that rushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly burned. The scorching aura seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. What a terrifying flame! When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They didn't expect the drunk youth to be able to launch such a powerful attack. It was unbelievable. Sizzle. In an instant, the surrounding devil's chi was quickly burned. The sky became clear again, and the black torrent formed by the devil's spear was also attacked and melted. The flame was too terrifying. It was like a divine flame that could burn everything. The black-robed monk's face changed. The devil's chi on his body belonged to the dark type. Now that it met the monstrous sea of fire, it was naturally suppressed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the devil's spear in his hand shattered, turning into countless black gas, and was then burned clean. Boom! The monk's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated, drawing a black light. However, he couldn't escape at all. Chapter 2056. Boom! He was hit by the sea of fire and was sent flying while vomiting blood. The dark monk had lost. The crowd was shocked and could not believe their eyes. The dark monk was extremely terrifying and was listed as a powerful enemy. However, he had lost to an unknown drunk young man. Everyone could not believe it. The first prince's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with coldness. He snorted coldly. What a piece of trash. How dare you embarrass me? The dark monk's defeat surprised the crowd. They did not expect the drunk young man to be so powerful. The 14th prince smiled in satisfaction because he knew the strength of the drunk young man. The drunk young man did not usually show his strength, but his true strength was extremely terrifying. As expected, the moment the drunk young man attacked, he displayed a powerful combat strength. The drunk young man appeared in front of the crowd for the first time in this battle. Every peerless genius frowned and was secretly on guard. The competition continued, and the various geniuses attacked again. The battle was unusually intense. Among them, there were peerless geniuses, and there were also dark horses. In short, there were winners and losers among the princes. However, overall, the first prince, the third prince, and the eighth prince were in the lead. Following closely behind them were the fourth prince, the 15th prince, the ninth prince, and the 14th prince. Of course, the princes who were lagging behind looked gloomy. However, they were still able to keep their composure. That was because the battle had just begun and everyone had a chance to attack again. Therefore, they could afford to wait. Soon, the rounds were over. Those who had finished their battle quickly sat down cross-legged and quickly swallowed pills and treasures to recover their inner strength and heal their injuries. That was because no one knew when they would have to fight in such a battle. Therefore, they had to maintain their peak condition at all times to achieve good results. Soon, the battle drums sounded. At that moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes again and stood up. Is this guy attacking again? When the crowd saw Lin Xian's actions, they became nervous. Previously, they had witnessed Lin Xian defeating a strong opponent with a single move. Everyone had listed Lin Xian as an extremely dangerous person. Now that they saw him fighting, they became nervous again. That was because they did not know who Lin Xian's opponent would be. If it was him, would he be able to withstand it? Lin Xian took a step forward. His figure was like a sword light as he arrived on the battlefield. Then, he scanned the surroundings. Feeling Lin Xian's sharp gaze, many people trembled and felt their scalps go numb. Some even didn't dare to look straight at him. Powerful kings like the First Blade and the Fist Tyrant snorted coldly as their eyes shone with a fierce light. For a time, it could be said that the atmosphere was extremely tense. Humph! This was especially true for the first slash. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was like a sharp, heavenly blade that sliced through the void. A terrifying saber intent gushed out of his body. That was because he was known as the number 1 swordsman, while his opponent was known as the number 1 swordsman. Both of them were in first place, but it was unknown whose sword was stronger and whose saber was stronger. Therefore, when Saber saw Lin Xian for the first time, his gaze was extremely cold. He even wanted to make a move to determine the victor between them. Clang! Clang! Their gazes collided in the air, creating dazzling sparks. Even the void was cut open, forming cracks. Everyone held their breaths, thinking that there was going to be an earth-shattering battle between the two of them. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian shifted his gaze. What was going on? He didn't challenge the first slash? Could it be that the two of them didn't fight? Everyone was confused. According to the previous scene, it shouldn't have been like this. They were extremely confused and continued to watch. Lin Xian had indeed shifted his target. His opponent this time was not the first slash. It was someone else, someone that he had wanted to kill for a long time. In the next moment, Lin Xian shifted his gaze away from the first slash. However, he didn't move his gaze away. He was still on the platform where the third prince was. He looked at the other person. It was a young man in a sword robe. His face was arrogant, and he carried a large black sword on his back. His entire body was emitting a sharp aura. Didn't you want to fight me? I'm here now. Make your move, Lin Xian said coldly. His gaze was fixed on the young man in the sword robe. Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The young man in the sword robe sneered, then slowly stood up. The gazes of the surrounding geniuses and princes all turned to look at them. In the next moment, they exclaimed. That person was from the sacred land of Day. Is the sacred land of Day also in the hands of the third prince? What a freak. I recognize him. He's Tan Yifei, the outstanding prodigy of the sacred land of Day. Oh right, during the sword duel on Mount Hua, he confronted Lin Xian. However, they were interrupted in the end and didn't fight. They didn't expect that the battle would continue until today. With this reminder, everyone began to recall what had happened. Indeed, during the sword duel on Mount Hua, Tan Yifei wanted to challenge Lin Xian but was stopped by General Li Hua. Now, Lin Xian was going to fight again, and the first person he challenged was Tan Yifei. Kid, I have to say, how dare you challenge me? You're courting death. If that's the case, I'll let everyone know who the real #1 swordsman is." Tan Ife revealed a cold smile. The title of the #1 swordsman was too tempting. It was something that every swordsman wanted. Naturally, he was no exception. As long as he could defeat the kid in front of him, he would be able to marry the title. At that time, he could make himself and the sacred land of Day famous in the entire Tai dynasty. Buzz. In the next moment, he took a step forward, tore through the void, and flew forward. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. The third prince also narrowed his eyes. He knew that Tan Ifei's strength was not weaker than Bai Zijing's. Therefore, it was hard to say who would be the final winner between the two of them. However, he had confidence in Tan Ife. After all, the sacred land of Day was a very terrifying sacred land, and the Day sword technique was even more terrifying. The eighth prince also took a deep breath and observed with rapt attention. It could be said that this battle had affected everyone's hearts. "Kid, choosing me as your opponent is the biggest mistake you've made in your life." In front, Tan Ife came to the battlefield, looked at Lin Xian, and sneered. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. "So much nonsense. Let's fight. I'll let you know how big the gap is between you and the #1 swordsman. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Hearing the provocation, Tan Ifei's face turned gloomy. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and a powerful force surged out of his body, turning into a shocking sword light. It pierced through heaven and earth. Chapter 2057. Suddenly, countless sword chi appeared in all directions, forming many shining light swords. Boom, boom, boom. The space exploded in an instant, and a powerful aura instantly filled the entire void. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from afar changed. So powerful, as expected of a genius from the Dayan sacred land. That sword was too terrifying, the young experts exclaimed. An ordinary-looking young man beside the fourth prince had a solemn look in his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. He was Jin Shursan, a terrifying swordsman. When he felt the sword chi from Tan Ife, his expression was solemn. As expected of someone from the Dayan sacred land, he was indeed powerful. First Blade also had a solemn look on his face. However, he did not know who was more powerful between the two of them. To be honest, he was not confident about the outcome of the battle. Given the current situation, they could only wait quietly. On the first prince's side, the golden-looking young man opened his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. "Interesting," he said calmly. At that moment, Tan Ife also made his move. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. A sharp sword chi was released from his palm. The sword chi was dark and heavy like a mountain, exuding a terrifying pressure. In an instant, it descended from the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. That was the overmount sword technique, an advanced Earth-class martial art. It was a terrifying sword technique. When it was unleashed, each ray of sword chi was like an ancient mountain range, abnormally thick and heavy. Not to mention an ordinary king. Even an almighty would be suppressed in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. No one expected Tan Ife to use such a terrifying sword technique as soon as he appeared. Boom. However, a terrifying flame energy surged out of Lin Xian's body. In an instant, the terrifying flame light shot into the sky. Then, Lin Xian threw out a punch. In an instant, it shattered the incomparably pitch-black, mountain-like sword chi. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although everyone knew that Lin Xian was powerful, they did not expect him to be so violent and domineering. He shattered such a terrifying sword technique with one punch. Even an ordinary almighty would not be able to do that. Humph. Seeing this, Tan Ife coldly harumphed and attacked again. With a clanging sound, the huge black sword on his back was pulled out. Holding it in his hand, it turned into a black city. Carrying an extremely terrifying pressure, it quickly pressed down. Clang! The void exploded in an instant. At this moment, the sky and the ground were filled with terrifying black sword chi. That sharp aura was hard to believe. What a terrifying sword! This should also be a top-grade artifact. The geniuses in the distance were startled seeing this. This was because they could clearly sense how terrifying this sword was. Apart from the sword technique, the black greatsword should also be a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to emit such an aura. In the blink of an eye, the sky seemed to have lost its luster, leaving only the black sword. It slashed down quickly, like a black thunder that wanted to destroy everything. However, what was even more shocking was Lin Xian's performance. However, in the face of such a terrifying sword chi, he actually didn't have any intention of dodging. There was no trace of nervousness on his handsome face. Vulcan's roar. In the next moment, he directly attacked. A terrifying hell flame gushed out from his body and quickly bloomed, forming a black giant. Then, the giant threw out a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The violent black giant threw out a terrifying punch, bringing with it a sky full of black flames and terrifying power. In an instant, the void exploded as it violently slammed into the black greatsword. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion sounded in the sky. The entire void was smashed into nothingness, and cracks filled the sky. In the distance, the crowd gasped. This was because they had only just started fighting, and both sides had already displayed such powerful super skills. It was truly shocking. Beside the 14th prince, the drunk young man squinted his eyes, which were shining with golden light. What a terrifying flame power! What kind of flame was that? He was extremely surprised. Because he was also a fire-type king, he had powerful flames in his hands. However, at this moment, the black flames on Lin Xian's body also posed a great threat to him, so he had to be serious. In the sky, the black greatsword was blocked, and it could not descend at all. Tan Yifei also frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block his killer move. It was truly a surprise. Lin Xian said indifferently, "You want to fight for the first sword with just this little bit of strength? You're too naive. You're courting death." Hearing this, Tan Yifei was enraged. In the next moment, he roared again, and the sharp sword chi on his body exploded again. Edgeless greatsword. It was another killer move, and countless black cracks appeared in the sky. The entire space trembled rapidly. Obviously, Tan Yifei had used another terrifying sword Dao killer move. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly and put his palms together. Suddenly, the black giant on his body also changed rapidly. Then, a pitch-black, 100-foot-long black flame greatsword appeared in the sky, held by the giant. Then, it slashed forward. Whoosh! Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly torn apart. Then, it collided with the black, dragon-like greatsword. The sky collapsed again, and everything within a 10,000-mile radius was enveloped by an invisible sword wave. In the sky, countless thunderous sounds were heard. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. Then, two figures could be seen standing in front of them. Both of their faces were solemn. In the distance, the crowd also exclaimed, "Those two were so strong. They were the top prodigies of the younger generation." Yes, those two were probably just testing the waters and had not used their full strength yet. After all, Tan Yifei had not used the Dian sword technique yet. Until now, Lin Xian had not drawn his sword and was only using sword chi to fight. Those two were so strong that no one could fight against them except for a few prodigies. Exclamations were heard one after another. Obviously, the crowd was shocked by the strength of those two. In fact, even the elders of the imperial family in the sky nodded their heads slightly. At this moment, Lin Xian and Tan Yifei in front of them started fighting again. Both of them were extremely fast, like lightning, and kept colliding in the sky. Every time, there would be a patch of sword light that turned into sharp sword chi and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves, and the terrifying aura made people shudder. However, the crowd was still shocked. That was because Tan Yifei had not used the Dian sword formation, and Lin Xian had not drawn his sword. Chapter 2058. Boom, boom. Lin Xian did not stop attacking. Although he did not draw his sword, the sword chi that he released was sharp. The sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. The power contained in the sword chi made people want to kneel down and worship it. However, one had to admit that Tanny Fei was extremely powerful. As a sky pride of the Dian's sacred ground, his unique skills were terrifying. Moreover, the giant black sword in his hand was a precious treasure. This made him, who was originally fierce, even more violent. Buzz. At this moment, Tanny Fei slashed out again. A terrifying sword light appeared and slashed down. This sword contained a terrifying murderous aura that locked onto Lin Xian and wanted to kill him. The murderous aura was so powerful that it could even hurt one's soul. Buzz. Lin Xian blocked the attack with a backhand. Countless sword chi intertwined on his palm and formed a green dragon divine shield that blocked the terrifying sword light. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he formed a seal with his right hand, and a terrifying lightning power surged out from his palm and quickly took shape. It turned into a thunder eagle and flew out instantly. Boom! This thunder eagle was extremely terrifying. It was completely formed by the lightning power and its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it disappeared into the void like a bolt of lightning. When it reappeared, it was still in front of Tanny Fei. What? It was so fast. Tanny Fei's face changed drastically and his pupils shrank. He did not expect this move at all. Previously, he had seen Lin Xian's ice power and knew that Lin Xian had the power of fire. Therefore, he was on guard against these two powers. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to use three powers. The power of lightning. This surprised him, and he could not guard against it. Therefore, in an instant, the Thunder Eagle appeared in front of him and was about to attack him. Buzz. At this critical moment, Tanny Fei used the giant black sword in his hand to block in front of him. Countless sword runes flickered on the giant sword and turned into rays of sword light that formed a terrifying sword screen that protected him. Boom! At the next moment, the wild thunderbolt eagle crashed into the sword screen that filled the sky, causing a huge explosion. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, completely drowning the sky. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled continuously, deafening everyone's ears. The expressions of the surrounding elites and sky prides also changed. They also did not expect Lin Xian to possess the power of lightning. It was truly surprising. This kid was too terrifying. First, he displayed the power of ice and fire. Now, he displayed the power of lightning. Moreover, the power of these three attributes were all so powerful. Where did he come from? A series of discussions took place. Even geniuses like Fist Tyrant and First Saber could no longer stay calm. The reason for that was because the power contained within the three attributes was simply too frightening. It caused them to be extremely fearful. The eighth prince's lips curled into a smile. He thought in his heart that these should be the three powers of the Cerberus. Who would have thought that he would be able to grasp them all? This kid was truly a peerless genius. He was able to grasp the power of the Cerberus in such a short time. The eighth prince had been to Valurium Palace before, so he knew about the existence of the Cerberus Mountain. He also knew that Lin Xian was cultivating in the Cerberus Mountain. Therefore, when he saw the three attributes, he naturally thought of the Cerberus. In the distance, the rumbling of thunder continued, but the sound was getting weaker and weaker. Soon, the sky full of thunder and lightning disappeared, allowing the crowd to see the situation inside. Then, they were all stunned, because they saw a figure standing in front of them. In front of him was a terrifying light screen that flickered with cold light. It formed a strong defense. However, there was a small gap in the light screen. It was only the size of a palm, but it was enough. It was enough for the wild thunderbolt eagle to enter. Sure enough, on Tanny Fei's face, there was a small sword mark, a wound. Blood flowed down his face, dyeing half of it red. At this moment, under that ferocious face, it was extremely terrifying. Blood. Tanny Fei's body trembled slightly. He dipped his hand in a drop of blood and held it in front of his eyes. Then, he roared at the sky. Damned brat! How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. He was too angry. He didn't expect that he would be the first to be injured. Moreover, it was his face that was hit. This wasn't a slap to his face. Therefore, He was truly angry. In the next moment, he roared, "Great development sword technique." Hum. Along with this voice, streaks of sharp sword light gushed out from the huge black sword. They turned into swords of light in the sky and quickly spread out. Then, they formed a monstrous formation that sealed off the entire space. Great development sword technique. In the sky, countless swords of light emitted a terrifying light. They formed an extremely complex sword formation that completely enveloped Lin Xian. The aura that emanated from it shocked everyone. At this moment, the eyes of First Blade, Fist Tyrant, Sword Sure San, and other geniuses bloomed. This was because the Dian sword formation was truly too powerful. Within the formation, Lin Xian also frowned. He felt the swords of light coming from all directions, and his expression was extremely solemn. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and countless icy auras appeared on his body. Ice protection. An illusion of the goddess of ice appeared, forming a powerful defense that enveloped him and blocked the swords of light that filled the sky. However, at this moment, Tan Yifei sneered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. "It's useless. No matter how powerful your defense is, you can't block my great development sword formation. Just you wait, you'll be killed very soon." His voice was unusually cold and emotionless. "Killed? You're really naive. Do you think you're the only one who has a sword formation?" Lin Xian sneered. He stomped his foot, and red sword patterns immediately appeared under his feet. They formed a sword diagram that quickly spread out. With him as the center, it instantly enveloped the entire ground. Demon-slaying sword formation. When the sword formation was formed, it released an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The entire ground seemed to have turned into a sea of blood hell, emitting a dense murderous aura. What kind of sword formation is this? It's too terrifying. Everyone was extremely shocked. They were all stunned by the blood-colored aura. In the sky, Tan Yifei's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party to have mastered a sword formation. Moreover, it seemed to be quite powerful. That murderous aura made him feel uncomfortable all over. However, he soon sneered because he was very confident in the Great Development Sword Formation. The Great Development Sword Formation was the ultimate technique of the Great Development Sacred Ground. No matter what kind of formation the other party had, it could not be compared to his. He was very confident about that. Therefore, in the next moment, he continued to activate the Great Development Sword Formation. Streaks of sword chi flew in the air, forming a sword of light that quickly combined. Chapter 2059. Buzz. Lin Xian also controlled the demon-slaying sword formation to counterattack. The blood-colored sword chi quickly intertwined and formed a blood-colored phoenix that soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-colored phoenix soared into the sky and knocked away all the light swords around it. Then, it let out a long cry and turned into a red torrent that charged forward. In the next moment, it collided with the light dragon formed by the light swords. An intense battle broke out in the sky. The two divine beasts that were formed by the light swords seemed to be real and were exceptionally terrifying. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian waved his hand and immediately, more blood-colored sword chi surged out from the demon-slaying sword formation under his feet and turned into a phoenix that charged forward. 1, 2, 3, 9. The 9 blood-colored phoenixes were completely formed by the sword chi and covered the sky. When they spread their wings, they covered the entire sky. They emitted a monstrous blood aura and sharp sword chi as they charged toward the light dragon. Although the light dragon was formed by the Dian sword formation, it could not withstand the attacks of the 9 blood-colored phoenixes at all. In an instant, it turned into countless pieces and scattered in the sky. Dian sword formation. Sword shatters the sky. Seeing this scene, Tan Yifei roared furiously. He waved the giant sword in his hand and quickly activated the Dian sword formation to make another killing move. In the sky, countless sword chi flashed. They were densely packed and extremely mysterious. They intertwined with each other and emitted a mysterious power. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, The terrifying sword chi pierced through the 9 blood-colored phoenixes and turned into a ray of light. Then, it charged toward Lin Xin quickly. Seeing this, the surrounding princes and sky prides were all shocked. This was because they had seen how terrifying the 9-headed blood-colored phoenixes were. However, at this moment, Tan Yifei was able to make an even more powerful killing move. This really shocked them. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. They wanted to know if he would be able to block the attack. Lin Xian's expression changed, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, his palm print and the ice protection appeared again. Not only that, but he was also wearing a black cloak battle armor. Between the ice shield and the black battle armor was the Azure Dragon Divine Shield formed by the Dragon Sword domain. Boom, boom. When he was done, the sharp sword light slashed down. Soon, it collided with the Ice Guardian and caused a huge explosion. Sword light and ice exploded all over the sky, drowning out this part of the sky. This strike was earth-shattering. Even a peerless genius like the First Blade, Fist Tyrant, was frowning. That brat Lin Xian would most likely be seriously injured if he was hit head-on. That's right, with such a powerful attack, he could only rely on his speed to dodge it. It was simply impossible to resist it head-on. Sounds of discussion could be heard, and the third prince revealed a satisfied smile. The reason for that was because he didn't believe that anyone would be able to withstand his attack. On the other side, the 8th prince frowned. Although he had confidence in Lin Xian, he was still extremely worried at the moment. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait patiently. In front of him, Tan Yifei held the giant black sword in his hand and curled his lips into a cold smile. He knew that his attack had definitely hit his opponent. At the very least, he would be seriously injured. In fact, he might even kill his opponent. Thinking of that, he became even more smug. However, when the energy that filled the sky disappeared, he was stunned. There was even a hint of shock in his eyes. That was because the sword light that filled the sky in front of him had disappeared, and then Lin Xian's figure appeared. A huge crack appeared on the ice goddess statue on his body. It had been slashed open by the sword. However, under the ice goddess statue, there was a coiled azure dragon that formed a divine shield. It was this azure dragon shield that had blocked the sharp sword light, preventing Lin Xian from being injured at all. At that moment, Lin Xian raised his head slightly, his expression incomparably calm. However, there was an extremely cold light in his eyes. What? How could he have blocked it? He wasn't injured. Seeing this scene, the princes and prodigies in the distance were all stunned. They could not believe it at all. That was an extremely terrifying killing move of the Dian sword formation. Even they did not dare to take it head-on. They could only dodge. However, someone had actually blocked it head-on. It was really surprising. How did he do it? First Blade, Fist Ba, and the others had grave expressions. The third prince's expression became extremely unpleasant. On the other side, the 8th prince was indeed smiling. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Impossible, how could that be? In the sky, Tan Yifei shook his head frantically in disbelief. He was very confident in that attack. Even if it could not kill his opponent, it could at least injure him. However, what was going on now? His opponent had completely blocked his killing move and was not even injured at all. This was simply too inconceivable. Damn it, I don't believe it. Tan Yifei roared at the sky and activated the terrifying sword formation around him again, wanting to kill his opponent. However, the demon-slaying sword formation under Lin Xian's feet flickered with an extremely terrifying light. Tens of thousands of blood-colored sword chi filled the sky and blocked the Dian sword formation. At that moment, Lin Xian also spoke. The Dian sword formation is indeed powerful, but it can't hurt me. Therefore, you are destined to lose this battle. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Tan Yifei's body trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He was Tan Yifei. He was an outstanding genius of the Dian Holy Land, a terrifying genius. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. This time, he came to compete for the title of the #1 swordsman. However, he had lost. He could not accept losing to a young swordsman that he had never heard of. I'm going to kill you. Tan Yifei roared crazily, and a king's domain quickly appeared beside him. It cooperated with the Dian sword formation to form an even more terrifying killing move. However, at that moment, First Blade and the others frowned. Tan Yifei's condition was not right. Was he going crazy? On the other side, Jin Shursan also shook his head slightly. It's over. Tan Yifei must have suffered a serious blow. The most important thing for a swordsman was confidence, because that was the source of confidence in himself. However, at that moment, Tan Yifei's confidence was shaken. This was fatal for a swordsman. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. At that moment, he pulled out the Nine Darkness demonic sword, and the sword chi on his body erupted once again. At that moment, he was like a sword god, incomparably terrifying. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and then he waved a sharp sword light. Ice break. The sword chi that filled the sky emitted a biting cold aura, and then the sword cut through heaven and earth. Bang! This sword directly sent Tan Yifei flying. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Tan Yifei would be defeated by Lin Xian. Chapter 2060. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Tan Yifei was actually defeated in front of Lin Xian too. What level had Lin Xian reached? How could he be so terrifying? Puff. Tan Yifei spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He struggled to get up, but the sword attack had injured him too severely. He could no longer continue the battle. In the sky, the royal family elder said in a deep voice when he saw this scene, Lin Xian had won this battle. Then, Lin Xian kept his demonic sword. The 8th prince had won another trump jade token. Everyone was shocked. They were afraid of Lin Xian. Peerless experts like First Blade and Fist Tyrant had a serious expression. They wanted to fight with Lin Xian for 300 rounds. Even the Golden Lion King from the War Tribe, who was beside the first prince, opened his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. On the other side, Tan Yifei was sent off the stage. His face was filled with unwillingness and despair. This battle had dealt a huge blow to him. He had always been conceited and did not put anyone in his eyes. Especially when it came to swordsmanship, he thought that he was the top of the younger generation. But now, he had been defeated and sent flying by a sword attack. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. The 3rd prince's face was gloomy. He said coldly, "Damn it. I must not let this kid live. I must at least injure him severely. Otherwise, he would be too much of a threat. Don't worry. Although he is strong, he is still not my match." First Blade said in a deep voice. There was a cold light in his eyes. Fist Tyrant also snorted. I have 80% confidence in defeating him. Both of them were top-notch sky prides. They were powerful and were at the peak of their respective fields. Therefore, the 3rd prince calmed down with these two people's words. On the other side, the first prince asked, "Are you confident in defeating Lin Xian?" Golden Lion King sneered. "He is not my match at all." Hearing this, the first prince smiled. He knew that he had made the right bet this time. With the Golden Lion King as his trump card, it could be said that this time, he didn't fear anyone. At this moment, First Blade also stood up. It was my turn. The first strike was unleashed. He was extremely domineering, as if he was the saber god, standing in the void. Biting cold killing intent surged in all directions. His opponent was a martial art practitioner under the 2nd prince. When that person saw that his opponent was the first slash, his expression stiffened. Clearly, although he was strong, he was still no match for the first slash. At this moment, First Blade glanced at the young man and said calmly, "If you don't want to die, don't attack." Humph. Although you're powerful, it won't be easy for you to defeat me. The young man gritted his teeth. Although he wasn't as strong as the other party, how could he lose without a fight? Therefore, in the next moment, the young man roared angrily, and an enormous aura surged from his body. At the same time, a king's domain appeared. Facing the first strike, he didn't dare to be careless, and he immediately unleashed his king's domain. Coupled with his killing move, he quickly charged over like a berserk god of war. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that his opponent was charging over, First Blade sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, he stomped his foot and disappeared on the spot like a bolt of lightning. Then, a sonorous sound was heard in the void, and a blue saber light flashed, cutting through the void and splitting apart the terrifying king's domain. Buzz! The biting cold saber landed directly between the young man's eyebrows. If it had gone a little further, it would have split the young man's body in half. The young man froze in midair, and his expression became extremely ugly. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he was frightened by the saber light. Although the saber light didn't hit him, the terrifying murderous intent that it emitted made him extremely shocked. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding people also changed, and they were all extremely shocked. They didn't expect First Blade to be so terrifying that he defeated his opponent in one move. Wasn't this a little too powerful? As expected of the number 1 swordsman, he was indeed terrifying. That slash was too fast. I couldn't even see the trajectory of the slash clearly. Many prodigies exclaimed. That was because they realized that even when facing First Blade, they didn't have full confidence. They might not even be able to dodge it and could only take it head-on. You win. That young man said those words with difficulty. Then, he lost all his strength. He was also a prodigy, but when facing First Blade, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Seeing this scene, the second prince's face became incomparably ugly. However, there was nothing he could do. His status couldn't be compared to the third prince, so he could only sulk at this moment. After the First Blade, the Golden Lion King next to the first prince also stood up. He took a step forward and arrived at the battle stage below. Then, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a golden god of war. He didn't deliberately emit his aura, but that sharp aura was indeed suppressing the crowd to the point that they couldn't breathe. His opponent was a cultivator under the 7th prince. When that cultivator saw that he had to face the Golden Lion King, his expression became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a dead rat. However, admitting defeat without a fight made him lose face. Therefore, he could only brace himself and fight. One punch. With a simple punch, the Golden Lion King exploded heaven and earth, sending that cultivator flying. Everyone was amazed by the Golden Lion King's strength, because in such a battle, it was impossible to see how strong the opponent was. It seemed that they could only get a glimpse of the Golden Lion King's strength when fighting against some exceptional prodigy. Next, Jin Shi-san, Quan Ba, Duan Qingqing and the others also made their moves. Both of them settled their battles with ease. Until now, the 8th prince's side was still slightly in the lead. Behind him were the 1st prince and the 3rd prince. Behind them were the 4th prince, the 15th prince, and the 9th prince. At this moment, a tall young man beside the 1st prince stood up. This young man was even more majestic than the Golden Lion King. His body was filled with power. His upper body was bare, and every muscle was like a dragon. This was the terrifying Herculean King. Legend had it that he had boundless strength, and no one dared to fight him in close combat. His previous performance was also like that. When facing the enemy's attacks, he didn't dodge at all. Those attacks hit his body and made clanging sounds. They didn't cause any damage at all. His body was like a top-grade armor, abnormally sturdy, and his opponent couldn't even take a single punch from him. That was because the strength was too violent. Seeing the Herculean King appear, everyone shook their heads and sighed. They knew that no matter who the opponent was, there was probably no hope. However, when the Herculean King's opponent really stood up, everyone exclaimed. Chapter 2061. They knew that no matter who his opponent was, there was probably no hope for him. However, when the Herculean King's opponent stepped out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was extremely shocked. That was because the Herculean King's opponent was not simple. He was also a peerless genius under the 8th prince, the Silver Dragon Spear Monarch, Liu Fei. His strength was not weaker than the Herculean King's. The silver spear in his hand was like a silver dragon, leaving a deep impression on everyone. They did not expect that this battle would turn out to be between two peerless geniuses. This should be the most intense battle so far apart from Lin Xian and Tan Yifei. At the thought of this, everyone became excited and watched nervously. The third prince also smiled. No matter who won this battle, they would be able to exhaust the top forces of the first prince and the eighth prince. To him, there were only benefits and no harm. Lu Fei, you'd better back down. You're no match for me. Your silver dragon spear can't break through my defense at all, the Herculean king said coldly. His voice was also filled with power, causing the void to tremble rapidly. How would you know if you don't try? My silver dragon spear is not something you can imagine. Lu Fei snorted. As a peerless genius, he was naturally not afraid of the Herculean king. So what if his opponent's defense was strong? He was confident in his attack power. In that case, I'll play with you. I'll let you know what it means to have an unparalleled defense. The Herculean king grinned. However, although he was grinning, his body emitted a terrifying aura, as if a peerless demon king was rapidly awakening. Feeling this aura, the surrounding martial artists felt a chill run down their spines, and a chill ran down their spines. Humph. Lu Fei was even more direct. He took a step forward and charged over quickly. Then, he clenched his fist and a silver spear quickly appeared. Then, he stabbed out with the spear. Boom. The entire area of silver light trembled and gathered in the sky. Then, it pressed down on the ground. The entire space was completely dyed silver white. That terrifying aura was like a dragon moving out. It was extremely terrifying and made everyone's scalp tingle. In front of him, facing the terrifying spear, the Herculean king also made his move. He did not have any weapons. His pair of fists were his most terrifying weapons. When he moved, his terrifying fists shook the void and carried a sky full of green light as they blasted forward. Savage technique. This was an extremely terrifying mystical ability. Rumor had it that it originated from the ancient times. Now that it was being used by the Herculean king, it carried with it a ferocious aura. His fists seemed to have transformed into two peerless demon kings. They were abnormally terrifying. In an instant, it shattered the void and violently smashed onto the silver spear light. Boom. The collision between the two kings and the Herculean king. The entire sky was distorted, and a huge hole was blasted open in the void. Boundless cracks spread out in all directions. Many martial artists took a deep breath and their bodies trembled. Even a peerless genius like Fist Tyrant had a solemn look on his face. Even Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That was because he discovered that the two of them were truly very powerful. Neither of them were weaker than Tan Yifei. Boom boom. In the sky, as the two of them collided, huge cracks continuously appeared and spread in all directions. Seeing this, Lu Fei frowned. That was because he discovered that his opponent was actually able to contend against him with only a pair of fists. This really surprised him. One should know that he was a peerless genius. The silver spear in his hand was even more terrifying. This strike could even penetrate a mighty figure. However, his opponent's fist was blocked, and he did not receive any damage. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, held the silver spear with both hands, and attacked again. Haha. On the other side, the Herculean king let out a hearty laugh as well as he stretched out his arm. That horrifying palm was like a mountain as it slapped out viciously, causing the void to tremble. Boom. Boom. This was an extremely terrifying battle. When the two of them attacked, their battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. The surrounding people exclaimed in admiration. The power displayed by these two people was simply too powerful. One had sharp attacks, while the other had unparalleled defense. It could be said that they had reached the pinnacle of their respective realms. Boom. The Herculean king, on the other hand, became braver as he fought. His defense was unparalleled, and his physique was tough. He was not afraid of these attacks at all. Therefore, at this moment, he was like a god of war as he charged over. His entire body exuded a terrifying power. On the other hand, Lu Fei was extremely solemn. The silver spear in his hand continued to fly out like a silver river, stirring up the void. That sharp aura was enough to make people shudder with fear. Boom. There was another earth-shattering collision. Then, Lu Fei's body trembled as he kept retreating. Cracks also appeared on his hand that was holding the silver spear. What? Lu Fei was pushed back and injured. When the crowd saw this, they exclaimed. It seemed that the Herculean king was indeed stronger. I've said it before, you're no match for me, the Herculean king said loudly. On the other hand, Lu Fei snorted coldly as he channeled his power to heal the wounds on his hand. Then, he gripped the silver spear tightly again, and his entire person became extremely fierce. These injuries won't let you defeat me. Next, show me what you're capable of. Otherwise, you'll definitely be injured. At this point, Lu Fei took a step forward, and his body suddenly erupted. A silver light, like a silver divine spear, pierced through the clouds. That aura was so powerful that no one could look directly at it. When the crowd saw this scene, they were shocked. They knew that Lu Fei was probably going to go all out. Sure enough, a king's domain quickly appeared behind him, emitting an unparalleled light. It was as if a silver dragon was circling around him. Not only that, but his aura also suddenly skyrocketed, reaching the peak of a 6-star king. It seemed that he was only one step away from breaking through the 6-star king realm and stepping into the almighty realm. Feeling this aura, many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. God, he's actually reached the peak of a 6-star king realm. It seems that he's not far from the almighty realm. Yes, this Lu Fei is really terrifying. I didn't expect him to reach such a level. After breaking through to the almighty realm, no one in the younger generation would be a match for him. Discussions sounded one after another. Obviously, everyone was extremely shocked. The young geniuses looked extremely solemn, because at this point, they were all 6-star kings, and their combat power was at the almighty realm. However, at this time, if someone broke through first and became a true almighty, he would soar into the sky and suppress the other geniuses. Chapter 2062. At this moment, Lu Fei could be said to be quite powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were sharp, and the silver spear in his hand was emitting a dazzling light. In the next moment, he stared at the Herculean king and said coldly, "Next, I will be using my full strength. Whether you can withstand it or not will depend on your luck." On the other side, the Herculean king also frowned because his opponent's aura was already enough to pose a threat to him. In the next moment, he shouted coldly and circulated the spiritual power in his body. Then, his body expanded again. Blue patterns appeared on his body, looking very mysterious. Not only that, but these patterns also condensed to form a pattern of a wolf's head on his shoulder. It was abnormally terrifying. His aura also skyrocketed. That was the celestial wolf constitution. Seeing this scene, the imperial family elders in the sky suddenly narrowed their eyes and exclaimed. The young prodigies and princes below were also shocked. The celestial wolf constitution. He actually has the celestial wolf constitution. No wonder. No wonder he was so powerful. Everyone was too shocked because previously, they thought that the Herculean king was powerful because of the savage technique that had been passed down since ancient times. But now, it seemed that it was not only that. Not only did he master an ancient cultivation technique, but he also had a strange bloodline constitution. What was the celestial wolf constitution? Lin Xian asked with a slight frown. Duan Qingqing was surprised, but soon explained softly. The celestial wolf constitution was a special bloodline constitution that was very powerful. Its power was above the back of earth constitution. It was above the thick earth constitution? Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. He had seen the thick earth constitution before, and it had shocked everyone at the sword conference on Mount Hua. That was because it was said to have an extremely strong defense. He did not expect the celestial wolf constitution to be stronger than the back of earth constitution. It was really shocking. No wonder the Herculean king was so terrifying and had such a powerful bloodline. At the front, Lu Fei also frowned. He did not expect the Herculean king to have the celestial wolf constitution. No wonder he was so powerful. The Herculean king laughed. "Kid, I have to say, you should be proud that you made me use the celestial wolf constitution. But now, the battle is over. Humph, whether it ends or not, I have the final say." When Lu Fei heard this, he snorted coldly. Then, He clenched the silver spear in his hand and attacked quickly. Boom! With a thrust of the spear, the world shook violently. The king's domain behind him instantly expanded and enveloped the entire space. Spiritual energy surged as the long spear turned into a torrent. An endless amount of killing intent soared into the sky, as if it wanted to suppress the power king alive. The Herculean king also roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the void. Then, he threw out a punch. Above the fist, a blue aura spread out and turned into a ferocious wolf head that appeared between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura rushed out of the sky, tearing the world apart. At this moment, the Herculean king seemed to have transformed into a heavenly wolf. The Herculean king's heavenly wolf bloodline was so powerful. In the sky, the first elder of the royal family was shocked. He frowned as he looked at the heavenly wolf's cry. He knew that the silhouette of the heavenly wolf was stimulated from the bloodline of the Herculean king. It was the power of the bloodline, incomparably terrifying. He was afraid that Lu Fei would not be able to win this battle. That was indeed the case. As soon as the silhouette of the heavenly wolf appeared, it tore through the void and slammed onto the silver spear. Instantly, the spear was sent flying. Not only that, the heavenly wolf's claw slammed onto Lu Fei's body and sent him flying. Lu Fei spat out blood and flew backward. His face was extremely pale. This time, he was severely injured. Humph! I told you, you're no match for me. The Power King retracted his fist and snorted coldly. On the other hand, Lu Fei gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He grabbed the silver spear beside him and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, the 8th prince stood up and said loudly, "Lu Fei, that's enough. Come back." The 8th prince had no choice but to attack. If Lu Fei continued to fight, he would most likely be severely injured. If he could not recover by then, his losses would be even greater. After all, there would be a competition for the second round. At that time, he would snatch it back. Anyway, a jade token was not a fatal difference. Hearing the 8th prince's words, Lu Fei nodded heavily, then turned around and left the battlefield. This was a clash between the 1st prince and the 8th prince, and the 1st prince won. The 1st prince was naturally satisfied. Originally, he had 2 generals under him. One was the Power King, and the other was Bai Zijing. One of them was unparalleled, while the other had terrifying swordsmanship. Now, although Bai Zijing had sealed his sword and did not attack. However, the Power King was extremely powerful. So far, he had not been defeated. Moreover, he had invited the geniuses of the battle group. This time, he would definitely be able to suppress the 8th prince and the 3rd prince. On the other hand, the 8th prince's side looked solemn. That was because the Power King was too terrifying. However, when Lu Fei returned, the 8th prince asked Lu Fei to quickly sit down and recover. Moreover, he asked his subordinates to give him many natural treasures. They were all precious herbs from the palace, and the recovery effect was amazing. Lu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed some elixirs to recover. At the side, Lin Xian did not speak, but his eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, he was recalling the previous battle in his mind. He had to admit that the Power King's defensive power had surprised him, especially the Serious Constitution and the Barbarian King technique, both of which were very powerful. He was comparing whether his great dragon sword soul could break through the opponent's defense. If he did not use physical attacks, but another path, soul attacks, what would the effect be? One should know that his heavenly secret divine eyes was very terrifying. Although he could not use it at full strength, it was easy for him to use soul illusions and soul attacks together with his soul power. Therefore, although the Power King was powerful, Lin Xian instantly came up with 2 ways to deal with him. Next, the battle continued. Every battle was thrilling. However, at this moment, the crowd exclaimed again, because they realized that it was going to be another earth-shattering battle. Beside the 1st prince, the Golden Lion King from the War tribe stood up again. He was like the sun war god, walking in the void. Every step he took brought about great power and light that filled the sky. His opponent was not simple either. It was the 3rd prince's side, Fist Tyrant, who was famous for his fist techniques. Fist Tyrant was a handsome man with short hair and a red string tied around his head. He wore short sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. On his palms, he was wearing 2 red boxing gloves that were covered with veined patterns. These were 2 top-grade artifacts. Together with his violent fist techniques, they could destroy everything. Chapter 2063. Himph. When the first prince saw this, a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He knew that he had won again this time, because he was very confident in the Golden Lion King. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. Previously, he was still gloating because the 8th prince had lost a great general. However, he did not expect that it would be his turn in the blink of an eye. To be honest, although Quan Ba was very powerful, the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. Up until now, no one knew exactly what kind of strength he had, because he only used 1 punch in every battle. A simple punch was enough to defeat the enemy. As for his true strength, no one knew. The 8th prince's side also showed interest. This Golden Lion King was not simple. Until now, no one knew how powerful he was. However, it was estimated that Quan Ba would be able to force him to use 80% of his strength. The other princes and sky prides were also discussing. In their opinion, this would definitely be a fierce battle. Perhaps they could use this battle to see the Golden Lion King's true strength. Himph. Quan Ba also snorted coldly and came to the battlefield. He did not say anything and directly started the battle. Boom! With a punch, a red light soared into the sky and mysterious runes appeared around it. This punch carried an indescribable might. It was like the fist of a deity as it blasted out at high speed. It was as if everything in the world had to submit to this punch. This was the Tyrant Fist. The surrounding sky prides exclaimed. They did not expect Quan Ba to be so decisive and use his ultimate move in an instant. The Tyrant Fist was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It was rumored that once it was used, it would sweep across all directions. Boom! On the other side, the Golden Lion King also made his move. He was expressionless and wore a golden armor. He was like a golden god of war as he also struck out with his palm. In an instant, a golden light flickered and a violent shockwave appeared in the sky. It was like a golden sun streaking across the sky. It flew across the sky and collided, causing the entire sky to be torn apart. In the next moment, the 2 fists collided and an intense collision occurred. The light that filled the sky was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. After the collision, the 2 retracted their fists. And at this time, Fist Tyrant coldly snorted. What battle race? What Golden Lion King? In my opinion, they are nothing more than this. Today, I will suppress you. Is that so? On the other side, the Golden Lion King sneered. His fist changed again. At this moment, the golden battle armor on his body shone brightly as streams of golden chi rushed out from his body. They circled around him. Not only that, but mysterious runes also appeared in the surroundings, floating in the sky. Even in the void, an ancient voice rang out. It was extremely mysterious, like the sigh of a Buddha god. What kind of divine ability was this? It was actually so terrifying. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the first saber, the Herculean King, was frowning. That was because at this moment, the aura emitted by the Golden Lion King was simply too powerful. It caused them to feel fear and trepidation. Lin Xian also frowned. He couldn't help but admit that this Golden Lion King was really strong. Furthermore, the golden aura that surrounded him was even more hair-raising. However, in the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and offset this terrifying aura. However, the others weren't so lucky. Those who were stronger frowned, while those who were weaker directly circulated their spiritual energy to support the defense of their battle armor to resist. Was this the strength of the battle race? It was too terrifying. Damn it! Why do I feel like I am facing a peerless powerhouse? Exclamations could be heard one after another, and Fist Tyrant also frowned. Similarly, he felt a terrifying threat. In the next moment, he roared, and a red wave of air burst out from his body. The king domain floated up and surrounded his body. At the same time, the red gloves on his hands also emitted streaks of fiery light, as if they were divine flames. Not only that, Fist Tyrant's eyes were emitting a scorching light. To be honest, although the other party's aura was terrifying, he was too excited at this moment. That was because he had never met such a powerful opponent. He was also a genius. Now that he met such a person, he was naturally excited and wanted to go all out. Boom. In the next moment, he quickly waved his fist, and the fist shadows that filled the sky turned into streaks of light, flickering as they shot out. Tyrant Fist, Tyrant Massacre. That terrifying fist emitted an imposing aura that could sweep through all directions, as well as a shocking murderous aura. On the opposite side, the Golden Lion King still sent out a palm strike. Strange runes flickered on the golden palm, and the golden chi around him also surged. It was like the hand of a Buddha, bringing with it a terrifying power. Lai Kong. A cold voice came from the Golden Lion King's mouth. Sure enough, the entire space was split into two by his palm, and an incomparably terrifying crack appeared. It spread forward. Crack, crack, crack. The fist shadows that filled the sky, the terrifying aura, and the domineering aura were instantly torn apart by the crack. What? It was resolved so easily. Fist Tyrant's pupils shrank in disbelief. Wasn't the other party a little too strong? The surrounding people also exclaimed. This Golden Lion King was too heaven-defying. It could even resolve Tyrant's killing move so easily? The first prince sneered. Humph. The power of the war tribe is not something you can imagine. On the other side, the third prince frowned. It looked like Fist Tyrant couldn't win. However, he didn't know how much strength he could make the Golden Lion King use. He estimated that it should be around 80%. If that was the case, only the first saber in his hand could contend against the other party. It's useless. Stop struggling. You're not my match. In front, the Golden Lion King looked at his opponent and said coldly, You're underestimating me. Fist Tyrant only snorted. How could he admit defeat so easily? In the next moment, his fist trembled and flames filled the sky, forming two terrifying tornadoes that swept in all directions. Tyrant Fist, Heaven Blazing Mad Dance. The two fist shadows turned into two flaming tornadoes that swept out. Everywhere they passed, countless black holes appeared in the space. Overestimating yourself. The Golden Lion King sneered. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly emitted a golden light that pierced through the void like a golden sword. The golden chi around him started to churn. Then, it condensed into the image of a golden lion behind him. Boom. Golden kill. Another fist was sent out, and the roar of a lion resounded in the sky, shaking the void. Then, that terrifying fist turned into a golden lion and pounced over. Chapter 2064. This scene was simply too terrifying. The entire sky dimmed as if it had been devoured. Everyone felt the threat of impending death. Some of the weaker ones felt their scalps go numb, and they even had the urge to run away. But fortunately, this move was not aimed at them. In the next moment, the sky regained its clarity, and the huge golden lion closed its bloody mouth. However, soon, everyone was stunned. They realized that Fist Tyrant had disappeared. Where was he? Damn it, he couldn't have been eaten by the golden lion, right? Exclamations could be heard, and everyone's faces turned pale. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Fist Tyrant had really been eaten by the golden lion. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the third prince could no longer remain calm. Fist Tyrant was his right-hand man, and he still had to rely on him to obtain the final victory. However, he didn't expect that the Golden Lion King would actually use such a strange ability to swallow the Fist Tyrant. This really surprised him. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the huge golden lion sat cross-legged like a Buddha. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from its body, and then its body began to change shape. It was as if someone was fiercely attacking it. Along with this attack, the void also trembled. Everyone exclaimed, Fist Tyrant! Fist Tyrant was fighting back! Fist Tyrant was fighting back! After Fist Tyrant was swallowed by the golden lion, he was in a chaotic void, surrounded by a violent flame aura that attacked him. However, as a peerless genius, his strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, in an instant, he used his king's domain to resist the murderous aura that filled the sky. At the same time, he would use his terrifying fists to attack in all directions, trying to break the golden cage. Boom, boom. One punch, two punches, three punches. The terrifying fists bombarded the void, causing huge turbulence. However, the golden lion was not simple either. It had not been shattered after such a long time. However, it was only an illusion after all, condensed by the golden lion king with its own spiritual power. Therefore, it did not last long before the golden lion's illusion was shattered, and a pitch-black hole appeared. It was broken. It was coming out. In the distance, the prodigies and princes all exclaimed when they saw this scene. As expected, Fist Tyrant would not lose so quickly. As for the Golden Lion King, it also narrowed its eyes. To be honest, the other party's strength had also exceeded his expectations. However, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hands, forming a strange seal. Mark of the Fearless Lion. As soon as the mark appeared, a Sanskrit sound rang out between heaven and earth, as if a god was sighing. Then, the huge golden lion in the sky also changed rapidly. It transformed into a huge golden hand. Then, it pressed down fiercely. Boom. This attack was simply too terrifying. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Fist Tyrant had just rushed out of the golden lion's body when he was greeted by this terrifying palm. He was not prepared at all, so he was knocked over in an instant. Boom. The heavens and earth quaked as countless cracks appeared on the ground. Fortunately, this was a unique small space. Otherwise, this palm strike would have destroyed the entire palace outside. Feeling the power of this attack, everyone felt their scalps tingle as they started to worry for Fist Tyrant. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This attack was too violent. He was afraid that Fist Tyrant would not be able to block it. His guess was right. As expected, Fist Tyrant did not manage to block it and was severely injured by this attack. All right, you've won this battle. Seeing this scene, the third prince also stood up abruptly. He hurriedly asked his subordinates to carry Fist Tyrant back. Fist Tyrant was his capable general. He would not allow anything to happen to him. Then, he also asked his subordinates to take out many natural treasures to treat Fist Tyrant's injuries. On the other side, the first prince chuckled as he welcomed the Golden Lion King back. When the other princes saw this scene, their faces turned pale. They had already decided that no matter who it was in the future, they had to admit defeat directly when they met the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, the price would be too great. The eighth prince frowned even more. He asked the few king-level sky prides beside him in a low voice, "How confident are you against him?" Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others were stunned. Then, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. If it was before, they still had some confidence. But now, after seeing the Golden Lion King in action, they realized that it was really hard to resist. They were all sky prides, similar to Fist Tyrant. But now that Fist Tyrant had suffered a crushing defeat, they might not be able to defeat the Golden Lion King. Therefore, these people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Seeing this scene, the eighth prince sighed. He knew that there was probably no one under him who could fight against the Golden Lion King. Therefore, he decided that if his men encountered the Golden Lion King, they would also give up. In fact, they would even surround and attack the Golden Lion King in the second round. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "I think that if I encounter him, it should be a 50-50 chance." What? Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others were stunned. Even the eighth prince was stunned. The surrounding people all had strange expressions on their faces. What did he say? 50-50 chance against the Golden Lion King? What a joke. Everyone didn't believe it. Although Lin Xian was very strong, the Golden Lion King was even more terrifying. They even suspected that the Golden Lion King had the battle strength of an almighty. The eighth prince was overjoyed. He lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Lin, Are you really confident that you can fight him to a draw? More or less. I just don't know how much strength he is hiding. Hearing this, the eighth prince sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others also looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. What's going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King is still hiding his strength? Heavens, hiding his strength? How heaven-defying is he? Moreover, even if you know that he's so heaven-defying, you still dare to say that it's a 50 to 50 chance? Are you sure you're not joking? Even the eighth prince was shocked. Therefore, he didn't put all his hopes on Lin Xian. He even started to plan how to surround and kill the Golden Lion King in the second stage. On the other side, the third prince gritted his teeth and asked, First Blade, if you face him, how confident are you? First Blade took a deep breath. His gaze was incomparably solemn. He said in a deep voice, If this is his full strength, I have a 30 to 40% chance of winning. If he's still hiding his strength, then it's hard to say. Then it's only a 10 to 20% chance. This person is too terrifying. Hearing this, the third prince's face was incomparably ugly. He gritted his teeth. War Clan. He knew that the first prince wouldn't be able to invite the War Clan. It must be the first prince's mother, the Empress. She must have spent a lot of effort to invite them. Chapter 2065. Then, the competition continued. However, there was a change in the format. The one in first place was no longer the eighth prince, but the first prince. The eighth prince and the third prince were tied for second place. On the eighth prince's side, Duan Qingqing also went up. She defeated Gao Jichao, the ninth prince's expert, but lost to First Blade. Therefore, the third prince and the eighth prince were temporarily tied for second place. The eighth prince's side was ranked third. Ha 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 ha, it's my turn again. On the first prince's side, the Herculean king smiled again. He came to the battlefield like a king of beasts. Seeing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Everyone had seen how terrifying the Herculean king was. Even the silver dragon spear king, Lu Fei, could not break his defense with his violent combat power. One could imagine how powerful the Herculean king was. There were not many people present who dared to say that they could defeat the Herculean king. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw the Herculean king, they were afraid that they would be his opponent. Let's see who it is this time. The Herculean king crossed his arms and stood on the battlefield with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he stood up. What? It's him. When the crowd saw that it was Lin Xian who had stood up, they were all stunned before they exclaimed in surprise. They had seen how powerful Lin Xian was. Now, he was basically the number one swordsman among the younger generation in the Tai dynasty. In addition, he had defeated the genius of the Dian Holy Land. Lin Xian's combat power was terrifying. Now, Lin Xian was going to fight the Herculean king. One was outstanding in the construction of techniques, the other was unparalleled in defense. Who would win in this battle? Boy, it's you. The Herculean king was stunned when he saw that his opponent was Lin Xian. But then, he grinned. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful, he was not afraid. Because his defense was unparalleled. Judging from the battles displayed by these people, other than the Golden Lion King who was in the same team as him, no one else could pose a threat to him. Even top geniuses like Lin Xian and First Blade were unable to break through his defense. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lin Xian. Instead, he was very excited. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well and frowned slightly. His opponent's defense was indeed strong, but he had already thought of two ways to deal with him. Therefore, he was not afraid. In the next moment, he took a step forward and arrived at the battlefield below. Brat, show me what you've got. I won't dodge. The Herculean king was very domineering. Is that so? Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, he formed a seal with both hands and shouted coldly. 5 thunderclaps. Suddenly, in the sky above, the clouds rolled and turned into black thunderclouds, colliding with each other. Suddenly, the 5-colored heavenly lightning descended from the sky and turned into 5-colored dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they struck down. Boom! Boom! An extremely violent aura erupted, and countless black holes appeared in the void. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. What? It's actually a lightning tribulation. It's not a lightning tribulation, but a divine ability. Damn it! The lightning power that this brat said he had mastered is also terrifying. Damn it! Even an almighty might not be able to withstand such a lightning attack. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange looks. They were all guessing what method Lin Xian would use to deal with the Herculean king. However, they did not expect that he would summon a thundercloud and strike down a terrifying energy that was similar to a lightning tribulation. Thunder fell in front of them, and a sea of lightning spread out. The terrifying energy impact made their hearts tremble. When the thundercloud disappeared, the Herculean king's figure also appeared. Damn brat, you're courting death. The Herculean king gritted his teeth. Although the thundercloud did not cause fatal damage to him, however, his body was also charred black by the lightning strikes, especially his hair, which was standing on end, and he looked very miserable. Seeing this scene, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched, and their faces were strange. The Herculean king's face was gloomy. Lin Xian laughed coldly. What? You were the one who allowed me to attack. Could it be that you can't withstand such an attack? Hearing this, the Herculean king was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He did say that he should let the other party go all out. He would not dodge at all. However, he did not expect the other party to be so cunning. Although the lightning did not hurt him, the negative impact was too great. His miserable appearance at this moment made the surrounding people laugh. Humph! Savage art! The Herculean king was furious. He decided to quickly finish off the detestable brat in front of him. Therefore, at the next moment, he used the ancient divine ability, Savage Art. An unusually violent energy surged in his body. Then, he waved his fist. The void trembled, and the fist seemed to have turned into a wild beast that blasted forward. That terrifying aura pressured everyone until they couldn't breathe. Then I'll play with you. Lin Xian roared, and a terrifying aura emerged from his body. He was like a demon king, and no one could look at him directly. A destructive aura surged into his fist. Then, he turned into a black dragon shadow and rushed out quickly. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. With a punch, it could destroy the world. Suddenly, countless thunderous sounds echoed in the sky, and the surrounding wind blew and thunder flashed. The two of them exchanged blows, and they were evenly matched. The terrifying power caused the void to explode completely. What? Is this brat crazy? He dares to compete with the Herculean king in fist techniques? Does he want to die? Idiot! This brat's brain is flooded with water. He gave up his advantage in sword techniques and competed with the Herculean king in fist techniques. This time, he used his weakness to fight the Herculean king's strength. Yes, other than unparalleled defense, the Herculean king's fist techniques were even more terrifying. Perhaps only the Golden Lion King and Fist Tyrant could compete with the Herculean king in fist techniques. The others could not compete at all. That was right. Currently, only the Golden Lion King, the Herculean king, and Fist Tyrant could display shocking power in fist techniques. Other than them, it was impossible for the others to defeat the three of them with fist techniques. But now, Lin Xian, who was known as the #1 swordsman, gave up on sword techniques and competed with the Herculean king in fist techniques. That was really surprising. What an idiot. The first prince sneered. The 8th prince frowned. They were worried that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to break through the Herculean king's defense. But now, Lin Xian did not use sword techniques at all, and he used his fist to fight with the Herculean king. Wasn't that hitting a rock with an egg? However, after the violent energy in front of them dissipated, everyone was stunned. This was because they discovered that the two of them were actually evenly matched in strength. But how was that possible? Chapter 2066. That was the Herculean king, who was known for his strength. It could be said that his punch could shatter mountains and rivers. However, Lin Xian actually blocked it. What kind of fist technique did he use? Everyone was dumbfounded. The 8th prince was stunned. while the first prince's face was gloomy. The Herculean king frowned. To be honest, when he saw Lin Xian competing with him in fist techniques, he felt disdain. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but Lin Xian was powerful in sword techniques. He was confident in his fist techniques. Therefore, in his opinion, his fist could even shatter Lin Xian's arm. However, when he came into contact with Lin Xian, he realized that he was wrong. And it was a big mistake. Lin Xian's fist carried an extremely violent aura. It was like a raging dragon, tearing apart heaven and earth. Even if he was powerful and used the savage art, he could only fight to a draw with Lin Xian. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is that? The Herculean king's face was gloomy. He did not know that Lin Xian was using the Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Moreover, it was the Black Dragon Fist of Destruction that had reached the greater success stage. When the fist technique was used, the aura of destruction filled the sky. Just like that, Lin Xian blocked the Herculean king's fist technique. Damn it, I don't believe it. Savage art, birth of the savage dragon. The Herculean king roared. The aura on his body suddenly surged, emitting a savage aura. It was as if the ancient god of war had awakened. His fist technique was wide open and intertwined with each other. It was as if a savage dragon had been born. Humph! Raging dragon, four heavens. Lin Xian also used the killing move of the Black Dragon Fist. Suddenly, the violent aura that filled the sky turned into two black dragon claws. They intertwined with each other and tore apart heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! This collision caused an intense explosion of energy. The Herculean king was not afraid. He had the sky wolf physique and was not afraid of such a storm. As for Lin Xian, he raised his hand and blew out the ice shield. The huge ice goddess protected him firmly. It blew away all the violent energy in the surroundings. He withstood it. He actually withstood it again. Heavens, how did he do it? Everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would use his super high-level sword art to fight the Herculean king to a standstill. As for whether or not they could break through the defense, that would depend on luck. But now, Lin Xian did not use a sword art at all. He directly used a fist art to fight with the Force King until the sky fell and the earth split. Furthermore, Lin Xian's powerful defense made everyone's scalp go numb. Lin Xian used the world-destroying Black Dragon Fist to fight with the Herculean King, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Everyone was extremely shocked. The Herculean King gritted his teeth. He did not expect his opponent to be able to fight him in close combat. It really shocked him. The next moment, he roared. The barbaric power within his body increased once again, directly causing the world to explode, shattering all of Lin Xian's fist techniques. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed when he felt the other party's powerful fist technique. He executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly pulled away. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Force King was still stronger. If Lin Xian was suppressing the Force King in this situation, they would go crazy. One should know that the Force King was known as an unparalleled existence in close combat. Seeing that Lin Xian had been forced back, the Force King snorted coldly. Kid, draw your sword. You are not my match in close combat. If you continue fighting, you will not have any chance of winning. All right, as you wish. Lin Xian nodded. He had already tested that the Force King was indeed strong in close combat. His current world-destroying Black Dragon Fist could not win against the Force King. Therefore, he prepared a sword. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and a black demonic sword appeared from the void, emitting a cold, murderous aura. Then, Lin Xian's aura changed. It changed from violent to sharp sword chi, shooting straight into the sky. The terrifying aura directly pierced through the surrounding void. The great dragon sword soul in his body also started to circulate crazily. Buzz! In an instant, the weapons of the Sky Prides in the distance started to tremble rapidly, as if they were about to leave their bodies. How could this be? What a terrifying sword intent! Was this the power of the number 1 swordsman? Many people held their weapons tightly to prevent them from flying out. Jian Shursen also frowned because he realized that the sword at his waist had also started to tremble slightly. Buzz! In the next moment, he stretched out a strong hand and slowly placed it on the hilt of his sword. Instantly, his long sword quieted down again. However, his expression was extremely solemn. Among those who had weapons, the only one who was not affected was First Blade. The treasured saber in his hand was unusually quiet and emitted a cold light. However, he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. That was because the moment Lin Xian drew his sword, he had also circulated his inner force to suppress the treasured saber in his hand. Otherwise, his treasured saber would also be affected. This guy was indeed not simple. First Blade's gaze was piercingly cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a powerful enemy who was a great threat to him. Moreover, he had a premonition that there would be a battle between the two of them. Let me see just how strong you can be, all right? First Blade took a deep breath and looked at the battlefield in front of him. Through the battle with the Herculean King, he could clearly analyze how powerful Lin Xian's combat strength was. Even the Herculean King's expression changed when he sensed the strong sword intent emitted from Lin Xian's body. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. That was because he realized that his opponent's sword chi was really powerful. That aura made his entire body feel cold. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. Blue lines quickly condensed on his body and formed the celestial wolf physique. Were the two of them going all out? Everyone held their breaths when they saw that scene. At that moment, Lin Xian clenched his right hand and extended his left hand. He even extended 3 fingers. I can defeat you in 3 moves. What? Hearing that, everyone went crazy as if they could not believe their ears. What is he saying? He wants to defeat the Herculean King in 3 moves? Is he kidding me? Yes, although he's the #1 swordsman with unparalleled combat strength, the Herculean King is not simple either. The celestial wolf physique was incomparably powerful. Until now, no one had been able to break through his defense. How can such a person be defeated in 3 moves? He probably won't be defeated in 300 moves. I dare say that this kid must be bragging. Just you wait, he'll be slapped in the face soon. Discussions broke out one after another. The 8th prince's side was also stunned. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others beside him twitched their mouths slightly. To be honest, they could not understand Lin Xian anymore. The 8th prince could not understand either, so he could only smile bitterly and wait quietly for the result. On the other hand, the 1st prince sneered disdainfully. This kid is really an idiot. He doesn't know how terrifying the Herculean King is. The Herculean King also sneered. I have to say, you're really arrogant. You want to defeat me in 3 moves? Chapter 2067. To be honest, he was very unhappy. He was known for his unparalleled defense, but his opponent wanted to break through his defense in 3 moves? Injure him? Was that a joke? Lin Xian revealed a confident smile and said coldly, "You'll know soon enough whether I'm being arrogant or not." In the next moment, the sword intent on his body erupted again. It was as if countless swords of the gods were soaring into the sky. That terrifying sword Dao aura made everyone tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian's aura continued to rise as if he was a sword god. At this moment, even the Golden Lion King was frowning. He could feel the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Xian's body. Even he felt a sense of threat. The first sword. As his voice fell, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. He turned into a flash of light and quickly rushed over with the demonic sword in his hand. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, displaying extreme speed, caused Lin Xian's sword light to be extremely fast. So fast. Sure enough, when everyone saw this scene, their pupils shrank and they all exclaimed. Many people even stood up with their hands trembling. That was because they could not see Lin Xian's trajectory at all. Clang. The Herculean King's pupils also shrank and his face became extremely shocked. In the next moment, he took a defensive stance. Just as he finished this action, he felt a huge force fiercely hit his body. Clang. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and countless cracks appeared in the void. A huge force crashed into his body and sent him flying. Bang! Bang! The Herculean King blocked with both hands, but he kept retreating. Wherever he passed, the ground was mercilessly cracked. It was as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian returned to his original position again, and the sharp aura on his body quickly surrounded him. The geniuses and princes in the distance all went crazy. Even the imperial family elders in the sky were shocked. To be honest, the speed that Lin Xian displayed was too shocking. At that moment, their minds went blank. In the next moment, they came back to their senses and hurriedly looked over. They wanted to see if the Herculean king was injured. Soon, they breathed a sigh of relief. This was because they discovered that the Herculean king had been knocked back more than 1,000 meters, leaving countless deep pits in the ground. However, there were no injuries on his body. Was this the Sky Wolf physique? This is too perverted. Such a powerful sword light had split the sky apart, yet it was unable to harm the Force King at all? This Herculean king was simply the nightmare of all attack-type martial artists. That Lin Xian definitely had the qualifications to be the #1 swordsman, but he just had to meet the Herculean king, who had such an abnormal defense. He reckoned that this time, he would lose. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. His opponent was not injured and was only pushed back. This was indeed beyond his expectations. It seemed that the defense of this Sky Wolf physique was really strong. However, he wasn't particularly worried because he hadn't used his full strength in that attack. He'd only used 70% of his strength. On the opposite side, the Herculean king put down his arm that was blocking in front of him. Then, his expression turned extremely cold. He took a step forward and leapt high into the air like a giant mountain. Afterwards, he arrived near Lin Xian. Bang! When he landed, the ground trembled rapidly. 3 enormous fissures spread out under his feet, forming 3 enormous origin canyons. I've said it before, your attack has no effect on me at all. The way he saw it, the attack from before should have been the other party's full-strength attack. But even so, it did not break his defense. This made the Force King heave a sigh of relief. Is that so? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Following that, he gripped his sword with both hands and raised it high. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura emerged from his body. A swift and fierce sword light surged out from his body, rushing straight to the clouds. Following that, it opened up the clouds that filled the sky. His sword Dao aura strengthened again. This time, Sword 13 cried out in surprise too. He was originally a person who could keep his composure, but now, he seriously could not keep his composure anymore. He was a sword Dao expert. He could clearly perceive that the aura brought about by Lin Xian's sword was even more powerful than before. Could it be that he did not use his full strength in that attack from before? Was this his true strength now? Sword 13's palm was trembling slightly. On the other side, First Blade was also incomparably solemn. His body also emitted a terrifying saber intent. To be honest, this power was beyond his imagination. The Force King's expression also changed. He did not expect that the other party's combat strength and sword intent could actually increase again. It really surprised him. These auras were already threatening his safety. So in the next moment, he roared angrily and displayed the Sky Wolf physique. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. He would not let the other party slash out this sword. Bang! However, just as he was about to move, Lin Xian also took a step forward. Following that, the demonic sword slashed down. A sword chi that was almost 10,000 feet long fell mercilessly from the sky. This attack, Lin Xian used 90% of his strength. Savage technique, roar of 10,000 beasts. When the Force King saw the huge sword chi descending from the sky, his pupils constricted. In the next moment, he waved his fists, unleashing countless terrifying fist shadows that rushed into the clouds to resist this sword. Bang, bang, bang. These fist shadows transformed into terrifying beasts. There were cheetahs, lions, tigers, and flying dragons. All kinds of ancient beasts appeared in the sky. They roared at the sky, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. They quickly rushed into the clouds to resist the terrifying sword chi. Poof! However, this sword was truly too terrifying. When the sword slashed down, countless beasts were completely destroyed. Not only that, the entire void was cut in half. Countless spatial cracks spread on the sword edge. Then, This sword completely drowned the Force King. Bang! The sky collapsed, the earth sank, and countless sword chi waves rushed in all directions. Everyone was shocked, and their minds went blank. They really did not dare to imagine who could block this sword. At this moment, even the first prince was worried. On the other hand, the eighth prince smiled. He really did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. When the boundless energy waves disappeared, the Force King's figure appeared. He stood there like a huge mountain, causing people's hearts to tremble. However, there was a terrifying sword mark on his arm. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the ground. The Force King's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and anger. He was injured. The Force King was injured. When everyone saw this scene, they cried out in shock. As the Force King's defense was unparalleled, no one had been able to break through his defense since the beginning of the battle. But now, he was injured. Lin Xian's powerful sword had broken through his defense. Was this the power of the number one swordsman? It was too terrifying. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They realized that they could not resist this sword at all. Chapter 2068. So powerful. I'm no match for him. Jian Shisan shook his head and sighed. Previously, he thought that he could fight with Lin Xian because he was confident in his swordsmanship. However, when he saw the sword, his heart was shaken. He could not block the sword at all. Therefore, even if he encountered Lin Xian, he would lose. It was impossible for him to win. On the other side, Jian Shisan's eyes flickered and his expression was solemn. This sword strike also posed an incomparably huge threat to him. However, he was confident that he could block it. However, what shocked him even more was that the power of the sword was similar to his full-strength attack. Therefore, if he really encountered Lin Xian, it was hard to say who would win. Beside the first prince, the Golden Lion King narrowed his eyes and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Interesting, very interesting indeed. When the surrounding warriors heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Fuck, what a terrifying sword aura. Everyone went crazy and you said it was interesting? Do you have to be so perverted? In front of them, on the battlefield, the Herculean king was trembling with anger. He was injured. He was actually injured. This was something that he had never experienced in many years. However, he was injured by his opponent's sword. Kid, you dare to injure me? The Herculean king gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xian like a monster. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves. Humph. Don't be so smug. Although you managed to injure me with this sword, you can't easily release such sword aura. Although I'm injured, it's not a fatal injury. The strength of my Sky Wolf body is not something you can imagine. Having said that, the Herculean king roared and boundless energy gathered towards him. Then, the blue lines on his body spread out and formed mysterious runes to stop the wound. Although the wound could not be healed immediately, the blood stopped flowing. You've successfully angered me. Next, I'll let you know my true strength. The Herculean king was really angry. His voice was filled with anger, as if he was an angry demon. Lin Xian, on the other hand, extended a finger. One move, just one more move, and you will be defeated. What? When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were abnormally excited. They quickly discussed among themselves. This Lin Xian was too strong. If the next attack landed on the Herculean king's vitals, the Herculean king would be seriously injured. Not necessarily. I am optimistic about the Herculean king. After all, that terrifying sword chi had only managed to break through the Herculean king's defense. But it was only an injury to his arm. This was not a fatal threat to the Herculean king. In other words, the Herculean king wasn't seriously injured at all. It was likely that Lin Xian was in trouble. I think so too. That sword strike just now was probably the ultimate move of that Lin brat. As for the Herculean king's ultimate move, he probably had not used it yet. Comparing the two, the Herculean king was still superior. Sounds of discussion could be heard as the crowd discussed fervently. However, all of their gazes were firmly fixed on the scene before them. Skywolf combat body. In front of them, the Herculean king roared angrily. Immediately, the blue runes on his body flickered rapidly and covered his entire body. Not only that, two blue wolf heads formed on both sides of his shoulders. They were abnormally ferocious and emitted a terrifying aura. On his hands, two huge blue wolf claws formed. They looked like real monsters and emitted a cold light. On his back, there were three blue tails that were rapidly curling. Every time they curled, they brought about a powerful energy wave. At this moment, the Herculean king seemed to have turned into a half-monster. He was abnormally ferocious. In the sky, when the imperial elders saw this scene, they gasped. Could this be the combat form of the sky wolf combat body? The surrounding people were also shocked. They realized that in addition to the Herculean king's defense, his terrifying attack power had increased again. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the sky wolf combat body could change its form. Its power had indeed increased by a lot. The sword chi just now probably wouldn't be able to hurt the Herculean king. He had to summon the great dragon sword soul to defeat the Herculean king. However, the great dragon sword soul was his trump card. He wouldn't easily expose it in front of everyone. Therefore, he was prepared to use his second attack, which was the soul attack. In the next moment, he stomped his feet again and rushed over. Sky Wolf combat body, Sky Wolf's wrath. The Herculean king also roared and rushed over. His feet cracked the ground, and his body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His fists transformed into two heavenly wolf phantoms as they quickly attacked, intending to crush Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone in the distance held their breaths and watched carefully. In an instant, Lin Xian and the Herculean king arrived at the center of the field. Their moves were about to collide. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The demon sword in his hand didn't slash down. Instead, a golden light appeared in his eyes. An extremely powerful soul power surged out. Then, golden runes flickered in his eyes. Buzz. A powerful illusion was cast. On the opposite side, the Herculean king's body trembled and his eyes turned blank. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Xian to use a soul attack. Therefore, in an instant, he was hit by the terrifying illusion. Boom. In the next moment, he was sent flying and another bloody mark appeared on his body. What? The Herculean king was defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They were all dumbfounded. They really didn't expect the Herculean king to be defeated. The Herculean king had already displayed the Sky Wolf battle body, which was even more terrifying than his previous defense. However, even so, he was still defeated. How did the other party do it? Also, why did the Herculean king give up at the last moment? Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what had happened. The first blade frowned, not understanding the situation. On the other side, the Golden Lion King's eyes flickered and he was also thinking. On the other hand, the Crown Prince suddenly stood up and clenched his fists with a gloomy face. The Herculean king was defeated. How was this possible? How could the Herculean king be defeated? After being sent flying, the Herculean king came back to his senses. He roared crazily, unable to accept the fact in front of him. He wanted to counterattack, but he felt dizzy and his face was extremely pale. Although there was another sword mark on his body, it wasn't fatal. What was fatal was that his soul attack had taken a hit. To be honest, he was too shocked. He didn't expect the other party's third move to be a soul attack. Although his physical defense was unparalleled, his soul power defense was inferior to his physical defense. Moreover, he wasn't prepared at all. Chapter 2069. How about it? Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked at the King's Strength King and sneered. The King's Strength King snorted. His soul was injured and his strength was greatly reduced. If he continued to fight, he would only lose. He might even be humiliated by his opponent. Therefore, he would not continue to fight. However, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be complacent. You only used a despicable method this time. The next time I meet you, I will not lose. I will let you know the power of the Sky Wolf battle body." As he spoke, he took out a few healing pills and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, runes appeared on his body and covered his wounds. However, the soul power injury could not be healed in a short period of time. He could only recuperate slowly. When the King Strength King returned to the viewing platform, everyone looked at him. The Crown Prince asked in a deep voice, "What happened? How did you lose?" He still could not accept the fact. The King Strength King said in a deep voice, "It was soul power. He used a soul attack that I did not expect and did not defend against. However, next time, I will let him know how powerful I am." What? Soul power? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Each and every one of them was extremely shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian's last move was soul power. It was indeed out of their expectations. One must know that like the King Strength King, they had been paying attention to each other's swordsmanship. They were all guessing what kind of powerful swordsmanship Lin Xian would use to break the King Strength King's defense. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian did not use any swordsmanship at all. Instead, he used a soul attack. This was indeed unexpected. Not to mention the King Strength King. All the other crown princes did not expect this. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Other than his outstanding swordsmanship, he also had such a powerful soul power attack. Who was this kid? How could he be so powerful? Humph, he was just taking advantage of the situation. If they really fought, the King Strength King would not lose. In short, there were those who supported Lin Xian and those who supported the King Strength King. However, no matter who they supported, the fighting strength of these two people shocked them. Especially Lin Xian. Everyone's heart trembled. Because if they faced Lin Xian in the future, they would not only have to guard against his sharp swordsmanship, but they also had to guard against his strange soul power. It could be said that the difficulty had greatly increased. Next, the competition. Due to Lin Xian's victory this time, the 8th prince now had another trump jade talisman, tied with the 3rd prince. After that, the injured people were all recuperating and did not attack again. Besides that, Jian Shisan, Duan Qingqing, Gao Jichao, Su Yu, and the others all displayed formidable strength and obtained victory after victory. And soon, that was because they discovered that it was another fierce battle between dragons and tigers. This time, the two parties involved were also two peerless geniuses. This person was also a soul power expert. Everyone was very careful when it came to soul power attacks because they weren't easy to defend against. And they would be seriously injured if they did not handle it well. Therefore, they were especially careful when facing this kind of soul power expert. Especially Lin Xian. He obviously had the means to attack, but he did not use it. He suddenly attacked when no one knew. His lethality was even more terrifying. The Herculean King was a good example. However, Gao Jichao was also a soul power expert. Everyone knew that. Therefore, they could defend in advance when facing such an expert. Sure enough, Sword 3 took out a blue necklace and hung it on his neck. It emitted a layer of blue light, enveloping him. This was a soul defense type artifact. It was used to deal with soul power experts. After wearing the blue necklace, Sword 3 let out a sigh of relief. Although he was a swordsman with superb swordsmanship, he had to be careful when facing soul power. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent emerged from his body. He cultivated a killing sword technique. It was very cold and ruthless. Therefore, the killing intent on his body was incomparably terrifying. Perhaps there were not many people present who could be compared to this killing intent. On the opposite side, Gao Jichao's body also emitted an extremely strange aura that made people's hair stand on end. Everyone knew that it was soul power. This kind of soul power was formless and intangible. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. Everyone felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. One had to admit that Gao Jichao was absolutely terrifying. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that the other party's soul power was indeed powerful. It far surpassed these geniuses. Following the sound of a war drum, Gao Jichao pointed out a finger. Suddenly, a green light accompanied by soul power flew out quickly. This was the combination of a physical attack and a soul attack. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. Sword 3 also snorted coldly. He had already activated his soul power defense. Therefore, he was not afraid. The killing sword technique in his hand flashed again. A sword light flew out. It was very simple and did not have any brilliance. However, the power easily cut open the void. Bang! The sword easily split apart the ice-cold light. But in the next moment, Sword 3's expression changed, because the blue light screen on his body fluctuated violently. Obviously, he had suffered a soul attack. However, his blue necklace was also a top-grade defensive artifact. Therefore, it blocked the soul attack. However, his back was covered in cold sweat. Strange, it was indeed too strange. The other party's soul power was almost impossible to guard against. If he did not have this kind of soul defense necklace, he would have been injured. But soon, he snorted coldly. Soul power? I have it too. In the next moment, the sword intent on his body suddenly erupted. It turned into a shocking wave of air that swept out in all directions. The sword intent of a swordsman was similar to soul power. It could even completely resist soul power. As a terrifying swordsman, Sword 3 and his sword intent burst out, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Sword intent? Well, let's see if your sword intent or my soul power is stronger. On the opposite side, Gao Jichao raised a smile. In the next moment, the soul power on his body rose. Boom! 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 In the void, an invisible energy quickly rushed over. At the same time, a purple light appeared in Gao Jichao's eyes. Not good, it's an illusion attack. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. This kind of illusion attack was very terrifying. If one got lost in it, as long as there was a gap of 1 or 2 seconds, they would probably be injured. Sword 3 naturally knew the danger, so he roared. The long sword in his hand quickly slashed out, destroying everything. The sword stabbed out, turning into 3,000 sword lights, moving forward. Chapter 2070. The sword pierced out, turning into 3,000 sword lights that swept across the front. Like a waterfall, they gushed over. The void shattered, blocking all the illusions outside. Boom, boom, boom. The void ahead rumbled. Jin Shursan's sword chi was too piercingly cold, carrying a monstrous killing intent. Even if Gao Jichao's soul was powerful, he could not kill it at all. The piercingly cold killing intent, mixed with sword intent, actually successfully resisted the opponent's soul power. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. In the distance, everyone exclaimed. As for Gao Jichao, the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Mirage Demon. Then, his fingers kept forming seals. The purple light in his eyes flickered rapidly, forming one mysterious rune after another, flickering indeterminately. Soon, the entire sky formed a huge vortex. A cold and gloomy aura emanated from the vortex. Then, a few ferocious demons crawled out of the vortex. That huge body covered the entire void. Demon. This was an extraterrestrial demon. When everyone saw this scene, they were terrified. Even the imperial family elder's eyelids twitched wildly. He did not expect that Gao Jichao would actually use such a terrifying method. Demon. This was an illusory existence. It was very strange and could affect the state of mind of a martial artist. It could cause flaws to appear in the martial artist's heart of martial arts. Once this flaw was attacked by the demon, the consequences would be very tragic. If it was light, one's cultivation would drop. If it was heavy, one would directly go crazy. It was possible that one's cultivation would be crippled. However, the demon was very mysterious and usually could not be seen at all. Moreover, very few people were able to use them. But they did not expect that Gao Jichao would actually use it now. Fuck, is this guy crazy? He actually summoned such a thing. Damn it, he hit it too well. In the distance, those martial artists looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This thing was a threat to any of them. Demon? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He felt that the ferocious ghost heads above him were a threat to him. However, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and directly cut off the terrifying danger. Extinguished. The great dragon sword soul's strongest attack could destroy everything. Of course, sky fiends could also be killed. However, Lin Xian didn't make a move. He just destroyed the uncomfortable aura around him. Because this heavenly demon was not mainly targeting him, but was targeting Sword 13. Sure enough, Sword 13 was the first to bear the brunt and suffered tremendous pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that this kind of heavenly demon had a huge impact on him. However, in the next moment, he let out a furious roar and his eyes turned scarlet. A mere sky fiend wants to affect my mind and soul? What a joke. I was born from slaughter, tempering my firm sword intent and immortal killing intent. Nothing can affect me. At this point, the killing intent on his body became even stronger. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of blood and bones. A terrifying murderous aura pierced through the clouds and transformed into 9 blood-colored flood dragons. Now, have a taste of my ultimate move. A feast of slaughter. Accompanied by this cold and emotionless voice, the blood-red color of the void overflowed and dyed the entire sky red. Red hurricanes tore through the void. Not only that, a terrifying murderous aura filled every inch of the space. Even the prodigy prince in the distance was trembling slightly. Damn it, how many people had this guy killed? How could his murderous aura be so strong? God of slaughter, this guy was definitely a god of slaughter. These people turned pale and swallowed their saliva wildly. Because this murderous aura was really too terrifying. Even their souls were being threatened. It seemed that it was not weaker than the sky fiend above them at all. At this moment, even First Blade also frowned tightly. The other party's killing intent was too strong, even stronger than his. Of course, what he mainly cultivated was not killing intent, but saber intent. Hence, with a cold snort, a sharp saber intent emerged and revolved around him, blocking the killing intent that filled the sky. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also revealed a cold smile. His body released a golden light, completely enveloping the platform. Lin Xian also nodded slightly. He had seen the Blood Sword King's inheritance before. It was also a kind of king that focused on slaughter. However, the Blood Sword King's murderous aura paled in comparison to Sword 13 in front of him. This Sword 13's killing intent was really too strong, making him somewhat shocked. Of course, this killing intent was still unable to threaten him. And in front, Gao Jichao frowned, his expression becoming incomparably solemn. Because at this moment, the killing intent that filled the sky turned into corporeal blood swords and attacked him. Not only that, 9 flood dragons connected heaven and earth. Each one seemed to be real, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, emitting a terrifying aura. They collided with the sky fiend that appeared in the sky. A series of violent rumbles sounded, and countless large cracks appeared in the void. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. In the end, those sky fiends that appeared in the sky were swallowed by the 9 blood-colored flood dragons. The entire sky was completely shattered. The enormous whirlpool had also completely disappeared. What? My sky fiend mirage was broken? Gao Jichao frowned tightly, not daring to believe it. His Skyfiend mirage was very terrifying. Even a powerhouse could not break it at all. The other party actually broke it. Have to say, it really shocked him. However, on the opposite side, Sword 13's ordinary face carried a trace of malevolence. His eyes were red like a demon, and there were blood-colored flood dragons spiraling under his feet. The killing feast had just begun. Now, have a good taste of killing. Buzz. Saying so, he slashed out with his sword. Immediately, a blood-colored sword light slashed down from the sky. There were 9 blood-colored flood dragons in the surroundings, baring their teeth and roaring, charging towards Gao Jichao quickly. Whoosh! This murderous aura was too terrifying. Even Gao Jichao did not dare to resist it head-on. In the next moment, he tore the void, and his body disappeared, dodging quickly. Finally, he appeared on the other side, and the place where he was originally at was directly smashed to pieces. Want to escape? You can't escape. Now, the entire world is my killing space. The corners of Sword 13's mouth curled into a sneer. The current him was like a real killing god. Moreover, he had long unleashed his king domain, enveloping the space. The other party absolutely could not escape. Damn it, Lunatic. Gao Jichao gritted his teeth. Originally, he thought that Sword 13 was just a little cold. He did not expect that at this moment, the other party was a lunatic. Those blood-red eyes and monstrous murderous aura made him feel abnormally uncomfortable. He did not expect that he actually released a demon with his own hands. In the distance, everyone was also shocked. They had never seen Sword 13 in such a form. How would they know that this was Sword 13's true appearance? Chapter 2071. Previously, he did not use his full strength at all. Now that the Slaughter Sword Dao was unleashed, it was incomparably terrifying. His entire person also transformed into a killing god. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Even if Gao Jichao was a soul force expert and had a variety of ultimate techniques in his hands, in front of such a terrifying slaughter, it was completely useless. In the end, he was besieged by 18 blood-colored flood dragons and was directly blasted flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Gao Jichao was defeated. The soul expert that made people extremely terrified was actually defeated. This made everyone find it hard to believe. When they saw Sword 13's crazy appearance, their scalps also went numb. Now, they also included Sword 13 in the list of people who could not be provoked. After all, when that slaughter feast was unleashed, it was seriously too shocking. The competition continued. Next, Gao Jichao and Duan Qingqing on the 8th Prince's side fought. In the end, Duan Qingqing was defeated. Because not everyone could be like Sword 13, unleashing an incomparably terrifying slaughter feast. Although Duan Qingqing was also powerful, she was still unable to block this soul attack. On the other side, Sword 13 also became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Once the slaughter feast was unleashed, no one could match it. In fact, even Fist Tyrant was defeated by him. This scene shocked everyone, because Fist Tyrant was an extremely powerful existence. But they did not expect that he was actually defeated. In fact, they did not expect that a dark horse like Sword 13 would forcibly appear. Up until now, everyone could be said to have a very deep impression of his slaughter feast. That terrifying killing intent even made people not dare to fight back at all. Humph! I'll kill you. Finally, First Blade could not hold back anymore. He stood up and looked at Sword 13. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out crazily, their faces full of shock. They did not expect that First Blade was finally going to make his move. First Blade was an existence even more terrifying than Fist Tyrant. Moreover, up until now, he had not been defeated. More importantly, the people who had fought with him were all defeated by one blade. This terrifying method made people's hair stand on end. Now, First Blade was about to face the Dark Horse Sword 13. Who would be stronger? This was what everyone was looking forward to, because what Sword 13 displayed before was really too powerful. There were even many people who thought that he might surpass Lin Xian and become the #1 swordsman. Therefore, facing First Blade now, everyone was extremely shocked. Humph, are you finally going to make a move? Although Sword 13's appearance was ordinary, at this moment, he carried a supreme killing intent. Even in the face of the first strike, he did not have the slightest fear. You're not bad. You're worth my time. However, you have no chance of winning at all. The First Blade was even more domineering. Is that so? I've long wanted to experience your 7 extinction saber art. You'll see. First Blade said coldly. His aura gradually solidified, as if a peerless divine blade was slowly being unsheathed. On the other side, countless blood-red lights also appeared behind Sword 13, spreading out in all directions. It was about to begin. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all agitated. Their eyes were fixed on the two of them. He didn't want to let go of any details. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. He wanted to see just how powerful the first slash was. Boom! A sharp saber light rose from the first saber. It seemed to have turned into a sharp saber and slashed toward the void. Not only that, but his body was also filled with countless saber lights. First Blade's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a god of war. Countless people looked up to him. Boom! On the other side, beside Sword 13, the feast of slaughter quickly unfolded. The sky was filled with blood-red lights, forming blood-red dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, spreading out in all directions. It formed an extremely terrifying scene. The aura of the two collided, constantly clashing in the air. Every time, it shattered the void. Boom! At this moment, the first blade let out a cold shout. The blue saber light on his body erupted once again, shooting straight into the sky. It turned into a huge saber light, shattering all the 9 dragons that rushed over. Around him, a divine saber domain was floating, emitting a terrifying aura. Terrifying. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked. How terrifying Sword 13's slaughter feast was. They had experienced it before. But now, the first blade was so powerful that it instantly sent 9 blood-red dragons flying. It even completely suppressed the feast of slaughter. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. What kind of terrifying realm had the first blade reached? No one dared to imagine. Sword 13 also frowned. He did not expect that his feast of slaughter would be suppressed by the other party. Sure enough, the other party was really strong. Storm of slaughter. But in the next moment, his eyes turned red. With a ferocious expression, he quickly waved the long sword in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon roars sounded one after another. Suddenly, 18 dragons quickly appeared. That monstrous, murderous aura scattered the clouds in all directions. From afar, it was as if a real divine beast had descended into the sky. The 18 dragons quickly attacked the first blade. It was this move that had defeated Gao Jichao. However, the first blade snorted coldly. In the next moment, his powerful hand grasped the blue saber at his waist. 7 blade techniques, first blade. A sonorous sound was heard. Then, the blue saber light suddenly erupted. It was as if the 9 heavens and the Milky Way had descended into the world. It turned into a light that was 100 feet long and fiercely charged forward. Roar, roar, roar. The 18 blood-red dragons roared in the air. Each of them was like a real demonic beast. Their bodies emitted blood-red light, causing the surrounding void to crack. In the next moment, they quickly blasted towards the blue saber light from all directions. Boom! An extremely terrifying energy storm quickly exploded in the void. The terrifying light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. In fact, the entire sky was completely covered by this light. In the sky, there was an intense collision. In just an instant, 3 of the dragons were beheaded. They did not resist at all. However, the remaining 15 flood dragons pounced on the blue saber light in a frenzy. But right after that, another 4 flood dragons were split in half. The red light exploded and dyed the entire sky red. It was as if it was real blood. It carried a monstrous smell of blood. It made people want to vomit. However, being besieged by so many blood-red dragons, the shocking blue saber light dimmed. However, the sharp aura on it was getting stronger and stronger. Buzz. At this moment, the first blade struck again. The second blue saber light was slashed out. It was even more violent and huge. Like a torrent, it instantly covered the entire sky. As the saber slashed down, the remaining dozen blood-red dragons were instantly split in half. In an instant, there was a huge blue torrent rolling in the sky, covering the void below. Chapter 2072. Seeing this scene, Jin Shursan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that his ultimate move would be broken by the other party in 2 slashes. It really shocked him. The surrounding princes and geniuses were even more shocked, especially Gao Jichao, whose face was incomparably pale. It was because of that move that he was defeated previously. Unexpectedly, the first slash was so powerful that it broke his opponent's ultimate move in 2 slashes. Boom! The third slash of the 7 ultimate saber techniques. At this moment, the aura of the first slash erupted again. He was incomparably violent, and the huge saber light illuminated the world. With a slash, it carried thousands of rays of light and turned into a terrifying saber light that slashed down from the sky. The light was so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. In the sky, the void was instantly broken, and the mountains and rivers below were even more sunken. Under this slash, nothing could exist. Slaughter feast, Azura. Jin Shursan also roared, and suddenly the red light on his body shone even brighter. It was bright red like blood. It made the entire sky tremble. Rays of sword chi flew out from his long sword and quickly condensed in front of him, forming a huge, blood-red giant. It was indomitable like a huge mountain giant. It held a shield in its left hand and a blood-red divine spear in its right hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Azura, the blood-red giant roared, and then the divine spear in its hand quickly stabbed out. Boom! As the spear stabbed out, blood was burning, and the red light that filled the sky directly pierced through the void. The surrounding mountains collapsed. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Jin Shursan to have such a terrifying killing move in addition to the 18 blood-red dragons. The blood-red giant was abnormally ferocious, as if it was really an Azura that crawled out of hell. Boom! The blood-red long spear collided with the third saber light, and an earth-shattering collision occurred. Crack! Boom! The red divine spear in the Azura's hand instantly shattered and scattered into the void. However, the three blue saber lights also broke into two halves from the middle, turning into countless fragments. It was a draw. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect this attack to be evenly matched. The first blade also frowned. He did not expect that someone would be able to block his 7 blade techniques. Thinking of this, he coldly snorted, and the sharp light in his eyes exploded once again. Then, the fourth slash ruthlessly slashed out. It was too fast. One slash after another. There was no pause at all. Ordinary kings would need to spend half a day to unleash such a terrifying move. However, in the first blade hand, it was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if it was not a killing move, but an ordinary move. One could only imagine how terrifying the first strike was. Boom! Sure enough, after the first saber strike, on Sword 13's side, Azura had yet to condense a second divine spear. Therefore, he could only defend passively. In his left hand, a huge blood-red shield was raised high. It was like a red mountain standing in the void. On the shield, there were mysterious runes that emitted a bloody aura. At this moment, under Sword 13's urging, it shone even more brilliantly. In the next moment, the fourth saber mark slashed on it. Immediately, the world shook. Mountains and rivers shattered, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. However, this saber strike was too shocking. Therefore, although the blood-red shield was terrifying, it was actually split in half from the middle. Not only that, the Azura's left hand was also cut off. What? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Sword 13's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he roared. The Azura in front of him roared incomparably. On his right hand, a second blood-red spear condensed again and quickly charged out. It was useless. It was over. 7 blade techniques, the fifth slash. The first blade's expression was cold, and his voice was emotionless. Then, the fifth saber light slashed down. Heaven and earth turned into a tornado and fiercely slashed over. The huge Azura was split into two from the middle, turning into 2 pools of blood. It was like a sea of blood flowing on the ground. However, this saber light did not disappear and quickly arrived in front of Sword 13. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Sword 13's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the Azura he summoned would be split in half. This made him unable to believe it. At the critical moment, he raised the red longsword in his hand to block. 3,000 streaks of sword energy slashed out in a row, turning into a light screen in front of him. But it was useless at all. The fifth slash of the 7 blade techniques was incomparably terrifying. It tore through the void and ruthlessly tore all of the sword curtains apart. Then, it slammed onto Sword 13's longsword. Immediately, Sword 13 vomited blood and flew backward, directly defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The first slash was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even such a powerful Azura could be killed. Even the terrifying Sword 13 could be defeated. Looks like practically no one was his match. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know if that Lin Xian could beat the first slash or not. To be honest, the strength that Sword 13 displayed previously was really too powerful. It made them think that he had already surpassed Lin Xian. And now, the first slash actually defeated Sword 13. Then, could he defeat Lin Xian? This was the anticipation in everyone's hearts. After all, Lin Xian currently had the title of the #1 swordsman, and the first slash was even a peerless swordsman. Between the two people, who was stronger and who was weaker? They were looking forward to it. You're very strong. I lost. In the distance, Sword 13 stood up and quickly swallowed a medicinal pill. At the same time, the blood-colored light on his body disappeared. The scarlet in his eyes also gradually faded and then returned to normal. The other party was indeed very strong, surpassing him, because the 7 blade techniques only slashed out 5 times. He knew that the following 2 slashes were even more terrifying. Even if he continued to fight, he probably could not resist. In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian with a trace of anticipation in his eyes, because he also wanted to know, if Lin Xian fought the first slash, what would the situation be? Would he win? In the eyes of others, he surpassed Lin Xian. But Sword 13 himself knew that he was still a little inferior compared to Lin Xian. Because from the last time Lin Xian displayed sword energy, Sword 13 knew that the other party had surpassed him. It was just that he did not know, compared to the first slash, who was stronger. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian and the first slash. And the first slash lived up to everyone's expectations. He did not leave the arena, and directly pointed his long saber at Lin Xian. Then, he said coldly, "Kid, do you dare to fight?" Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. Crazy. The first slash was indeed interesting, challenging Lin Xian as soon as he came up. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also stood up and said loudly, "Why wouldn't I dare? However, you've consumed a lot of energy now, so you should recover your strength first." Chapter 2073. You've consumed a lot of energy, so you should recover your strength first. I won't take advantage of you. All right. First Blade nodded, then roared at the sky. He sucked hard, and the spiritual power in the sky gathered, forming a huge vortex that merged into his body. Not only that, he took out a golden bottle from his storage ring and dripped a drop of golden liquid from it. 10,000-year spiritual liquid. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. He had owned such a thing before, so he naturally knew the power of this effect. It could recover the spiritual power consumed in an instant. As expected, First Blade's aura quickly recovered and reached its peak. Then, he looked at Lin Xian again. I've already recovered to my peak, so you should have no reason to refuse this time. As you wish. Lin Xian took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and arrived at the battlefield in front of him. Very well, kid. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Seeing Lin Xian arrive at the battlefield so decisively, First Blade revealed a cold smile. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my 7 ultimate saber technique. Clang. Lin Xian also pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, then said in a deep voice, "You don't have to use the first 4 slashes. I've seen it, and it has no effect on me. You can use the 5th slash directly." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Jin Shursan had just returned to the spectator stand, and when he heard this, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. The first 4 slashes are useless against him? Using the 5th slash directly? That's too arrogant. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful and had surpassed him, he did not think that Lin Xian could easily take the first 4 slashes. Could it be that Lin Xian still had some sort of trump card? Thinking of this, Jin Shursan's eyes were like torches as he stared straight ahead. Hearing this, First Blade also frowned. He felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant to want to take his 5th slash directly. However, a cold smile appeared on his face soon after. Good kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The next moment, he snorted coldly, and the saber light on his body became extremely sharp again, emitting thousands of rays of light. Then, he raised the saber in his right hand, and a terrifying saber intent quickly surged out. The shocking saber radiance soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky blue. What a powerful aura! Was this the fifth move of the seven blade techniques? Everyone was shocked when they felt the saber intent. The first 4 slashes were already so terrifying. The fifth slash was probably going to shock the heavens and earth. And this Lin Xian actually wanted to directly receive such a powerful attack? Could he withstand it? For a moment, everyone was worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian also focused his gaze. To be honest, this blade was very strong, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he gripped the 9 Serenity's demonic sword, and the sword intent on his body quickly erupted. Black flames danced on his body. It exuded a terrifying heat wave. Then, a black lotus flower formed on the sword. Hell Sword Lotus. Lin Xian waved the demonic sword, and the great dragon sword soul and hell fire on his body surged out at the same time. They intertwined with each other, forming a huge lotus flower. The lotus flower spun continuously above him and condensed into form. Each petal was extremely black, and the shape was like a black demonic sword. 9 black sword chi combined with each other, and the aura was monstrous. It was like an ancient mountain, suppressing the first saber in front of it. The first saber also shouted coldly, and his arm suddenly fell. Suddenly, the fifth move of the 7 blade techniques erupted. Boom! This move caused the heavens and earth to split, and ghosts to wail and wolves to howl. There was lightning and thunder all around, and the terrifying saber light made everyone's hair stand on end. On the other side, Lin Xian also swung his sword. The Hell Sword Lotus above him also spun quickly. 9 black sword chi erupted, forming a black sea of fire and sword light that filled the sky. That aura also made people tremble. This was the ultimate move of the two. Once it was used, it caused a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The sky directly split open, and a heavy rain poured down. There was also lightning and thunder all around. There was a strange sound in the sky, as if ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. The princes who were watching from afar were all stunned. Even the elders of the royal family had solemn expressions. What kind of killer move could cause such a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth? Boom! In the next moment, the ultimate moves of the two collided. Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted, and a large crack appeared in the void. Thousands of spatial cracks spread in all directions. Boom! The impact this time was too terrifying. Even the prodigies on the spectator stands in the distance all made a move to resist. They had no choice. The aftermath of this energy had already affected them. Crack! Crack! At the critical moment, the elders of the royal family activated the defensive formation. Ancient and mysterious formation runes flickered on every spectator stand, blocking the aftermath of this energy. Only then did the prodigies let out a sigh of relief. However, they were still looking forward with pale faces. Boom! It was a mess in front of them, and the entire space fell into an extremely chaotic state. Lin Xian and the first saber's figures were still engulfed. There was only a violent flow of energy in the surroundings, and it swept wildly. Boom! At this moment, a black flame suddenly surged out from somewhere in front of them, tearing apart the violent flow of energy. Then, it gathered and formed a black flame giant. It roared at the sky, shattering that part of the world. Not only that, the flame giant put its palms together and formed a giant flame sword that was almost 1,000 feet long. It burned fiercely and connected the heavens and the earth. Accompanying it was Lin Xian's cold voice. Fire God roar. With a furious roar, the giant flame giant slashed down with the giant flame sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, countless blue saber lights appeared, forming a huge light ball vortex that slashed out a vacuum. Then, the first saber's figure also appeared. He held a blue saber in his hand and looked around disdainfully. Then, he used the 6th move of the 7 saber techniques. It was another intense collision. The cracks in the sky were even more terrifying. Each of them stretched for thousands of miles, and one could not see the end of it. It was pitch black as if the entire world had been torn apart. In the entire sky, tens of thousands of lightning flashed in those cracks. Sword chi and saber lights filled the sky, and there was a terrifying whistling sound. There was even a rain of blood floating down from the sky. However, this was not real blood. It was formed by the convergence of these energies. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. The prodigies in the distance were enveloped by the formation. When they saw this scene, their lips turned pale, and their faces were filled with horror. This was because they realized that these two people were too powerful. They could not resist such an attack at all. Chapter 2074. He's really strong. I'm no match for him. Jin Shursan looked at this scene and sighed. He realized that his estimation was right. Lin Xian was stronger than him. That was because he could not block the fourth move of the 7 ultimate saber technique. However, the other party was able to block the sixth move, far surpassing him. At this moment, the most nervous ones were the 8th prince and the 3rd prince. Both of them clenched their fists and their eyes flickered. That was because this battle was very important to them. The first prince had the Golden Lion King and was very powerful. Lin Xian and the first blade were both their trump cards. It could be said that they were the strongest people in their hands. Now, the two of them were fighting. Who would win and who would lose? This would determine who would be ranked second behind the first prince. Therefore, the two of them were very nervous. In front of them, in the countless cracks and blood rain, 2 figures flashed out. It was Lin Xian and the first blade. Among them, Lin Xian was dressed in a red robe that was as red as blood and was not stained by any dust. Nor was there any energy fragments. He was like a banished immortal, dodging quickly in the energy storm that filled the sky. On the other side, it was the first blade. His clothes trembled and his black hair fluttered. His entire person carried a terrifying murderous aura. He also strode over, crushing the void. Boom! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, carrying the aura of the galaxy. The terrifying sword chi surged forward like a dragon. The first blade's saber light was like a galaxy, extremely dazzling. It carried the power of the stars and the sharp saber light, rolling over. The casual attacks of the two of them carried the aura of supreme cultivation techniques. It was unimaginable. Soon, the distance between the two of them was less than 1,000 meters. At this moment, the first blade attacked again. The 7th move of the 7 ultimate saber technique. The voice was like thunder, resounding between heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Some people even fell to the ground. It could not be helped. The aura was too terrifying. After this voice, several blue saber lights appeared beside the first blade and surrounded him. Each of them was indomitable. Then, the 7 saber lights merged into one, forming an even larger saber light that tore through heaven and earth. What? The 7th move was actually the combined energy of the first 6 moves? Heavens, just how terrifying would this be? Despair filled their faces. Everyone had already witnessed the power of the first 6 slashes. As for the 7th slash, it was formed by combining the first 6 slashes. One could imagine how powerful it was. How heaven-defying would it be? It's over. This move is too terrifying. That Lin Xian probably won't be able to withstand it. Unless he had a heaven-defying trump card, it was impossible for him to win. Sure enough, the first slash was really powerful. Numerous discussions were heard. At this moment, the Herculean king's face turned slightly pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even I wouldn't be able to defend against this strike, let alone that brat." Indeed, this saber strike could already break through his heavenly wolf physique. Therefore, his expression was extremely solemn. Since the Herculean king had said so, everyone was even more convinced that Lin Xian would not be able to block it. The 3rd prince sneered coldly. Humph! The might of the first saber strike is not something you can imagine. The 7 extinction saber technique is incomparably heaven-defying, especially the 7th slash. Its power was several times that of the first 6 slashes. Among the mighty figures, no one could block it. On the other hand, the 8th prince was extremely nervous. He also felt the terror of this move. Unless Lin Xian really had a heaven-defying trump card, he was afraid that he would really lose. Damn it! This made him very unwilling to accept it. In front, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. The threat that this move brought to him was also huge. He took a look. Even his Ice Guardian would not be able to block it. The black robe battle armor was also not enough, unless he hid in the black earth. However, a battle was not just about passively taking a beating. If he could not defend, then he would not defend. He had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and extreme speed. He was confident that he could dodge this slash. Moreover, everyone had underestimated his strength. He was a swordsman with the great dragon sword soul. His attack power definitely surpassed his opponent's. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to take this move head-on. He did not need to use the great dragon sword soul. He only needed to use the full power of the great dragon sword soul. Boom! Roar! Suddenly, a deep dragon roar sounded from his body. Then, heaven and earth were torn apart, and lightning from the 9 heavens descended. At the same time, the sword aura on his body suddenly erupted. That aura kept rising and tearing the void. What? He could still increase his sword chi. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was definitely going to lose. But now, it seemed that it was not certain. Indeed, the 8th prince also stood up excitedly. This sword chi was so powerful. It was not weaker than the first slash. He was simply too excited, because he had discovered that Lin Xian's aura was still continuing to rise. How was this possible? On the other hand, the 3rd prince's pupils shrank. Originally, he was already confident that he would win when he used the first slash. But now, his opponent still had a trump card. Could it be that his opponent was still hiding his strength? Thinking of this, his face was extremely ugly. The first slash also frowned. His opponent's sudden burst of aura was not good news for him. He knew that he could not wait any longer and had to stop his opponent. In the next moment, he quickly made his move. The 7th move of the 7 blade techniques was quickly slashed out. Boom! This slash made the entire world blur. It was impossible to withstand it. In an instant, it arrived above Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was also extremely powerful. His power was unimaginable. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, and the demonic sword in his hand suddenly enlarged, turning into a black dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and flew out. Boom! 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 The sky fell, and the earth cracked. Countless saber lights crisscrossed, and a dragon roar sounded. Sensing the dragon's roar, the blood in the royal elders' and princes' bodies began to churn incessantly. One by one, they were shocked. Damn it! What's going on? Why is there the aura of the path of the dragon? They were too shocked because as members of the royal family of the Tai dynasty, they all had the aura of the path of the dragon in their bodies. They could connect with the dragon veins of the earth. But now, the familiar aura of the path of the dragon came from the battlefield in front of them. They could not believe it at all. Also, what was going on with the dragon roar that appeared in the sky? Could it be that someone had something to do with the dragons? They were indeed too shocked. In the Middle Continent, only the royal family of the 9 great dynasties could display the aura of the path of the dragon. Other than that, it was impossible for others. Of course, other than the legendary and mysterious dragons. However, the dragons were legends. They had disappeared for tens of thousands of years and had never appeared at all. Therefore, when they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. On the other side, even the Golden Lion King frowned. Chapter 2075. On the other side, even the Golden Lion King furrowed his brows. 2 sharp golden lights shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void as if he wanted to see the truth. What? It's him. Soon, the Golden Lion King frowned, because he used a great ability to see the situation in front of him. He saw a ferocious azure dragon coiling around Lin Xian's body. It was very terrifying. That dragon aura was coming from Lin Xian's body. He was not a member of the royal family. Why did this aura feel so familiar? The Golden Lion King's expression was very serious. He realized that there was a cloud of mist around the other party's body, making him unable to see clearly. Ka ka ka. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the situation in front of him changed. The shocking attack of the two caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Soon, cracks appeared on the huge blue sword light in the sky. Then, It exploded, turning into countless light rain. However, the black demonic sword slashed down heavily, enveloping the first blade. Bang! The first blade's pupil shrank. At this critical moment, he used his strongest defense. A blue armor appeared on his body. Then, a blue light shield suddenly enlarged above his head. Otherwise, he would have 2 defensive rings on his hand, which also propped up a light shield. 4 layers of powerful defense were resisting. However, it was useless. The 9 darkness demonic sword was too sharp. This sword slashed through all the defenses. The first blade was sent flying. He won. Seeing this scene, the 8th prince waved his fist excitedly. He was too happy. He did not expect that the situation that he was bound to lose would turn around. As for the others, they were all in an uproar. They were all dumbstruck. The 3rd prince's side was dead silent. The 3rd prince's face was even more ashen. He did not expect that the first blade would lose in the end. Damn it! What kind of sword technique is this? It's so terrifying. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth and looked forward with extreme reluctance. He did not expect that he would not be able to recruit Lin Xian as his subordinate because he was a step late. And it was because of this young man that he suffered a fatal blow. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the second round of the competition, they would need to surround and kill their opponents. He had to get rid of the other party. He couldn't allow this threat to remain. The first prince's face was also gloomy. The power that Lin Xian displayed was enough to threaten him. Therefore, a fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes as well. The Golden Lion King also said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, when I meet him, I will personally deal with him." Hearing this, the first prince smiled, his lips curling into a smile. He knew that the Golden Lion King would not boast. Since the other party had said so, he should be able to defeat that Lin Xian. He had absolute confidence in the Battle Clan and the Golden Lion King. As for the others, they were completely stunned. Lin Xian's victory was beyond everyone's expectations. This was something that they had not expected at all. But now, it seemed that the other party was indeed terrifying. He was definitely the #1 swordsman. Until now, Fist Tyrant, the Herculean King, Jin Shursan, and the other peerless geniuses looked at Lin Xian and frowned. They admitted that they were not his opponent. In other words, almost no one was Lin Xian's opponent now. Of course, there was one exception, and that was the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted, and his eyes shone brightly. He looked at Lin Xian, and a terrifying battle intent rose from his body. Interesting. Originally, I thought that other than the War Clan, no one else would be able to enter my eyes. I didn't expect you to break my understanding. Not bad, you are interesting. You are worthy of me making a move. What? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian was already so powerful, and the Golden Lion King still dared to treat him with such an attitude. Could it be that he was even more powerful? However, when they thought of the mysterious legends of the Battle Clan, they were extremely excited. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked at the Golden Lion King. It was indeed very powerful, and from the looks of it, its strength should be above the first slash. He also wanted to fight with the Golden Lion King. Although he had used 100% of the power of the Dragon Sword Soul when facing the first slash. However, that was not his final battle strength. He still had a trump card. 100% power was not the final strength of the Dragon Sword Soul. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could unleash 120% of its power. Apart from that, when he summoned the Dragon Sword Soul, its attack power was even more terrifying. Therefore, he was confident that he could fight with the Golden Lion King. However, it was a pity that the two of them did not fight in the first round. Lin Xian fought with another cultivator next, and his opponent immediately admitted defeat. The Golden Lion King also defeated his opponent a few times, but in the end, he was not able to fight with Lin Xian. In the end, other than Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King, who won all 5 battles and obtained 5 Jade Emperor tokens, the others had more or less lost. However, overall, the first prince was ranked first. He had obtained 22 Jade Emperor tokens. In second place was the 8th prince, who obtained 19 Jade Emperor tokens. The third prince obtained 18. After that, The fourth prince, who had sword 13, obtained 15 Jade Emperor tokens. The 15th prince and the 9th prince were ranked 5th and 6th respectively. They had 12 Jade Buddha King medallions and 10 Jade King Father medallions. The first round also came to an end. Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King did not fight in the end, which was disappointing. However, the previous battles had made them very excited. Thinking back, they were still trembling with excitement. Moreover, they knew that this was only the first round. Apart from that, there was still the second round. The competition in the second round would be even more intense. Moreover, it would not be a one-on-one battle, but a battle to see the combined strength of the princes. At that time, an incomparably shocking battle would definitely break out. Moreover, they believed that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King would definitely fight in the second round, because now, the 8th prince, who was ranked 2nd, and the 1st prince, who was ranked 1st, would definitely not be able to get along. Brother Lin, this is great. I did not expect you to be so strong. The 8th prince was also very satisfied with the 2nd place. Then, he looked at Lin Xian, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others and said, "Everyone, you have worked hard. You should quickly recover your strength. I have provided all kinds of heavenly treasures for everyone. If you have any special needs, feel free to tell me. As long as I can get it, I will not be stingy." On the other side, the 1st prince was also very satisfied. Although he had lost by Zijing, with the addition of the Golden Lion King, he still maintained his 1st place. Moreover, he believed that he would have a greater advantage in the second round. Therefore, he was not nervous at all. On the other hand, the 3rd prince was gnashing his teeth. Chapter 2076. Because in his opinion, even if he couldn't get 1st place, he would definitely be 2nd. He didn't expect that the 2nd place would be snatched away by the 8th prince, and he was only 3rd. Not only that, his top general, the 1st Slash, was also defeated. Damn it, I can't let that brat continue to be arrogant. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth. In the second stage, I'll go all out to kill that brat and severely injure him. I don't believe that old 8 and that brat called Lin Xian can be so arrogant. The second stage would begin 3 days later. Therefore, everyone came out of the special space and returned to their respective palaces to rest. As for the princes, they were making plans. They must get rid of that Lin Xian first. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth. The 1st prince also made the same plan. As for the other princes, they said in a deep voice, "We must be careful of Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King." In the first stage, it was best for everyone to act as a team and not be alone, especially not facing Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King alone. Plans appeared one after another. Most of them were guarding against Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. There was no other way. These two were the ones who won the first stage. Their strength was terrifying. No matter who it was, they wouldn't have any chance of winning if they fought alone. To deal with such peerless geniuses, they had to work together. As for the 8th prince, he also said that our main enemies are the 1st prince and the 3rd prince. Other than that, we have to be careful of that sword 13. We should also act as a team and not be alone. Oh right, Brother Lin. If you were to face the Golden Lion King, how confident are you? Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other geniuses all looked over. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, 50-50. He didn't know the specifics. After all, the other party should have hidden a lot of strength and ultimate moves. Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other geniuses' mouths twitched. Even the 8th prince's eyelids were twitching. This was because Lin Xian had said 50-50 during the first strike. Now that they were facing the even more powerful Golden Lion King, they were still evenly matched. This greatly surprised them. They even suspected that Lin Xian was still holding back. They had guessed correctly. Lin Xian had indeed held back his strength. He still had 2 powerful trump cards that he had yet to use. Especially if he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, his battle prowess would increase in all aspects. Of course, Lin Xian did not let his guard down. He knew that as a genius of the war race, the Golden Lion King must be extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the second trial was finally ushered in. The second stage was not in the Tai dynasty, but in a special space domain. This domain was very extraordinary. It was different from the first stage's battle space. The second stage was in a space that had been passed down from the Tai dynasty since ancient times. It could be said to be a secret realm. The crown prince selection had always been held in this mystic realm. As for the second stage, each prince brought a different group of people. In the first stage, each prince could bring 5 young geniuses. As for the second stage, the elders were allowed to participate. However, all participants had to be below the 8-star king realm. Not only that, each prince could bring a different number of people. The first prince had the most people. The second prince, the 8th prince, had 14 people. The third prince, had 13 people. The fourth prince, had 12 people. The fifth prince, the 15th prince, had 11 people. In addition, all the other princes could only bring 10 people. Although the difference in numbers was not big, the largest difference was only 5 people. However, this time, the people they brought were definitely peerless geniuses and top experts. One expert was enough to influence the entire lineup. As for how the game was going to be played, it would depend on these princes. Soon, all the princes brought their peerless experts to the Grand Imperial Palace. This was the center of the imperial city, and it was the place with the strongest dragon chi in the entire Tai dynasty. Here, Lin Xian could feel the powerful dragon chi under his feet. It was as if a real dragon was lying down below. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man who looked very handsome. He was wearing a golden dragon robe with 9 golden dragons embroidered on it. He had a crown on his head, and his face was intimidating. The place where he stood was surrounded by the shadows of dragons. He was the current emperor of the Tai dynasty. Beside him stood a woman wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. She looked very noble, and her phoenix eyes looked down on the common people. She was the empress of the Tai dynasty, the mother of the first prince. Behind the two of them stood the elders of the royal family. Although they were old, their eyes flickered with rich power. Then, these elders stood in 8 directions, and their palms were also covered with dragon seals. Power surged out of their bodies, and they flew into the ground. Soon, the dragon patterns on the ground flickered, and the shadows of dragons appeared. They even let out a low dragon roar. At this moment, the emperor in front also took a step forward. Then, he pressed his palm forward. On his golden robe, the 9 golden dragons seemed to come alive. They flew into the sky and circled around each other, forming a huge dragon diagram that covered the sky. Crack, crack, boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and streams of dragon aura shot into the sky. There were a total of 81 streams of dragon aura in the surroundings. Lin Xian realized that there were very complicated runes under their feet. Each of them was a dragon pattern, and there was a shadow of a dragon. These dragon runes covered the entire ground. Then, the emperor in front of him said in a deep voice, "Now, the second round of the assessment has begun." As his voice fell, the dragon patterns on the ground flickered more and more. Then, the 81 streams of dragon aura intertwined with each other, enveloping everyone. Then, they tore through the void and disappeared. Buzz. When Lin Xian, the 8th prince, and the others appeared again, they realized that they were surrounded by mountains and a vast primeval forest. Roars could be heard from afar, bringing with them a barbaric aura and terrifying demonic aura. Is this where the second round will be? As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and he immediately regained his clarity. Then, he looked around. The 8th prince and the other sky prides around him also activated their spiritual energy to recover their bodies. This time, the 8th prince could bring 14 people. Other than himself, there was Lin Xian, Lu Fei, and Duan Qingqing. There was also a young man called Su Wanshan. Other than them, the rest were middle-aged or older people. Taoist Long, whom Lin Xian had met before, was also among them. These people had powerful auras, and they were of different species. There were many kings with powerful attacks, but there were also array masters and soul power experts. There were even beast tamers. It could be said that they were well equipped. It wasn't just the 8th prince's side. The other princes also had similar arrangements. They were all trying their best to perfect their equipment. This was because the second round lasted for a long time, a full month. Chapter 2077. The second stage lasted for a long time, a full month. During this month, anything could happen. Moreover, there were many powerful monster kings in this space. If they could be tamed, they could also use them for their own purposes. In that case, the benefits would be huge. Moreover, it could give others a surprise attack. Apart from that, there were also ancient cities, ancient ruins, and even cemeteries and caves left behind by powerful experts. Those places contained a large number of restrictions and were very dangerous. However, if they could break them and obtain the treasures inside, they might be able to improve. In fact, they might even be able to turn defeat into victory. These people came in to search for the jade tokens in the hands of the other princes and explore the ancient ruins. The eighth prince looked around and said, "How about this? This space is very big and there are many of us. I think we can divide into 3 teams. I'll lead one team, Priest Long will lead one team, and Brother Lin will lead one team." 14 people, including the 8th prince, made a total of 15 people. They were divided into 3 teams of 5 people each. Hearing that the 8th prince and Priest Long would each lead a team, the older generation and peerless geniuses nodded slightly. However, when they heard that Lin Xian would lead a team, they frowned slightly. That was because Lin Xian was a young man. Moreover, he was only a 6-star king and not a mighty figure. Therefore, they were a little confused about this suggestion. The 8th prince smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Brother Lin's strength is far beyond your imagination." In the first stage, he won all 5 battles. He even won against a peerless swordsman like the First Blade. Therefore, he was definitely capable of leading a team. Hearing this, those who had not watched the first round of the competition sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they started to fight Lin Xian again. "All right, let's divide it like this," Priest Long also said. Among them were Duan Qingqing and the 8th prince. Other than them, there were 3 older generation figures. On Priest Long's side, there was Lu Fei, the young man named Su Wanshan, and 2 other experts. On Lin Xian's side, other than himself who was young, the others were all older generation figures. To be honest, although Lin Xian was powerful, being led by such a young man still made these older generation figures somewhat unhappy. But since the 8th prince said so, they couldn't resist. Since the team is already very good, let's split up. By the way, Brother Lin, here are 3 pieces of the Jade Buddha King medallion. You can use them to communicate with us from afar. The 8th prince gave Lin Xian 3 Jade Buddha King tablets. Among them, the 8th prince took 6 while Daoist Long took 5. With these jade talismans, they were able to establish a weak connection. At the very least, he knew the general direction of the other party. However, they were unable to sense any specific information. How about this? Let's set the deadline as 5 days. After 5 days, we'll meet here and see how much we've gained. Good. Lin Xian nodded, and so did Daoist Long. Then, the 3 teams quickly ran in 3 different directions. Although they were moving quickly, they had already prepared some things before they entered, including the map in each of their hands. The map marked out the dangerous areas, the monster hordes, and the ancient ruins in this space. It could be said that other than the areas that they had never been to, the other areas had already been mapped out by these people. Moreover, these people also had something to transmit signals. It was a small bell, but it could only transmit messages 3 times before it had to be refined again. Lin Xian opened the map and looked in a direction. Then, he said, "Let's take a look at this area first." The other older generation figures took a look and frowned slightly. There were groups of demonic beasts roaming about in this area. "Are you sure there's no danger here?" "That's right, kid. Although you're powerful and are valued by the 8th prince, I'm afraid you're lacking in experience. I think we should listen to what the older generation figures have to say." Just then, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "No need." However, Lin Xian shook his head and kept the map. "Since the 8th prince has handed the team to me, I have the right to make the decision. I hope you seniors can cooperate with me." As he spoke, he took the lead. His figure flashed, and his entire person flew out. Sigh, he's too young. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just then, the middle-aged man shook his head. The other old man snorted coldly. Let's wait and see. There'll be problems. The 8th prince has let a kid guide us. He's too naive. Another old man said. It's nothing. Anyway, there's only 5 days. I believe that he'll have problems within these 5 days. When we return, we'll give the 8th prince a suggestion to change the team leader. The few of them discussed for a while and then followed behind. However, they obviously didn't believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian's team had 5 people. Other than himself, there was a middle-aged man and a woman in red. Other than that, there was an old man in black and an old man in blue. These 4 people were all almighties. Moreover, they were the elites of the almighties. It could be said that he was extremely powerful and had incomparably rich combat experience. Therefore, they naturally looked down on the younger generation like Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew what these people were thinking when they looked at him. However, he didn't care. The reason why he could lead these people was because of his true strength. Therefore, he believed that it wouldn't take long for these people to know why the 8th prince asked him to be the leader. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned around and flew out quickly. The others could only shake their heads and sigh. They also flew out. This space was different from the outside. The spiritual energy was more abundant, but the gravity was heavier. In other words, everyone's original cultivation strength was suppressed here. They could only use about 80% of their original strength. However, this wasn't a big deal to them. This was because this space was open to everyone. If you're suppressed by 80%, so am I. Overall, everyone's strength was the same. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. This was because they couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's speed. Immediately, these experts of the older generation frowned. Damn it! How could this be? How could this kid fly so fast? Could it be that he wasn't affected by the space's suppression? To be honest, they were really surprised. Now, their speed was 80% of their original speed. It could be said that they were much slower than before. However, Lin Xian's speed was so fast that it far surpassed them. Chapter 2078. His speed was so fast that it far surpassed theirs. They couldn't believe it. Damn it. Was this kid a king who specialized in speed? The black-robed elder frowned. The blue-robed elder snorted coldly. Was this kid specifically targeting them? Did he really think that he could make things difficult for them? How naive. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. The spiritual power in his body erupted, forming a powerful airwave that accelerated his speed again. Seeing this, the other 3 also circulated their power and sped up to catch up. To be honest, these people were wrong. Lin Xian didn't mean to make things difficult for these people. He was just flying at his previous speed. Although the space here was somewhat suppressive on him, for some reason, when he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, the suppression disappeared. In other words, to Lin Xian, there was almost no difference between the inside and outside. Lin Xian was very surprised. However, he knew that the Great Dragon Sword Soul was extremely mysterious. It must have played a role in offsetting the suppression. Therefore, his speed was normal for the outside world. The speed of the others was suppressed to 80%. In comparison, he naturally flew faster than the others. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, when he heard the sound of the air exploding behind him, Lin Xian turned his head and immediately frowned. In the next moment, he understood. It seemed that he had been so focused on flying that he had forgotten that these people were being suppressed. Therefore, in the next moment, he also slowed down. In fact, he even swayed his body and flew down. Why did he suddenly land? When the older generation figures saw this scene, they frowned again. The blue-robed elder snorted coldly. Let's go down and see what he's up to. The 4 of them were about to land. Lin Xian looked at them and said, This space is very strange. This space was somewhat special, and it formed a certain restriction on kings. Moreover, we have been traveling for such a long time. If we encounter an enemy, we won't be able to fight them in peak condition. Therefore, I think it's better to capture a few flying beasts and let them carry us while we sit on them. This way, we can travel quickly and maintain our peak physical strength. This is a good idea. The woman in red nodded her head after hearing that. However, the other black-robed old man said, "But we are all attack-type kings. None of us are beast tamers." That's right. The blue-robed old man also said. Moreover, the demonic beasts here had been neglected for a long time. They were very ferocious. It was impossible for them to submit to humans. These people completely disagreed with Lin Xian's suggestion. He even felt that it was too childish to think of such a method. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can tame these demonic beasts." "What? You can?" Hearing this, the few of them were stunned. They hadn't seen Lin Xian's performance in the first round with their own eyes, so they didn't know how strong Lin Xian was. They only judged based on the final rankings. However, they knew that Lin Xian was a swordsman. His swordsmanship was powerful, but he might not be able to tame demonic beasts. Therefore, the four of them obviously didn't believe him. Lin Xian ignored the four of them. He circulated his soul power and searched the surrounding dozens of miles. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. He found that there were a few flying demonic beasts in front of him. In the next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew over at high speed. This kid can't be thinking of taming demonic beasts, right? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. However, the blue-clothed old man coldly snorted. What kind of joke was this? His strength was valiant, but it was only valiant within the younger generation. Moreover, he could kill demonic beasts, but taming demonic beasts wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It required powerful soul power and special techniques. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few beast tamers. However, the woman in red looked into the distance. "Let's go over and take a look." "It's futile to go over." The black-robed old man shook his head, unmoved. They didn't think that Lin Xian could succeed. However, after about half an hour, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. The few of them looked up and were stunned. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. In the sky ahead, Lin Xian was sitting on a demonic crane, flying quickly. There were two demonic cranes flying on both sides of him. They were flying in the same pattern. The demonic aura on their bodies soared into the sky, bringing with it a powerful storm that tore through the void. "This is?" They were shocked and couldn't believe it. Could it be that he really succeeded? Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian landed slowly with the three demonic cranes. The powerful storm blew the clothes of the four people. Instantly, they were awakened. Then, the middle-aged man asked, "Young friend Lin, did you really tame them?" "No way. How did you do it?" The red-clothed woman was also extremely shocked. As for the two old men behind her, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Previously, they thought that it was impossible for him to succeed, but now it seemed that he really did it. It surprised them. Could it be that he's really a beast tamer? Thinking of this, the two old men's expressions became extremely solemn. They realized that they had underestimated this kid who was a few thousand years younger than them. At this moment, Lin Xian opened the map, pointed at it, and said, "We're in Tianfeng Forest, and there are two ancient ruins nearby. How about this? We'll split into two groups and explore these two ancient ruins. Then, we'll meet here." "What? Split up?" Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was stunned. "What if we meet enemies after splitting up?" The middle-aged man also asked. Indeed, it was very common to see a team of 5 people. If they split up into 2 or 3 people, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, with 2 seniors together, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, we have these tamed demonic beasts in our hands. Their combat power is not bad, and their flying ability is very strong. Even if they can't win, they can run away. How about this? I'll trouble you 2 to explore the one on the right. I'll bring the other 2 to explore the one on the left." Lin Xian also realized that the 2 old men didn't seem to trust him, so he couldn't be bothered with them. He let the 2 of them explore alone, while he brought the other 2 to the other side. "All right." The 2 old men looked at each other and nodded in agreement. To be honest, they made a mistake in their judgment. Now that their faces were red, it would be very awkward for them to stay here. Perhaps later on, this brat would take out some other ability to slap their faces. Slap. They might as well hide as far away as possible. Chapter 2079. They might as well hide as far away as possible. Otherwise, if they were stimulated again, their old hearts wouldn't be able to take it. Hence, the two of them looked at each other, then rode on the demonic beast and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. The middle-aged man and the woman in red who were left behind said worriedly, "Little friend Lin, will the three of us be in danger?" To be honest, among the five of them, the two old men had the highest cultivation, but now, the two of them had left. As for the remaining three, Lin Xian was only a 6-star king. Although his strength was at the level of a mighty figure, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat those late-stage mighty figures at all. The two middle-aged men were only at the mid-stage mighty figure realm. Therefore, they were very worried. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, trust me. You won't be in danger as long as you follow me." Then, he put away the map. "Let's go to the left. You two ride on this demonic beast first. I'll tame another one later." As he said that, he moved his body and quickly soared into the sky. The woman in red and the middle-aged man looked at each other. They could only shrug, sit on the demonic beast, and quickly soar into the sky. Not long after, Lin Xian caught another double-headed eagle and sat cross-legged on it. The group of people flew towards their destination. After about half a day, the middle-aged woman frowned. "Little friend Lin, this route doesn't seem to be right." The middle-aged man looked at the map and then looked around. "Yes, the destination should be in that direction." "I know." Lin Xian also opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. Then, he said, "Let's not go to that destination for now." "Not going to the destination for now? Then where are we going?" The two of them were stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Xian was doing. Lin Xian said, "I've already sensed the aura of other kings nearby. They should be the subordinates of some prince. Since I've encountered them, it's impossible for me to not attack them." He just didn't know how many Jade Buddha King tokens they had. "What? You want to rob them?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the woman in red were stunned. Damn, is this kid all right? What kind of joke was this? There were only 3 of them now. If they encountered other groups, it would be too late for them to run. This brat actually wanted to rob him? Are you kidding me? Moreover, what puzzled them the most was that there were other kings around. Why didn't they sense it? One had to know that both of them were mid-stage 7-star kings, and they were extremely powerful existences among the Almighties. However, they didn't find anything even after sensing around. Could it be that this kid's soul force was even more terrifying than the two of them? Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. However, after around the time for half an incense stick to burn, a few strands of formidable fluctuations suddenly arose from afar, and it instantly caused the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman to be shocked. Sure enough, someone was coming. It seemed that this kid's soul power was really strong. They were extremely shocked. Then, one by one, they stood up as if they were facing a great enemy. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to leave? If they were surrounded by them, the situation would not be good. Leave? Why did he have to leave? I still want to rob them. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. As they spoke, the strands of aura in the distance quickly rushed over and then turned into human figures. When they looked at Lin Xian, they were also stunned, and then they all smiled. Haha, there are actually people, and it's a small group of 3. It seems that we're really going to strike it rich this time. I wonder which prince's subordinates are so bold to form a small group of 3. Could it be that they don't want to live anymore? Who knows? They're probably idiots. Their brains must have been flooded with water. A few sneers could be heard. They didn't take Lin Xian and the other 2 seriously at all. Indeed, because there were 5 of them on their side. Moreover, among the 5 of them, there was no younger generation. All 5 of them were almighties and extremely powerful. Their auras connected the heavens and the earth, suppressing the surroundings. Oh no, it's the second prince's men. On Lin Xian's side, the red-clothed woman frowned. She looked ahead and said quickly. The middle-aged man beside her also frowned. Damn it, Demon Blade King is also here. He looked at the tall figure in front of him, and his scalp went numb. It was a man in a black robe, and he looked extremely fierce. A long green saber hung on his waist, emitting a demonic aura. Demon Blade King. Demon Blade King looked at Lin Xian and the other two with a disdainful smile. Then, he said coldly, "The three of you, hand over your jade talismans, king tokens, and storage rings. I can let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." Hearing that, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman felt their scalps go numb, and a trace of despair appeared in their eyes. It's over. Demon Blade King was an extremely terrifying existence, and his strength was far beyond theirs. In addition, the other side had so many people. They couldn't win at all. It seemed that this time, not only would they lose all their treasures, but they would also lose the 3 King Jade talismans. Thinking of this, they were very regretful. They shouldn't have agreed to let the 2 old men leave. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to fight 5 against 5, even if Demon Blade King was powerful. If worst came to worst, they could run away. But now, they were facing 5 people, and they couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian smiled. Demon Blade King was indeed powerful, but it seemed that his strength was about the same as the first slash. Even the first slash was defeated by him, although the other party was a veteran. So what? Therefore, he was not afraid at all. As for the other mighty figures, he didn't take them seriously at all. Therefore, the next moment, he said with a smile, "Very well. Hand over your storage rings, jade talismans, and king tokens, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." Lin Xian's words were very simple. He returned the words to those people. On the other side, Demon Blade King and the others were stunned when they heard that. They couldn't even believe their ears. Among them, an old man sneered, "What did he say? He wants to rob us? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Where did this kid come from? Is there something wrong with his brain? Can't he see what kind of scene he's in?" On the other side, a purple-clothed woman covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of contempt. They didn't know Lin Xian at all, because the first battle was only participated by the younger generation and the princes. These old people didn't participate in the battle, so they naturally didn't know Lin Xian. Moreover, so what if they knew him? In their opinion, they were all old people who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. In the face of a young boy, how could they let him do anything? Chapter 2080. Kid, it seems like you don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll personally take the jade token and your storage rings. Devil Blade King snorted and was about to attack. At this moment, another middle-aged man stood out. This man wore a green robe and had a small mustache. His eyes were cold and sinister. He laughed. "There's no need for Devil Blade King to attack a kid. Let me do it." "All right." Devil Blade King nodded and did not attack. Indeed, his opponent was too young and not worth his time. At this moment, the green-robed man walked out. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Kid, I advise you to surrender obediently. Kneel on the ground and hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, you're dead meat. You talk too much." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since he had already decided to attack, there was no need for him to hesitate. In the next moment, he pulled out the 9 Darkness demonic sword and flew forward. "You're courting death." The green-robed man snorted when he saw that Lin Xian dared to attack. In the next moment, his eyes became sharp and a majestic aura surged out from his body. Then, he waved his 2 palms. Jasper palm. As he waved his palms, the sky was instantly filled with light. 2 large palms that looked like precious jade flew toward Lin Xian. The aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary almighties would not be able to resist it. One could imagine that the green-robed man was also an elite almighty. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Such a person was nothing in his hands. Buzz. A sword light flashed and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed down from the sky. Then, the 2 large palms were split apart by the sword. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, the green-robed man's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he was also sent flying by the sword. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the other almighties or Lin Xian's 2 companions, they were all stunned. What did they just see? An elite almighty was sent flying by a sword? Is this really done by a young man in his 20s? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. On Lin Xian's side, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman swallowed their saliva madly. On the other hand, the faces of the people on the other side became incomparably ugly. The man who was sent flying spat out large mouthfuls of blood. A sword wound appeared on his body, almost splitting him in half. With just one sword strike, he had already lost the ability to fight. He was too terrified. There was nothing he could do. Lin Xian had not held back at all. This sword contained the frightening power of the great dragon sword spirit. Furthermore, in this space, the other party's cultivation was suppressed. Therefore, there was a huge gap between the two of them. A single sword strike was enough to finish off the other party. Damn it, kill him. The people on the other side were stunned for a few seconds. Then, they came back to their senses and gritted their teeth. This time, two mighty figures flew out. One of them was that purple-clothed woman, and the other was an old man. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! Crescent slash. Pegasus fist. A crescent moon appeared in the sky, crushing the void. Then, it turned into a sharp ray of light and viciously slashed towards Lin Xian. On the other side, the void trembled and cracked open. Then, spiritual energy filled the sky and condensed into a Pegasus. It was as white as a mountain. It stepped on the void, and there were two wings on its back that were almost 10,000 feet long. It swept across like a heavenly blade. This Pegasus shadow quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Two powerful killing moves instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman on Lin Xian's side changed their expressions drastically. Lin Xian probably would not be able to resist such a killer move. The two of them wanted to help Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He let out a long roar, and the sword chi on his body suddenly erupted. The fire deity roared. Boundless hellfire spread, and then a huge black giant quickly appeared from his body. It was 10,000 feet tall and roared at the sky. With a roar, a sea of fire spread across the sky and blocked the shocking attack. Then, a giant flame sword that was 10,000 feet long appeared in the flame giant's hand. It was extremely black, and the divine fire on it jumped. The sword slashed down. Boom! In the sky, the huge moon was split in half, and on the other side, the Pegasus was cut in half. Boom! 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 That was not the end. Lin Xian controlled the flame giant to wave the huge flame sword and sweep it in all directions. That terrifying sword chi transformed into a furious black dragon, rampaging through the area. Suddenly, the purple-clothed woman and the yellow-robed elder were sent flying. Everyone gasped again, and their faces were filled with horror. What kind of technique was that? How could he defeat three elite mighty figures in an instant? Who was that person? That was too terrifying. On the other side, the second prince's people were stunned. On the other side, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman were also shocked. The Devil Blade King's face was gloomy. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary young man. So what if he was a genius? He did not take him seriously at all. After all, compared to the older generation of powerhouses like them, the younger generation of geniuses was nothing. However, he did not expect that the other party was so powerful that he could injure three of them in a short period of time. He had to make a move. Otherwise, they would be defeated this time. He was the famous Devil Blade King, and he would not allow such a thing to happen. How dare you injure my people? Even the Heavenly King will not be able to save you today. The Devil Blade King was furious. He took a step forward, and a sharp sword light appeared on his body. It instantly cut open the void and slashed fiercely at Lin Xian. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward as well. In the next moment, a sword light also rushed out from his body like a rainbow to meet the attack. The sword and the saber collided in the air, and countless cracks were torn in the air. Then, the two of them disappeared in the sky. What? He blocked it. The Devil Blade King frowned. The other party was more powerful than he had imagined. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He said to the two people behind him, The two of you should be able to get rid of the injured ones and the other almighty, right? The middle-aged man and the woman in red were stunned, but then they nodded. The two of them could definitely get rid of the three severely injured ones and the almighty. They still wanted to say something, but when they saw the expression on Lin Xian's face, they shut up. This was because they felt that even the Devil Blade King might not be able to defeat the young man in front of them, because the other party was too mysterious. In the next moment, the two of them swayed their bodies and flew into the distance. As for that Demon Blade King, he was furious. The other party was trying to take advantage of the situation. He was really courting death. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out from his eyes and turned into two green sword lights. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were shrouded. Feeling the sharp sword lights, the two of them were shocked. They immediately put up their armor to defend themselves. Chapter 2081. The two men's expressions changed drastically when they felt the sharp blade light. They immediately activated their armors to defend themselves. They had no choice. Devil Blade King was too powerful. He was far stronger than them. However, the two green blade lights did not land. They were shattered by the two sword auras that Lin Xian shot out. "Your opponent is me," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Kid, you're courting death." Devil Blade King was furious when he saw this. How dare his opponent stop him? "Damn it," Lin Xian sneered. There was a rule in the first stage. He was not allowed to kill anyone. However, there were no rules in the second stage. He would kill anyone who dared to provoke him, even if the other party was the prince's subordinate. Therefore, Lin Xian did not have any scruples. He stomped his feet and countless red sword runes appeared. They were densely packed and instantly covered the entire ground. A huge sword diagram formed under his feet. It shone with a terrifying light and emitted a mysterious energy. The sword diagram not only covered Lin Xian but also Devil Blade King. In an instant, thousands of blood-red sword lights appeared around Devil Blade King. Each of them was extremely sharp. They carried a monstrous aura that could destroy the sky. "Get lost." Devil Blade King was furious. He pulled out the long blade at his waist. He swung his blade. Suddenly, a green light shone. Then, green flames danced and burned fiercely in the sky. The flames formed a sea of blade lights and shattered the hundreds of blood-red sword auras around him. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a green field appeared around him. It kept expanding and formed a safe zone around him. It blocked the blood-red sword lights that filled the sky. "Kid, do you think you can threaten me with that little strength of yours? You're too naive. Today, I'll show you the power of my Devil Blade King." Devil Blade King's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he spoke. Then, his hair turned green too. They danced in the wind like green poisonous snakes. Devil Blade Slash. As the saber slashed down, the green saber light turned into a saber light storm and swept over in this direction. For a time, the entire void was cut into pieces, and wounds could be seen everywhere. This gale of saber light was not only sharp but also scorching hot. The green flames circled around him, pulsating like the wisps. In an instant, the area within a radius of 100 miles was completely covered. The mountains, trees, and rivers below were instantly destroyed and turned into ashes. Nothing was left behind. One could only imagine how terrifying this slash was. Demon slaying sword formation, Qilan's fury. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. The demon-slaying sword formation around him flickered and emitted a monstrous blood aura. Then, streaks of blood-red sword light quickly condensed and shot up into the sky. It transformed into a huge blood-colored Qilan. It was hundreds of meters tall, and its entire body was covered in bloody light, dyeing the sky red. It was as if a real divine beast had descended from the ancient times. The murderous aura on his body was too strong, causing people to tremble all over. With a roar, the blood Kirin spat out a red ball of light. It was as big as a meteor. It tore through space and rolled forward. Immediately, the green flames that filled the sky and the terrifying saber light were all shattered. "Qilan kill, go!" Lin Xian shouted angrily. Suddenly, Countless streams of blood-red aura surged between heaven and earth. It was like a sea of blood, carrying with it a monstrous and terrifying power. Then, the blood Kirin quickly rushed forward, turning into a stream of light. It carried with it a soul-stirring spiritual aura as it quickly attacked. As it ran, its body emitted a monstrous sea of blood and a sharp sword aura. It was like a demon king walking in the sky. Boom, boom. On the other side, Demon Blade King was furious. He held the demon blade in his hand and slashed it down. Suddenly, a shocking saber light shot up into the sky, tearing apart the aura in the sky and slamming into the giant blood Kirin. It was a shocking collision. The two forces were too strong. They tore apart the sky and suppressed all directions. The Almighties who were fighting in the distance frantically retreated, looking frightened. Demon Blade King smiled coldly, but soon his smile froze, because he realized that his saber light was quickly being shattered. Then, the Kirin in front of him rose into the sky. Its aura was even more terrifying. Not only that, but the Kirin's blurry figure was now very real. Its body was covered with scales. Each of them was very lifelike. Its huge eyes were red like rivers of blood. Tens of thousands of sharp sword chi revolved around his body as he charged over again. Damn it! How is this possible? Demon Blade King's pupil shrank. How could his opponent be so powerful? The sword aura was too shocking. It was even more powerful than his saber light. But his opponent was just a young man. How could he be stronger than him? He could not believe it. He had been cultivating for 1,000 years, and his saber skills were terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been called Demon Blade King. But now, he realized that he could not suppress his opponent. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. That was because Lin Xian had made another move. A green sword light tore through the void. It was so terrifying that no one dared to look at it directly. It was too dazzling and terrifying. It tore through the void and slashed at Demon Blade King. Bang! The sword was so fast that Demon Blade King did not have time to react. It was already in front of him. In a hurry, he could only raise his saber to block. Clang! In the next moment, the huge force sent the demon blade in his hand flying. His entire arm was numb, and he was pushed back 3,000 miles. Buzz! Lin Xian stepped on the demigods and turned into a stream of light. He instantly arrived in front of Demon Blade King. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? Demon Blade King was shocked and could not believe it. His opponent's speed was too fast. He arrived in front of him in an instant. Now, he had lost the long saber in his hand. However, as a powerful king, he still had other means. Wind and Thunder Fist. With a roar, Demon Blade King quickly waved his fist. Immediately, the fist flashed with an incomparably terrifying gale and the power of lightning that filled the sky. The whole sky around him was boiling, and it turned into a huge shadow of Wind and Thunder Fist. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The momentum was extremely great. The middle-aged man and the woman in red in the distance had finished their battle. However, when they saw the fist at this moment, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that Demon Blade King's fist skills were so terrifying in addition to his saber skills. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. He swung his sword. Like a sword god, a terrifying sword light pierced through the sky and smashed down fiercely like a real dragon. The void cracked. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Two balls of light exploded in the sky, emitting an incomparably bright light that made people unable to open their eyes. Chapter 2082. Damn it! Impossible! This is impossible! Who are you? Devil Blade King clutched his arm and retreated again. His expression was hideous. He did not expect his opponent's sword light to be so powerful. Fine. I'll let you die knowing the reason. My name is Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? You're actually Lin Xian. Devil Blade King was shocked to hear that. He recalled that in the first stage, there were two peerless geniuses who won all 5 battles and defeated all their opponents. One of them was the Golden Lion King of the Battle Tribe, and the other was a peerless swordsman called Lin Xian. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be Lin Xian. No wonder. He's the one who defeated by Zijing and the First Blade. Devil Blade King's expression turned ugly when he thought of that. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a misunderstanding. I don't want your things anymore. Let us go." "Let you go?" "Sure. Cut off one of your arms and hand over your storage ring and the King Jade token. I can let you go." "What?" Devil Blade King's pupils constricted when he heard that. The kings in the distance also had ugly expressions. "Kid, don't go too far. Since you're not willing to hand them over, I'll have to take them myself." Lin Xian's aura became more powerful as he spoke. He was like a real dragon roaring in the void. Devil Blade King's face turned pale again when he felt the sharp aura. He gritted his teeth and took off his storage ring. Then, he threw it in the void. The King Jade token was also in it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now, can you let us go?" Lin Xian took the storage ring and forcefully opened it with his soul force. Then, he started to sense the contents. There was indeed a King Jade token and many treasures inside. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The next moment, he turned around and looked behind him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. They had also taken the storage rings of the other 4 opponents. "Let's go." Devil Blade King waved his hand and gritted his teeth. He wanted to leave. Although he had lost this time, he would not give up so easily. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the demon blade. However, Lin Xian sneered. "I've said it before, leave an arm behind. Brat, you're courting death." Devil Blade King was enraged. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "What, do you think it's easy to assassinate me? Since you dare to attack me, you must pay the price." As he spoke, the aura on his body became sharp again. It was as if a bright sword light had cut through the void. The sword slashed out, as if a peerless divine sword was being unsheathed. It had the terrifying power to destroy stars. Soon after, it shrouded Devil Blade King. Demon Blade King roared madly. His expression was ferocious, and his gray hair danced wildly in the wind. He didn't think that the other party would really dare to attack him. In the next moment, he also launched his own powerful attack to resist. Boom! In the intense collision, the sky was completely shattered. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Then, Demon Blade King was sent flying. An arm was chopped off. He turned around and fled. He turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the sky. He didn't even dare to take the demon blade anymore. When the remaining 4 Almighties saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They quickly fled. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were completely stunned. Demon Blade King really had one of his arms chopped off. This was too terrifying. He was one of the most terrifying Almighties, but he was defeated just like that. What kind of person was this young man in front of them? Lin Xian kept Demon Blade King's storage ring and the other 4 Almighty storage rings. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man and the woman in red. "I'll report your contributions to the 8th Prince. When the time comes, I'll definitely reward you." They should have been happy, but now, they couldn't feel happy. In fact, they were even a little frightened. That was because the power that the other party had displayed was too powerful. They even began to doubt their lives. They were Almighties who had cultivated for 1 or 2,000 years, but when compared to the other party, the gap between them was so huge. Shaking their heads, the 2 of them smiled bitterly. Previously, they were still suspicious of Lin Xian. They didn't understand why the 8th Prince made Lin Xian the leader. But now, they understood. Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying. He was far above them. "All right, let's go and continue our search." The 3 of them rode on the beast and quickly set off. They turned into 2 streams of light and disappeared into the sky. Lin Xian wasn't the only one fighting. In other places, the Almighties of different princes were also fighting when they met. Boom! Boom! On the plain, an ordinary-looking young man was surrounded by blood-red light. His eyes were extremely red, like a demon. Around him, blood-red seawater surged and surrounded the entire void. Within the sea of blood, there were 2 old men trapped within. Around them, there were other Almighties fighting. However, there were only 3 people in the blood-red sea. Damn it! Who is this kid? How can he be so terrifying? The two old men were the 10th prince's men. They didn't expect to meet such a terrifying young man. On the other hand, the young man with the blood-red light curled the corners of his mouth. Next, have a taste of the feast of slaughter. As soon as his voice fell, the blood-red sea around them rumbled. Then, the sea water churned and condensed into terrifying azuras. They covered the sky and the earth and attacked. In an instant, the two old men were swallowed up. On the other side, in the valley, a tall young man in golden armor was emitting light like the sun. Like a golden god of war, he blocked the way out of the valley. In the valley, there were two middle-aged men and an old man. They had just picked a few sets of supreme-grade spiritual herbs in the valley and were very happy. However, they didn't expect that the way out would be blocked by someone. At first, they were very nervous. But later, they found that there was only one person, and it was a young man. The three of them immediately laughed. "Get lost, kid. Humph, what an idiot. How dare you act alone in the second stage? Who do you think you are? How dare you rob us? You're courting death. Kneel there obediently and wait for your death. If we're in a good mood, we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death." So much nonsense. The young man in golden armor sneered and then formed a seal with both hands. Seal of the fearless lion. Roar. Golden light shone in the sky like the explosion of the sun. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Then, a huge golden lion flew out of the young man's palm. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it flew forward. Chapter 2083. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being chewed could be heard in the silent valley, making one's scalp tingle. In short, although they had only been here for a few days, there was still an intense battle. Moreover, this battle was much more tragic than the first stage. In fact, many powerful almighties were killed mercilessly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other two flew to their destination. After searching around, they found that the ancient ruins were in ruins. Moreover, there was nothing left inside. It was probably taken away by someone the last time they were here. Therefore, the three of them returned the way they came and prepared to rendezvous. Soon, they arrived at the rendezvous point and waited patiently. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The middle-aged man and the woman in red also sat at the side. One of them would cultivate while the other would observe the surroundings. Just like that, the cycle would repeat every 4 hours. After half a day, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, he said, "If anything happens, get ready to fight." The two of them did not find out anything, but they were very clear about Lin Xian's ability. It was the same the last time. Therefore, when they heard Lin Xian's words, they stood up one after another and secretly circulated their power, ready to fight at any time. Indeed, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the void came from the distance. Then, two rays of light quickly flew over. It was a black ray of light and a blue ray of light that bloomed in the sky like a meteor. The woman in red saw this and immediately exclaimed, "Our people are back?" However, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance with flickering eyes. The middle-aged man also realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be people behind them. Yes, there were people behind them. After the two rays of light, there were 3 rays of light that streaked across the void like lightning. They were being chased. The middle-aged man and woman were shocked. Looking at the situation in front of them, that should be it. Yes, the two who were running for their lives were the 2 old men who left earlier. They also encountered enemies, but they were not as lucky as Lin Xian. The opponents they encountered were very strong. They were the first prince's subordinates. There were 3 of them. 2 of them were extremely powerful. One was the celestial river great ancestor, and the other was the king of many treasures. These 2 people were extremely terrifying. Their strength was above theirs. Moreover, there was another elite on the other side. 3 against 2. Even if they had 2 flying demonic beasts, it was still not enough. Therefore, they could only run back. Moreover, they were running towards the agreed-upon location. Because in their opinion, as long as they met up, 5 against 3, there should still be a chance for them to turn the tables. Sure enough, when they arrived near the rendezvous point, they saw 3 people below. The 2 old men smiled. Fortunately, the other party was here. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shout loudly, "Hurry up and kill them." Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman looked at each other and then coldly shouted. Their bodies turned into 2 long rainbows, and they instantly rushed into the sky. In an instant, the 4 of them surrounded the first prince's 3 subordinates. He actually had a helper. The 3 subordinates of the first prince glowed as they floated in the air. He released a powerful force that intimidated everyone. Among them, there was indeed the king of many treasures and the Sky River great ancestor. The other person was an old man. His aura was also powerful, and the long spear in his hand emitted a cold light. What should we do? The Sky River great ancestor asked. The king of many treasures sneered and directly attacked. Those 2 old fellows have been chased by us for so many days. Their strength has probably been greatly reduced. Therefore, even if they have more people, they are no match for us. His analysis was indeed correct, but soon he was stunned. That was because he saw another figure below, and that figure was extremely familiar to him. The king of many treasures saw it, and so did the Sky River great ancestor. His expression immediately became extremely unsightly. In fact, there was even a hint of ferocity. Damn it, it's actually that kid. He recognized the other party because he had previously assassinated Lin Xian. In the end, he was injured by Lin Xian and had to escape in a sorry state. He did not expect to meet him again. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Immediately, the Sky River great ancestor stepped on the river of stars, and a terrifying light erupted from his body that could crush the void. Damn kid, get over here and accept your death. There was a terrifying murderous intent in his voice. It shook the void and turned into an invisible wave. Seeing this scene, the 2 old men on Lin Xian's side frowned. What? Could it be that there's still a grudge between them? If the Sky River great ancestor and the king of many treasures were angered, the situation would not be easy to control. After all, those 2 people were very terrifying existences. However, on the other side, the middle-aged man and the woman in red had very strange expressions. What's going on? How dare he provoke Lin Xian? Is he courting death? One had to know that they had personally witnessed Lin Xian's power a day or 2 ago. The powerful king of devil swords was defeated in the end and fled like a stray dog, let alone the Sky River great ancestor. Therefore, they really could not understand where the Sky River great ancestor got the courage to go against Lin Xian. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect it to be those people. He let them escape last time, but he did not expect them to come again this time. Since they had met, he did not intend to let them go. After all, those people wanted to kill him. Lin Xian never showed mercy to his enemies. In the next moment, he tapped his foot and instantly appeared in the sky. His robe fluttered, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. It's actually you, a loser. How dare you come here to die? Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. What? A loser? Hearing that, the expressions of the mighty figures in the sky changed. The 2 old men on Lin Xian's side were stunned and filled with shock. What's going on? Could it be that the Sky River great ancestor had fought with Lin Xian and lost? How is that possible? They could not believe it because they had never seen Lin Xian fight before. On the first prince's side, the old man with the long spear also frowned, while the middle-aged man and the woman in red suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder the Sky River great ancestor is so angry. It turns out that he has been defeated before. However, he's really courting death. He dares to attack again after being defeated. He must be tired of living. The Sky River great ancestor's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Kid, don't be so smug. I was careless last time and was ambushed by you. This time, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Star River Waterfall. In the next moment, the Sky River great ancestor attacked, and his body bloomed with the power of stars. Chapter 2084. Boom. In an instant, the void split open, and killing intent surged. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings. The scene was extremely terrifying. This scene caused the expressions of the surrounding mighty figures to change. Lin Xian sneered. He waved the demonic sword in his hand and quickly slashed down. Boom! The sword light surged into the sky and turned into a divine red color as it quickly slashed down. This strike was too shocking. It was as if the sky was pressing down. Within the sword energy, there was a dragon sword domain floating and flickering. Lin Xian did not hold back with this strike. Boom! 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 The terrifying sword energy surged in all directions and slashed towards Tianhe. Boom! The sword cut through the stars in the sky, shattered the galaxy, and sent the great ancestor of the heavenly river flying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The two old men on Lin Xian's side felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. On the other side, the pupils of the king of many treasures and the old man with the long spear also constricted. Powerful. He's too powerful. Especially the king of many treasures. He was extremely shocked. The other party's methods were much more powerful than those he had encountered before. How long had it been? And the other party was already so terrifying. He was in an even more sorry state. This strike had seriously injured him. I'm going to kill you. He roared at the sky with a crazy expression. Like a demon, endless starlight surged out from his body and turned into a star domain. Billion stars slash. Kill. He roared crazily and activated his king domain without caring about the consequences. Boom, 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 boom. Endless stars shone, and light danced in the sky. Immediately, thousands of starlight appeared in the sky. They flickered and turned into stars one after another, forming a light screen. It quickly pressed down. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, and the entire space seemed to be about to split open. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a terrifying power surged out. Then, thousands of sword energy bloomed from his body. His entire body was fierce and murderous. He turned into a streak of divine red and instantly rushed out. Pooh! The sword light streaked across, cutting through the void. Not only that, but Tianhe's body also stiffened in the sky. Then, his eyes widened. With a boom, he was cut into two halves. He was killed. He was killed with a single strike. These people all went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it. That was esteemed Master Tianhe. Elite mighty figures were terrifyingly powerful. However, he was actually killed by a young man in his 20s with a single strike. On Ling Xian's side, the two elders were completely stunned. The middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman felt their scalps go numb. Although they had seen Lin Xian's methods before, they were still extremely shocked when they saw it again. On the other side, the king of treasures and the old man with the long spear were even more shocked. Was this guy even human? How could he deal with an elite supreme being all by himself? If they stayed any longer, they would most likely die without a doubt. In the next moment, King of many treasures roared in rage and attacked. He went all out to break out. At this point, his body blossomed with light. He turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. The old man wielded the red spear in his hand. Then, he became one with the spear and pierced through the void, trying to escape. Stop them. However, Lin Xian let out a cold snort, and his body once again emitted thousands of rays of light. The demon-slaying sword formation under his feet quickly formed blood swords, completely sealing off the entire space. Boom! Hearing Lin Xian's words, the remaining four mighty figures also moved. The middle-aged man waved his fist, and it was like a mountain as it blasted forward. The red-clothed woman opened her mouth and spat out a storm, which turned into a tornado that swept through heaven and earth. The two elders next to her also roared angrily. They raised their combat strength to the limit and quickly attacked. A huge palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. On the other side, the earth trembled, and countless rock beasts appeared. They also grabbed upward. For a moment, the sky and the earth were filled with terrifying killing moves. No matter how powerful King of Treasures and the old man with the long spear were, they couldn't resist at all. Therefore, in an instant, The two of them were shattered by the void, and their bodies fell out. Their expressions became extremely unsightly. Kill. At this moment, the old man with the long spear roared and took the lead to attack. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Therefore, he charged toward the blue-clothed old man. Because among Lin Xian's group of 5, the two old men had consumed the most energy, so their combat strength was also the weakest. If he wanted to break out, he naturally had to choose the weaker ones. In the sky, a red light flickered, and then a red spear appeared and swept over. It stabbed fiercely at the blue-clothed old man. This spear was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Sure enough, the blue-clothed old man was sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian said coldly, "The 4 of you hurry up and attack. Leave the rest to me." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, when they thought of the situation where Tianhe great ancestor was killed in an instant, they didn't dare to say anything. Immediately, the 4 mighty figures quickly surrounded the old man with the long spear. The old man with the long spear was overjoyed when he sent the blue-clothed old man flying. He thought that he could break out of the encirclement. However, in the next moment, the 4 of them surrounded him again. His face turned green. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? Although he was an elite mighty figure and was powerful, he could still take on 2 of them. He couldn't take on 3 of them. Now that the 4 of them attacked together, he had no ability to resist at all. Sure enough, soon, he let out an angry scream. When Lord of Many Treasures saw this scene, he roared angrily and wanted to go up to help. But soon, Lin Xian's sword slashed across the sky like a surging river, cutting through the void. You should worry about others first. Think about your own situation first. Brat, you're courting death. Get lost. Lord of Many Treasures roared angrily and immediately took out a huge green cauldron. As soon as the green cauldron appeared, it quickly expanded and turned into a huge cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It towered into the clouds. The terrifying weight caused the void to shatter in an instant. Not only that, a purple bell appeared in his hand, and he shook it quickly. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out as streams of purple sound waves spread out in all directions, causing the entire world to tremble. The surrounding mountains shattered in an instant, and the ground cracked open. It was extremely terrifying. Ice Guardian. A huge ice goddess appeared on Lin Xian's body, forming a powerful protection. Not only that, the ice goddess flapped her wings, forming the power of wind and snow that filled the sky, freezing everything. Lin Xian even used the dragon sword domain, forming an azure dragon that directly lifted the huge cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Boom, boom. The terrifying cauldron trembled as it was lifted up by the azure dragon. It was extremely terrifying. Then, a loud dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body, and a dragon head appeared on his body. Then, he merged with the demon's sword in his hand, turning into a peerless sword light. Chapter 2085. That was because it was the same move that had split the Sky River Great Ancestor in half. He knew how terrifying that sword move was. In the next moment, he spat out a blue light curtain that formed a sea that covered the sky and enveloped him. Then, he took out a large green umbrella and held it above his head, forming a defense that covered the sky and completely enveloped him. At the same time, a black armor appeared on his body. King of Many Treasures heaved a sigh of relief when he suddenly put up so many defenses. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. He felt a chill on his neck, and he could no longer feel anything. Puff. Blood sprayed in the sky, dyeing the void red. Then, King of Many Treasures' body fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and took away the other party's storage ring. Then, he frowned slightly. That was because he did not find the King Jade Talisman. On the other side, the battle had also ended. For against 1, the old man with the long spear could not resist at all and was directly beaten into a bloody mist. However, there was also no King Jade Talisman in his storage ring. It seemed that the 3 of them had only gone out to look for opportunities. There was no King Jade talisman on them at all. However, Lin Xian did not care. At least he had obtained so many storage rings. The harvest this time was huge. So far, the three elite powerhouses of the first prince had all been killed. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were still able to accept it. However, the other two old men had shocked expressions on their faces. They were completely stunned. What was going on? How could the other party's combat strength be so powerful? Then, the woman in red told them what had happened in the past few days. When they heard that the King of Devil Swords had escaped with serious injuries, they gasped. He was definitely a peerless powerhouse and a peerless genius. They realized that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Since the other party was so powerful, it should not be difficult for him to kill them. Thinking of that, deep fear appeared in their eyes. Then, the two old men hurriedly came in front of Lin Xian and said respectfully, "Young master, we have offended you before. I hope you won't misunderstand. In the future, the two of us will definitely obey any of your orders." Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the other party's current attitude. Thinking about it, the other party wouldn't dare to disobey his orders in the future. This would make things easier for him in the future. At this moment, the blue-clothed old man said, "Young master, you can distribute these storage rings as you wish." This was a rule that had existed in the past. There was such a thing. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The black-robed old man also said that there was indeed such a rule. In the second stage, other than the Jade Talisman and the King Tablet, the other items could be obtained by one's own strength. So that was the case. Lin Xian nodded and took the Sky River Great Ancestor and the King of Many Treasures storage items. Then, he tossed the old man's storage ring to the four of them. The four of you can divide the things inside equally. Then, he took out the storage rings that belonged to the Demon Blade King and the other four people and gave one of them to the woman in red and the middle-aged man. "This is your reward for last time. Thank you, young master." Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the woman in red were overjoyed. The two old men also took a deep breath. Then, they began to divide the things in the storage rings. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. He had obtained a lot of storage rings from powerful figures. These people's things were extremely rich. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He absorbed all the supreme-grade subdivine crystals and mutant nerves that could be used. He used them to improve his strength. As for the other cultivation methods, he also picked out the useful ones. He also kept the useless ones for future exchanges and auctions. In any case, the harvest this time was really rich, especially the storage rings of the Demon Blade King and the King of Many Treasures. The Demon Blade of the Demon Blade King was definitely a top-grade Earth-grade treasure weapon. It was very powerful and terrifying. However, it was a pity that he didn't use a blade. Therefore, this thing was useless to him. However, he should be able to sell it for a good price, or exchange it for supreme-grade items. As for the King of Many Treasures, it was even more delightful. The King of Many Treasures didn't have any cultivation methods, but he had many treasures. In total, there were dozens of treasures. Among them, there were 3 top-grade treasures. There were also quite a number of high-level weapons. There were 7 or 8 of them. The rest were middle-grade weapons. It could be said that the King of Many Treasures was extremely terrifying. He had treasures for defense, attack, close combat, and long-range combat. However, it was a pity that he encountered it. No matter how powerful Lin Xian's treasures were, they couldn't be compared to the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be more convenient for him to fight in the future. With so many treasures thrown out by him, he estimated that they could smash an elite powerful figure to death. Then, Lin Xian put away the storage rings, stood up, and said, "Okay, let's go back and meet up with the 8th prince." The result this time was good. He obtained the Jade Talisman King token and many storage rings. It could be said that it was a great harvest. Calculating the time, Lin Xian felt that it was about time to meet up with the 8th prince. The two old men said, "Young Master Lin, there seems to be something in the relic we explored." "Oh?" Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The old man in blue said, "Indeed. Although the relic was damaged, it wasn't completely destroyed. There should be treasures in it." That's why we were chased by the first prince's 3 men. I see. Since that's the case, let's go and take a look. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He had never seen what the ruins inside looked like. Therefore, he was curious. After discussing for a while, the 5 of them decided to set off immediately. Whoosh whoosh. Then, they rode on beasts and flew out of the relic quickly. A day later, they arrived at their destination. It was a barren mountain. There were weeds all around, and it was very chaotic. There were even beasts around. However, when the 5 of them arrived, their powerful aura suppressed the surroundings, causing the weaker beasts to run away. For a while, they didn't receive any attacks. Where's the entrance? After landing, Lin Xian asked, then he started to look around. The 2 old men said, there's a cave in front. There was a seal previously, but we broke it forcefully. Indeed. Lin Xian walked forward. After walking for about 200 meters, he saw a cave that was 2 meters tall. It was very hidden, and there were vines all around. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Moreover, there was a trace of energy left on it. It should have been left behind when the seal was broken. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Xian nodded, then took the lead and walked in. As he took a step, a black armor appeared on his body and covered his entire body. Chapter 2086. When the 4 people behind him saw this scene, they also put on their armor and carefully followed behind Lin Xian. It was a little dark inside, but the 5 of them were glowing like the sun. Therefore, when they entered, the inside was completely illuminated. This should be the Moonlight Ruins. The woman in red took out a map and looked at it. As they were talking, cracking sounds suddenly came from under their feet. Then, lines of formation patterns lit up. In an instant, they covered the entire cave. Along with it, there was an extremely terrifying aura. The aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if a god was quickly awakening. At the same time, the woman in red and the other 3 discovered that their cultivation and strength were suppressed again. It was even more terrifying than when they were outside. Damn it! What is this place? I feel like I've been suppressed by 60%. Damn it! This place is too evil. Should we go out? The 2 old men also felt their scalps go numb. However, when they wanted to retreat, they discovered that many figures had appeared around them. There were dozens of people densely packed together, surrounding them. Those people stood there like statues. They were all wearing silver armor. A terrifying aura surged out from their bodies. Oh no, these are silver-armored guards. I have to leave quickly. When the old man in black saw this scene, his scalp went numb. In the next moment, he shouted in a low voice and activated his king's domain, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, his strength was severely suppressed now, so his combat strength was much weaker than before. Meanwhile, the silver-armored guards around them were increasing in number. At the same time, their bodies were also emitting a silver light that intertwined with each other, forming an extremely terrifying sky curtain that quickly pressed down on the 5 people. Damn it! Seeing this, the woman in red, the middle-aged man, and the 2 old men gritted their teeth and frantically activated their king's domains to resist. However, soon, their king's domains emitted cracking sounds, and even the light dimmed. What should we do? The 4 of them looked at Lin Xian anxiously. They had no choice. They really had no other choice. They could only pin their hopes on Lin Xian. That was because they knew that Lin Xian's strength was extremely powerful. Even if he was suppressed, he was probably far stronger than them. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and sighed slightly. Make your move. Just now, he had already used his soul power to scan the area. Apart from a few stalks of spiritual herbs and some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, there was nothing else. Other than that, there was nothing else. It seemed that even though the ruins still existed, it was likely that someone had already explored them during the Crown Prince competition. Perhaps, the treasure had been taken away by someone else. Therefore, the remaining items were of little value. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate crazily, releasing a monstrous amount of sword chi. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded. The dragon sword spirit domain cherished an azure dragon, roaring in all directions. With a flick of its tail, all the silver-armored guards around it were blown away. What? How could he be so strong? The red-clothed woman and the other three were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How could Lin Xian's king's domain be so powerful? This aura was too shocking. Could it be that the other party wasn't affected by the suppression here? One had to know that they were all elite mighty figures. They could tell at a glance that the other party's aura was definitely at his peak state. However, their strength had been suppressed by 50 to 60%. How could the other party be at his peak state? This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that this kid hadn't been suppressed at all before? No wonder he was so powerful. These people swallowed their saliva frantically. They felt that Lin Xian must have some secrets on him. However, everyone had their own secrets. Even if they investigated, they wouldn't be able to find out. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground began to tremble again. An even more terrifying aura was rapidly recovering. It was as if a huge monster was about to come out. This aura was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Hurry up and leave this place." The red-clothed woman and the other three hurriedly nodded. Their faces were also pale. In their current state, they couldn't resist this aura at all. Therefore, the four of them hurriedly fled outside. Lin Xian brought up the rear. When the four of them left, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Without saying a word, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul. Immediately, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. Then, Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul and activated the dragon sword domain with all his strength. He slashed down with his sword. A fierce azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed underground. The earth-shattering explosion completely destroyed the entire cave. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed. The red-clothed woman and the other three had just escaped the cave and heaved a sigh of relief. However, immediately after, their faces turned pale again. That was because they felt an even more terrifying and violent aura surging out from the cave. It was as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Oh no, run! They hurriedly rushed into the sky and into the clouds. Sure enough, the moment they left, the ground below suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying bottomless abyss appeared. A violent energy tore through the void. Seeing this scene, the four of them felt their scalps go numb. They desperately fled into the distance. However, they were very worried about Lin Xian. They were afraid that something would happen to him. But soon, they heaved a sigh of relief. Because they saw Lin Xian also rushed into the sky and turned into a stream of light. What's going on? Could it be that the ruins below have been destroyed? Heavens, how is this possible? The four of them were stunned. One had to know that they were all older generation figures who had lived for 1 or 2,000 years. They had all heard of the Crown Prince battle. Even if the ruins here were emptied, it would not be damaged at all. However, now, Lin Xian directly destroyed a ruin with a single move. This was really a big move today. If news of this were to spread, it would probably shock the entire world. Damn, this kid is too heaven-defying. The four of them looked at the shocking scene below and were speechless. However, these people did not know that when they entered the moonlight ruins below, a group of people also entered at another entrance. It was a group of people. There were a total of 6 people, and the person in the lead was a handsome young man. Behind him were 5 powerful almighties. 7th Prince, this should be the moonlight ruins. It seems that although the moonlight ruins are quite damaged, there should be a lot of good things inside. Chapter 2087. Hearing this, the 7th Prince's eyes lit up. Indeed, he was not very strong, so his strategy was to find all kinds of ruins to increase his strength. The moonlight ruins was their first stop. The 6 of them were all excited and quickly walked inside. However, halfway through, they suddenly felt a shocking vibration under their feet. Then, a different aura was quickly awakening. It was like a peerless monster that made one's scalp tingle. Not good. Sensing this scene, the seventh prince and the others' expressions changed. Just as they were about to retreat, an even more violent spiritual aura erupted. It rushed over from the front. Accompanying it was a terrifying dragon's roar. Then, in the next moment, the sky collapsed, the void shattered, and the ground caved in. The berserk energy rushed towards them like a madman. Damn it, get out of here. When the seventh prince and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. In the next moment, they no longer cared about the treasures and all fled into the distance. Boom. The seventh prince was protected by two peerless experts. Finally, they escaped by a hair's breadth. However, the moment they left the cave, the two mighty figures at the back were swept by the aftermath of the energy and were directly cut in half at the waist. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince and the others' scalps tingled. They did not dare to stay there and quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, they were shocked. What kind of existence was it? What kind of energy shockwave could directly kill a mighty figure? Terrifying. It was indeed too terrifying. They suspected that there were peerless experts fighting inside. However, they did not know who exactly it was. According to the seventh prince and the others' guesses, it should be the top powerhouses of the princes. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the others to release such terrifying power. On the other side, in the Grand Imperial Hall, ever since the second stage of the Crown Prince battle began, the current emperor, the empress, the royal elders, and the princes had not left. They all entered the Grand Imperial Hall to watch. The Crown Prince battle had been passed down since ancient times in the Tai dynasty. It could be said that until now, it was very perfect. They could also see the scene inside from outside. Sure enough, there was a huge light screen above the Grand Imperial Hall that shone down. It showed the situation of the second stage. It was divided into many different regions, and in each region, there was a prince. In other words, the traces of the 15 princes had been completely seen by these people. Although it wasn't very clear, at least he knew the general situation. Needless to say, these princes must have something special on them for these people to see. As for the people who had left the prince, such as Lin Xian and the others, their names were not shown. At this moment, the elders and experts of the royal family, including the current emperor and empress, were all looking at the screen of light, because this would determine who would become the crown prince. Other than His Majesty, these royal family elders, princes, and experts all belonged to different factions. The princes they supported were also different. At this moment, they were naturally paying close attention. Was that the third prince? He actually found such a complete ancient ruin. The elders who supported the third prince, on the other hand, smiled. The first prince actually went to the ruins. Wasn't that the place where the current emperor went before? There were also people who exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the queen revealed a satisfied smile. Of course, she was the one who had reported this information to the first prince. As the queen, she had much more information resources than the other princes. Therefore, the first prince was also far superior to the other princes. The eighth prince was not simple either. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The seventh prince actually went to such a remote ruin? I remember that this is the Moonlight Ruin, right? There shouldn't be much left inside. Seeing the seventh prince's actions, many royal elders sneered. But soon, they were stunned, because they realized that the ruin where the seventh prince was had suddenly expanded. Then, it exploded and turned into nothingness. Even through the screen of light, the experts of the Grand Imperial Hall could feel the violent energy storm. What was going on? What had happened? Why did the Moonlight Ruin suddenly explode? Everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to imagine. Ruins could be excavated and emptied, but there had never been an explosion. What exactly was going on? All of these elders and princes were stunned. Even the Empress and His Majesty were frowning. It couldn't be helped. They had never encountered such a thing. Could it be that an accident had happened in the Moonlight Ruin? Or the array had exploded, causing a series of explosions? Was that why it happened? It didn't seem like it. Why did it look like it was man-made? Another royal elder frowned. Man-made? That was impossible. To destroy such a ruin, one had to be at least an almighty level. None of the people who had entered this time were almighty. Moreover, after entering, Their cultivation was suppressed. They didn't have the strength to cause such great destruction. Everyone was discussing. In short, there were all kinds of guesses. However, there was no evidence. The emperor also frowned. The source of the explosion was too far away from the seventh prince. Otherwise, he might have been able to find some clues. On the other side, the moment the moonlight ruin exploded, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly left. However, when he left, he realized that there were dozens of silver light spots below. They were like fireflies that quickly flew into his body. What was that? Lin Xian was shocked and wanted to resist. However, he realized that the silver light spots were all very pure energy and were not harmful to him. On the contrary, they were very beneficial. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not resist anymore. He used the longevity incantation and quickly absorbed them. Could it be that these silver light spots were produced by those silver-armored guards? He realized that the number of silver light spots was about the same as those silver-armored guards. However, he didn't know what exactly it was. However, his cultivation had increased a little. From the looks of it, if he was lucky enough to plunder a few more ruins like this, he might be able to break through and reach the late-stage 6-star king realm. In the next moment, the woman in red and the others met up with Lin Xian. Then, she asked, "Young Master Lin, what should we do?" Lin Xian looked at the time and decided to go back and meet up with the 8th prince first. Indeed, it was time for Lin Xian to go back. On the other side, the 8th prince and the others also met up. Among them, the 8th prince also explored a ruin and obtained many good things. On the other side, Taoist Master Long obtained some treasures. He even fought with the other princes and defeated them. However, he did not obtain the Jade Talisman King token. Chapter 2088. However, they soon frowned. That was because they realized that Lin Xian's team had not returned yet. What's going on? It's been more than a day. Why haven't they returned yet? Could it be that they encountered an accident? Those people were very puzzled. Indeed, it was a day later than the scheduled time. Logically speaking, they should have returned. However, there was no sign of them yet. That made them think more about it. An elder said in a deep voice, "I think it's not very reliable to let a young man be the team leader. Why don't we let an elder be the team leader? After all, in terms of strength and experience, young people can't compare to them." Indeed, I think so too. Many of the elders thought so. They felt that the reason why Lin Xian's team did not return was because Lin Xian was the team leader. Something must have happened along the way. Therefore, they decided that they must change the team leader after they returned. They could not let a young boy lead the team. That way, the danger was too high. After another half a day, 5 figures came from afar. "They're here." Seeing that, Taoist Master Long opened his eyes. The other King Realm Almighties also raised their heads and looked over. The 5 silhouettes landed beside them in an instant. They were Lin Xian's team of 5. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others had returned without any casualties, the 8th prince heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Taoist Master Long frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why did you come back so late?" Lin Xian shrugged. "It's nothing. I encountered a ruin on the way and was delayed for a while." Young people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know that your delay of a day and a half has a huge impact on the 8th prince? At that moment, an elder snorted coldly. The other elders also said, "That's right. How can a young man like you be the team leader? Why don't we change the team leader?" Taoist Master Lon, why don't you be the team leader? Then, those people looked at the elder in blue beside Lin Xian. If it were before, the elder in blue would be very excited. But now, he quickly shook his head. No, 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 my ability is limited. I'm not as good as young Master Lin. Young Master Lin should be the team leader. What was going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. It was completely different from the Taoist Lon they knew. What had happened in the middle of all this? In the next moment, they looked at the black-clothed old man. The old man in black also hurriedly shook his head. "I don't have the ability either. I unconditionally support Lin Xian to be the captain." "So are we." The middle-aged man and the woman in red nodded quickly. This scene stunned everyone. This was especially true for the older generation figures. They were all stupefied. Heavens, what's going on? They believed that this group was extremely disharmonious. At the very least, the two elders were not convinced. But now, it seemed that there was no such thing. These four people, for powerful almighties, were all obedient to this kid. They didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Taoist Long was astonished as well. What on earth had happened? He really couldn't understand. Only the eighth prince smiled in satisfaction. He knew about Lin Xian's strength. He thought that these people must have been stunned after seeing Lin Xian's strength. That was why they had such a reaction. Indeed, the eighth prince's guess was right. These people were indeed stunned after seeing Lin Xian's strength. However, his guess wasn't comprehensive. He didn't know that Lin Xian had split the moonlight ruins open with a single slash. Otherwise, he would have been stunned like these people. Since these people in Lin Xian's team didn't object to Lin Xian being the team leader, the others naturally couldn't say anything. Moreover, they now realized that although Lin Xian's team had returned late, the five of them weren't injured. As for the remaining two teams, more or less, some of them were injured. Some of them were even seriously injured. After all, whether it was exploring the ruins or fighting with other powerhouses, it was very dangerous. However, why weren't Lin Xian's team injured? This made them very puzzled. However, some of the older generation sneered. They weren't injured. I think it's because they're hiding. That's right. We explored the ruins and defeated other powerhouses. After spending so much effort, I didn't expect someone to be lazy. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that some old guys were not convinced by him. He sneered. However, at this time, the woman in red and the middle-aged man beside him couldn't stand it anymore. What did they mean by they were lazy? They had also explored an ancient ruin and had even obtained 3 jade tokens. In the next moment, the woman in red snorted softly. We were lazy? You've contributed a lot? Then I want to know, what contributions did you make? She was so angry that she asked such a question. At this time, a person beside Taoist Master Long said, we met the 12th prince and the 6th prince's people and defeated them. We also heavily injured 3 powerhouses. 4 of them were lightly injured, and we obtained 3 storage rings. An old man beside the 8th prince said, we explored the heavenly jewel ruins and obtained many treasures. Hearing this, the woman in red sneered. Oh, is that so? Then, how many jade tokens did you obtain? The Crown Prince battle was a competition of the number of jade tokens. Hearing this, the old men stopped talking and their faces turned red. That was because they didn't obtain a single jade token. TSK. Seeing this, the woman in red sneered disdainfully. What was there to be arrogant about when they didn't even obtain a single jade token? However, they soon sneered. No matter what, we obtained a lot of good things. I'm afraid you didn't even obtain a single good thing. They didn't obtain the most important jade token, so they could only change the topic and look down on Lin Xian and the others again. At this time, the 8th prince also frowned. All right, we're all on the same team. Let's not quarrel. However, the woman in red snorted coldly. Who said that we didn't obtain anything good? We explored the moonlight ruins. We encountered the 1st prince's subordinates, the Tianhe great ancestor, and the king of many treasures, and successfully killed them. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. You killed the king of many treasures and the Tianhe great ancestor? They knew that those 2 powerhouses were very terrifying, especially the king of many treasures, who had countless magic treasures. Even if someone could suppress him, it would be very easy for the king of many treasures to escape. Chapter 2089. You don't believe me? Why don't you ask the 1st prince if Lord of Many Treasures and Lord Tian here still alive? The woman in red snorted and said, not only Lord of Many Treasures, but we also encountered Devil Blade King's team of 5 and defeated them. Our young Master Lin even cut off one of Devil Blade King's arms. Of course, The most important thing is that we got Devil Blade King's Jade token. What? Even Devil Blade King was defeated? Hearing this, everyone was even more confused because Devil Blade King was more terrifying than Lord of Many Treasures and Lord Tian He. Speaking of this, they were even more in disbelief. One of the old men sneered. Nonsense. How could you defeat so many experts? To be honest, they did not dare to believe that the team led by the 8th prince could succeed. Because the 8th prince was with them. They were all elite pinnacle mighty figures. However, Lin Xian's team. How could it be? They did not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian sneered. It was time for him to make a move. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a long green saber floated in the void. This is... Everyone was stunned and looked at the long green saber. Then, they were all stunned and gasped. That's Devil Blade King's treasured saber. Why is it here? Did he really defeat Devil Blade King? Everyone was shocked. Devil Blade King was a swordsman. He lived with his saber and died with his saber. If Devil Blade King was not defeated, how could Lin Xian obtain the terrifying saber? Damn it! How did this kid do it? They could not believe it. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, a large green cauldron appeared in the void and crushed the surroundings. Then, a large purple umbrella appeared and emitted thousands of rays of light. That's the treasure of Lord of Many Treasures. Someone exclaimed. This time, even Taoist Long and the 8th prince were shocked. From the looks of it, the king of many treasures must have been killed. Suddenly, the two of them gasped. Taoist Long was shocked and could not believe it. The 8th prince was also very surprised. Although he knew that Lin Xian was very strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Just this battle record alone had already surpassed the total of their two teams. However, what made him even happier was yet to come. In the next moment, Lin Xian put away all the Dharma treasures and took out 3 Jade Buddha King tablets. 8th prince, these are the 3 Jade Buddha King medallions I got from Devil Blade King. What? Jade Talisman Ace. It really was the King Jade amulet. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked over. Sure enough, they saw 3 Jade Buddha King tablets floating in the air. The 8th prince's face was also overjoyed. No matter how many treasures there were, it was useless because the most important thing in the second level was the Jade King token. As long as he could obtain the Jade token and become the crown prince, with the strength of the Tai dynasty, what kind of heaven and earth treasures could he not have? However, neither of their teams had obtained the Jade Talisman Suit's trump card, while Lin Xian had. And it was 3 pieces. This made the 8th prince very happy. Brother Lin, well done. Thank you very much. Don't worry, when we get back, I'll definitely fulfill any of your requests. The 8th prince was overjoyed. As for the others, they looked at Lin Xian in shock. This was especially true for the older generation figures. They were all stunned. The corners of their mouths were twitching and many of them looked very upset. This was because they had looked down on Lin Xian and did not believe him. They thought that he was lazy and did not deserve to be the team leader. But now, everything that Lin Xian had done had far exceeded their expectations, even their imaginations. They could not accept it at all. This was a slap in their faces in front of everyone. Moreover, they could not fight back. On Lin Xian's side, the lady in red and the other 3 were also very happy. Looking at the upset faces of the people around them, they felt very satisfied. These old guys looked down on them, and now they had been slapped in the face. Of course, they knew that all the credit belonged to Lin Xian. Therefore, they were even more in awe of Lin Xian. What should we do next? At this moment, Taoist Master Long also took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and then asked. The 8th prince said, the top 3 now are us, the 1st prince, and the 3rd prince. The 1st prince and the 3rd prince are extremely powerful and not weaker than us. Especially the 1st prince, he has the Golden Lion King. Therefore, there's no need for us to clash with them now. What we need to do is to wipe out the other weaker princes. We'll take their jade talismans and trump cards to increase our strength. At the same time, we also need to explore more ancient ruins. After all, the things inside are very precious. Let's do this. We'll first search the periphery and then head towards the center. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This was indeed the safest way at the moment. At this moment, an elder asked, "Should we still follow the current group and move separately? I think we should move together. Although we'll explore fewer places this way, if we move together, we'll have a 100% chance of winning no matter who we encounter, because there are very few people who move together like us." Taoist Master Long expressed his thoughts. The others' eyes also lit up. Yes, if they moved together, even if they encountered elites like the first prince and the third prince, they would be able to kill them smoothly. However, if they split up, it might not be the case. They might be killed. Therefore, many people agreed to this idea for their own safety. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, "I think this method is safe, but it's too conservative. Why don't we send a small vanguard team and use the advantage of having fewer people to launch a sneak attack and explore various ruins? If there's no one scouting outside, it's indeed inappropriate." This was a good idea. The eighth prince nodded, while the other elders frowned. But who should they send? Although it was convenient to have fewer people, it would be difficult to escape if they encountered other groups. Everyone was stunned. Then they all looked at Lin Xian. Everyone's gaze was strange, but Lin Xian smiled faintly. "Indeed, the reason why I made this request is because I'm prepared to do this. However, I need 2 people. 2 people. Brother Lin, who do you want? Just tell me." He was quite confident in Lin Xian's strength. With Lin Xian around, even if they couldn't defeat him, they would still be able to escape. When the time came, they could escape to protect themselves. It was still possible. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these people. When the elders saw this scene, their bodies trembled and they hurriedly lowered their heads. Some of them even took 2 steps back. What a joke! They didn't want to act alone. Otherwise, if they encountered a powerful enemy, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Therefore, they didn't want to be with Lin Xian. Chapter 2090. A look of disdain appeared on Lin Xian's face when he saw this. Then, he said, "How about this? I'll find 2 people of similar age, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing." What? He only wants 2 young geniuses? Hearing that, the 8th prince, Taoist Long, and the others were all stunned. The older generation figures were even more stunned. Initially, they were afraid that Lin Xian would pick them out and ask them to follow him on his own. But now, they didn't expect him to only want 2 young geniuses instead of them. Will it be risky if 3 young people go together? Taoist Long also frowned slightly. He said, "Why don't you think about it? I think it's a good idea. There's no danger." Lin Xian shrugged and looked at Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing in the crowd. "What do you think? Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of?" Duan Qingqing smiled. Lu Fei didn't say anything. He stood up and walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled when he saw this. "Don't worry, 8th prince. With the strength of the 3 of us, even if we encounter danger, we can still escape safely. I can guarantee that." "All right then, be careful." The 8th prince nodded. Since Lin Xian said so, he could only choose to believe him. The others were a little stunned. It was too bold and risky to let 3 young geniuses form a team. Except for Lin Xian, the other princes wouldn't do such a thing. Lin Xian discussed with Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. Then, the 3 of them left quickly. "Lin Xian, did you really kill the King of Treasures? And injured the King of Devil Swords?" After leaving, Duan Qingqing asked curiously. She was indeed too curious, because with her strength, she couldn't understand the situation at all. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You'll know whether it's true or not after some time." He didn't explain too much to the 2 of them. After all, as long as they encountered enemies and he killed 2 kings, they would probably believe him. Moreover, he chose the 2 of them because they were geniuses and had seen his performance in the first round. Therefore, he wouldn't be like the other elders who were suspicious of him. As expected, the 2 of them took Lin Xian's words seriously. But soon, Duan Qingqing frowned. "Lin Xian, that's not right. Where are you taking us? There's a herd of beasts in front." Lu Fei also spoke up. "That's right, Brother Lin. Could it be that he had gone the wrong way?" "No, Weirs, don't you think that it's we later, We'll catch 2 demonic beasts and let them fly. That will save us a lot of effort. You want to catch beasts? Heavens, what's the use of catching them? We can't tame them. Duan Jingjing couldn't understand. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I have a way to tame them. Do you remember the beasts I was riding on before? They were tamed by me. What? You tamed them? Could it be that you're a beast tamer? Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were surprised. Then they remembered that Lin Xian used a soul power attack in the first round and defeated the Herculean king unexpectedly. This also meant that the other party's soul power was very strong. Therefore, the other party might really be a beast tamer. Thinking of this, the two of them were shocked. But soon, they became excited. If they could really find beasts, it would definitely save them a lot of energy. So thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but speed up. Soon, they arrived at the valley below. These were red-eyed demonic wolves. These wolves were very fierce. Brother Lin, are you confident? Lu Fei looked down and asked in a deep voice. It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian looked down, his eyes flashing. After we go down, I'll go find the Wolf King. You guys help me block the surrounding wolves. You don't need to defeat them, just pin them down. Give me half an incense stick's time and I'll succeed. Okay. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing nodded. As long as they could restrain the wolves below, they could still do it. Then, let's start. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. He then stomped his foot and transformed into a sharp sword light, dashing out in an instant. His speed was very fast. He turned into a series of afterimages, cutting through the void and flying forward. When he landed, he used his soul power to investigate and found out the direction of the Wolf King. So at this moment, he directly set off towards the target. The Wolf King was inside a cave, but there were demonic wolves guarding the cave. 2 demonic wolves, 5 meters long, emitted a biting cold demonic aura. Their eyes were red and they were lying on both sides of the cave. From the looks of it, they looked like human guards. In the next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes. A terrifying light bloomed in their blood-red eyes. Then, the 2 demonic wolves suddenly turned their heads and stared at a figure in front of them. Then, the 2 red-eyed demonic wolves became angry. A human actually dares to trespass into our territory alone. He's courting death. At that moment, the 2 red-eyed demonic wolves quickly attacked. They would not allow humans to enter. They would not allow humans to disturb their king's rest. The red-eyed demonic wolf on the left opened its mouth and spat out a green wind blade. The wind blade spun in the air and turned into a blade-like gale, slashing forward. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. The momentum and energy were extremely terrifying. The other demonic wolf spat out a ball of fiery red flames, which turned into a sea of fire and rolled forward. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 waves of energy were too violent. In an instant, the void in front of them was shattered. Buzz. Lin Xian did not hold back. He pulled out his demonic sword and slashed down. The sharp sword light split the void into 2 halves. The terrifying wind blade and sea of fire were split from the middle, creating a vacuum. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian quickly passed through the vacuum and arrived in front of the 2 red-eyed demonic wolves. The 2 red-eyed demonic wolves were stunned. They did not expect the human in front of them to be so fast. He broke through the encirclement. He arrived in front of them. But then, in their blood-red eyes, a hint of ridicule appeared. The other party actually dared to fight them in close combat. He was courting death. As demonic beasts, their physiques were extremely strong. It was definitely not something these people could imagine. So in the next moment, the red-eyed demonic wolf on the left raised its claws and slapped forward, and the one on the right opened its bloody mouth and bit forward. It was as if it could bite through the void and swallow the entire sky. Boom. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He quickly swung his sword twice. Then, a huge wolf claw flew into the sky. Blood spurted out. On the other side, Lin Xian pierced through the demonic wolf's head with his sword. In an instant, the 2 red-eyed demonic wolves were killed and their blood dyed the ground red. Chapter 2091. Clang. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his sword to block, and an earth-shattering sound immediately rang out. Then, his entire body was knocked back. At the same time, the goddess of ice appeared on his body, blocking the powerful force. Therefore, although he was knocked back, he was not injured. However, an angry roar came from the front, and this voice alarmed all the red-eyed wolves in the entire valley. Many red-eyed demon wolves gathered in this direction and quickly attacked Lin Xian. Attack! In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei roared angrily. The two of them activated their king's domains to fight against the red-eyed wolves. For a moment, no red-eyed wolves came near Lin Xian. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he turned his head to look at the red-eyed wolf king in front of him. This red-eyed wolf king was very huge, about 10 meters long, and the aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Its eyes were blood red, and as it roared, the surrounding void quickly shattered. Valiant! Too valiant! Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw this scene. In the next moment, golden runes appeared in his eyes. Heavenly secret divine eyes, floating light. As his voice fell, a golden light flew out from his eyes and pierced forward. Immediately, the red-eyed wolf king in front of him roared and became abnormally violent. His limbs kept slapping, creating countless black holes and cracks on the ground. The demonic aura on his body swept out, turning into streaks of smoke that tore through the void. The blood-red color in his eyes turned into 2 seas of blood, surging with monstrous killing intent. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the golden light in his eyes became even more powerful. Floating light was an illusion of the heavenly secret divine eyes, used for control. This illusion was not invented by him. It was a divine ability contained in the bloodline power of the heavenly secret divine eyes. At this moment, when Lin Xian used it, it was extremely terrifying. Therefore, in an instant, the terrifying red-eyed wolf king also fell into a struggle. However, after struggling for a few seconds, the demon wolf king became abnormally quiet. He was no longer in a frenzy, and his demonic qi was much calmer. Even his blood-red eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled. Then, he said coldly and lay down. Immediately, the huge body of the red-eyed demon wolf king slowly crouched down. Lin Xian took a step forward, arriving on top of the red-eyed demon wolf king. Then, he sat on top of it with a smile on his face. He knew he had succeeded. The next moment, he patted the wolf king's head and said indifferently, "All right, tell your subordinates to stop attacking." Roar. In the next moment, the red-eyed demon wolf king roared towards the sky, emitting waves of howls. Immediately, the other red-eyed demon wolves in the valley quieted down and stopped attacking after hearing the words. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were drenched in sweat. This was because these red-eyed demon wolves were very terrifying when they joined forces. The king's domain that they formed together was about to shatter. Fortunately, at this moment, the attack stopped. Soon, they turned their heads and were extremely shocked. This was because they saw a mighty and extraordinary red-eyed demon wolf king standing in the distance. The demonic qi emitted from the other party's body shocked them greatly. However, on such a terrifying demonic beast, there was actually a figure sitting cross-legged. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. The two of them cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that Lin Xian had actually tamed the red-eyed demon wolf king. The two of them tapped their feet lightly and turned into streams of light, arriving near Lin Xian. Then, Duan Qingqing asked in surprise, "Lin Xian, how did you do it? Are you really a beast tamer?" "Of course." Lin Xian smiled. "I've already told you guys, I'm a beast tamer. Taming this kind of demonic beast is not a problem." At this moment, the golden light in his eyes had already disappeared. He would not let these two know that he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. The following matters were much easier to handle. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing each rode a 5-meter-long red-eyed demon wolf. Lin Xian rode the Wolf King, and the group set off into the distance. It wasn't just these three, because Lin Xian had tamed the Wolf King, and the wolf clan was a pack animal. Therefore, not only did the three of them leave, The entire wolf pack followed and set off quickly. We're rich this time. Duan Qingqing sat on the back of the red-eyed demon wolf and looked at the red-eyed demon wolves walking together. She was extremely excited. That exquisite little face was filled with endless excitement. At the side, Lu Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was too dangerous for the three of them to move together. If they encountered a terrifying demonic beast king or other teams, they would be doomed. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. But now, it was different. Although there were still only 3 of them, there were dozens of powerful red-eyed demon wolves. This way, the disadvantage of their lack of numbers was made up for. Not only that, their combat strength had also become extremely powerful. Duan Qingqing was even more excited. Aya, such a huge team. She really wanted to find someone to practice with. Why didn't anyone come to find trouble? Damn, what was this girl trying to do? Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Duan Qingqing took out a red mirror from her storage ring. It was the size of a palm. Then, she poured her spiritual power into it and quickly made a seal. At the same time, she muttered, "Let me see who's nearby." That simple mirror emitted a faint red light. Then, the image changed, and a few figures appeared on the mirror. Haha, there's really someone. Duan Qingqing was in a good mood when she saw this scene. She said, "Let me see who's the unlucky guy that I've set my eyes on. You know that he's unlucky too." Hearing this, Lin Xian and Lu Fei's mouths twitched slightly. At this moment, Duan Qingqing was slightly surprised. It's the 7th prince. What? The 7th prince? You didn't see wrong. Lu Fei was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that there would be a prince nearby. Originally, he did not intend to pay attention to Duan Qingqing. After all, this kind of thing could be done by Duan Qingqing herself. But now, it was different. A prince had appeared, and he had to make plans. The princes carried the most Jade Buddha King tokens with them. The benefits of robbing a prince were definitely huge. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled. He turned his head and asked, "Where are they? You want to make a move too?" Hearing Lin Xian's question, Duan Qingqing became even more excited. She said, "They're in the front left, about 35,000 miles away." 35,000 miles, no wonder. Although Lin Xian's soul power was strong now, he could only explore a radius of 10,000 miles. Chapter 2092. Of course, as his soul grew stronger, this range would continue to expand. How many people are there? Lin asked again. Duan Qingqing said, 6 people. The 7th prince was ranked at the back, so he could only bring 10 people in. So no matter how he distributed it, there wouldn't be too many people around him. 6 people was already a lot. Brother Lin, should we make a move? At this moment, Lu Fei asked in a deep voice. To be honest, robbing a prince was a very exciting thing. Although the 7th prince's ranking wasn't high, he was still a prince. His own strength was strong, and the people around him were even more terrifying. They were all top supreme experts. 6 people were too many to fight against. Lin Xian shook his head. Indeed, even though he had dozens of demon wolves by his side, if he really fought against the top supreme experts by the 7th prince's side, it probably wouldn't be enough. Duan Qingqing also sighed. What should he do? Should he give up? This was a good opportunity. Lin Xian laughed. Give up? That was impossible. Let's keep an eye on them first, then I'll go tame some demon beasts. When there are more than 50 of them, these people probably won't have any advantage. All right. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei nodded, and then the 2 of them controlled the demon beasts and slowly moved forward. Lin Xian soared into the air, and when he was high up in the sky, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and scanned the surrounding 50,000 miles. Very quickly, a smile appeared on his face, because he had discovered another group of demon beasts. It was a group of monkeys, but they were not ordinary monkeys. Instead, it was a large power King Kong ape. This kind of large power King Kong ape was extremely terrifying. It was famous for its strength, and with a raise of its hand, it could uproot huge mountains. Lin Xian's target this time was precisely them. He turned into a ray of light and quickly flew forward. At the same time, he released the snow-white little monkey and the dark red divine dragon. There was no one around, so he let the two of them out. However, if there were others, he wouldn't let the two of them out. After all, the snow-white little monkey was incomparably magical. If it was targeted by the royal family, it would probably be in danger. The dark red divine dragon was even worse off. Those were dragons, and these people from the royal family cultivated the aura of the Tao of dragons. If they saw a real dragon, they would probably pull out its tendons and skin and dissect it for research. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Lin Xian would not let them out. The two of them were also very tactful. When they knew that there was no one outside, they also came out. Then, the dark red divine dragon roared, "Damn! This emperor is suffocating to death. Damn it, they actually cultivated the Tao of dragon aura. Who did they think they were? Would he be able to cultivate the Tao of dragon aura just because he had taken over the dragon vein? I am the real dragons." Wuji Snow White Marquis stood at the side, cheering for Red Mystical Dragon. After an Hong God Dragon came out, she laughed weirdly while flying. "Kid, do you want to do something big and snatch the dragon vein of the Tai dynasty?" Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Damn, you're too bold. If you snatched the dragon vein, countless warriors in the entire Tai dynasty would fight for you. Of course, if you have the chance, you can secretly absorb a bit of dragon chi." It was impossible to directly snatch the dragon vein. The Tai dynasty was an existence that was even more terrifying than an ordinary sacred ground. Although Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were powerful, it was impossible for them to directly fight against an entire dynasty. However, he could secretly absorb some dragon chi to strengthen himself. This kind of thing could still be done. How about this? The two of you will act alone. There are many ancient ruins here. The two of you go and search for some. I won't go with you. Good idea. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Following that, the dark red divine dragon brought the snow-white little monkey and tore through the sky, disappearing into it. As for Lin Xian, he flew towards the direction of the large power King Kong ape. As for the safety of those two fellows, he was not worried at all. The strength of those two fellows was not inferior to him at all, and both of them were very slippery. Especially the dark red divine dragon. He was an old fox. He reckoned that if he was in danger, the other party would not be in danger. Very quickly, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eye and used the floating light illusion to directly control the leader of the large power King Kong ape. Then, he once again controlled the entire group of demon beasts. He rode the group of large power King Kong ape back the way he came. On the other side, the seventh prince led 5 supreme experts and quickly moved forward. The seventh prince's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly, "Is the news confirmed? Is there really a amethyst snow dragon ginseng in front of us?" Beside him, an old supreme expert laughed. "That's right, the seventh prince. The news is absolutely confirmed. However, there is an extremely powerful demon king beside the treasure, so we need to be careful. It doesn't matter if it's the demon king. I've brought enough people." This time, he had to get the purple gold blood ginseng. The seventh prince was incomparably excited. To be honest, he was quite depressed before, because it was not easy for him to enter the Moonlight Ruins. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain a great treasure. However, he did not expect that before he could even see the treasure, the Moonlight Ruins would explode, causing him to lose 2 supreme experts. If it wasn't for the fact that he had brought so many experts with him, he would have died there as well. Therefore, this caused him to be extremely depressed. However, a few days later, he received news of the amethyst snow dragon ginseng. This was an extremely precious spiritual medicine. Furthermore, to be able to grow here, it must be at least 3,000 years old. This kind of thing was extremely beneficial to increasing the cultivation of a king, even if he couldn't become the crown prince at that time. If he could increase his strength by leaps and bounds, it would be a perfect result. Therefore, he was extremely excited. He quickly rushed over with a group of people. Sure enough, there was a purple halo in front of him, emitting a dense aura. There was no need to think. It should be the purple gold blood ginseng. As expected, there was also trouble. Beside the purple gold blood ginseng, there was an 8-clawed evil dragon. It wasn't a real dragon's, but it had a trace of the bloodline of dragons. Therefore, it was extremely berserk. Attack! Seeing this scene, the seventh prince coldly shouted. Immediately, the 5 supreme experts beside him released an incomparably terrifying king's domain, enveloping the area in front of them. A great battle erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. On the other side, at a place very far away, Duan Qingqing also frowned as she softly said, "This 7th prince's luck was really not bad. He actually found another treasure." "Oh, what treasure?" Lu Fei, who was at the side, was also extremely puzzled. He came over to take a look. He saw that on the simple and unadorned mirror in front of Duan Qingqing, the 7th prince and the 8-clawed evil dragon were fighting fiercely. From the looks of it, it should be the purple gold blood ginseng. Lu Fei was also extremely shocked. Although he couldn't see it clearly, that purple radiance was extremely similar to this legendary spiritual medicine. Aya, this is really a good thing. Chapter 2093. However, they did not dare to go up now. After all, their strength was not enough to face the 7th prince and the 5 elite warriors. On the other side, in the Grand Imperial Hall, the emperor, the empress, the royal elders, the prince, and the others also saw this scene through the huge crystal screen. Although they had mocked and sneered at the 7th prince's unlucky situation, but at this moment they also exclaimed. He had to admit that the 7th prince was really lucky to have found a purple golden blood dragonkin. Yes, even if the 7th prince had no hope of becoming the crown prince, his cultivation would probably increase a lot after obtaining this amethyst snow dragon ginseng. This was also a kind of opportunity. Discussions sounded out one after another. Those who supported the 7th prince clapped their hands and laughed. Even the emperor in front nodded his head slightly, expressing his satisfaction. However, was the 7th prince really lucky? They did not expect that at this moment, there was an even greater danger surging towards the 7th prince. Lin Xian controlled more than a dozen power King Kong apes and quickly rushed over. These power King Kong apes were like giants, running on the ground. Every time they ran, the ground trembled, and countless cracks spread out in all directions. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Nearby, Duan Qingqing and the others had already felt the ground trembling. Immediately, she and Lu Fei looked into the distance. When they saw the dozen or so huge power King Kong apes, they were extremely shocked. Heavens! This was a power King Kong ape? This was a very terrifying monster. A monster king who could throw mountains with a raise of his hand. He did not expect that it would be tamed. Not to mention Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei. Even those red-eyed demonic wolves had goosebumps, and their eyes were blooming with blood-red light. They even let out a series of roars. That was because they instinctively felt threatened. But fortunately, whether it was the demonic wolves or the power King Kong apes, they were all controlled by Lin Xian. Therefore, it was impossible for the two to fight. After feeling the initial threat, the hostility between them was eliminated under Lin Xian's control. Of course, under normal circumstances, the two clans would probably fight to the death. How is the situation? Lin Xian jumped down from the large power King Kong Ape King and asked. Lin Xian, you're finally here. I was worried sick. Duan Qingqing said anxiously. The 7th prince's luck was really good. He found a precious elixir and was now fighting with the guardian demon king. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful if this guy ran away or ate it. Good. Lin Xian nodded and said, you two take the red-eyed demon wolf and go first. I'll follow behind. He did this for a reason. The red-eyed demon wolf was very fast, and its body was not big, so its movements would not cause much of an impact. However, these large power King Kong ape were different. As they ran with all their might, the ground trembled and cracked, as if there was an earthquake. He was afraid that the other party would have already sensed his presence before he even arrived. However, Lin Xian was not without a solution. He found a spatial scroll in the storage ring of the King of Many Treasures. This was an extremely precious treasure. It was equivalent to a spatial teleportation array and could teleport people instantly. If he hadn't killed the King of Many Treasures in an instant, the other party would have escaped again. Therefore, He could make use of this spatial scroll now. He first gave the spatial jade tablet that represented the coordinates to Duan Qingqing and told her to take it with her. At that time, Duan Qingqing would crush the spatial jade tablet and lock onto the coordinates. Lin Xian would then be able to use the spatial scroll. Following that, Lin Xian and the large power king Kong Ape waited quietly. As for Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, they controlled dozens of red-eyed demon wolf and quickly set off. On the seventh prince's side, the five supreme experts working together was extremely terrifying. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the mountains were shattered. Cracks began to appear in the sky. In the end, the huge demon king let out a wail and was torn into pieces. That's great. Seeing this, the seventh prince revealed a smile. In the next moment, he waved the fan in his hand and walked forward with a smile. 1 step, 2 steps. He walked very slowly and his face was full of confidence. In his opinion, this was already very certain. The amethyst snow dragon ginseng would definitely be his. Buzz. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, because the void cracked open, and a long sword quickly slid down from the sky and then fixed itself on the ground. Boom! The ground sank, and countless cracks instantly spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince's face darkened. The faces of the surrounding almighties changed. Then, one by one, they exclaimed, "Who is it? Get out here!" At the same time, a terrifying soul power surged out and probed the surroundings. They were too shocked. They didn't expect that someone would intercept them at this time. Could it be that it was a powerful team sent by a powerful prince? Thinking of this, they were extremely nervous. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, a figure floated down from the sky, accompanied by a bell-like chuckle. It was indeed the amethyst snow dragon ginseng. Great, I didn't expect to see this treasure. The figure who came down said with a smile. Everyone around was stunned, and the seventh prince frowned. He sneered. "Little girl, this is something that I've taken a fancy to. How dare you snatch it? You're courting death. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Obediently submit to me and be my servant. I can spare your life." The seventh prince raised his chin and looked down at her condescendingly. When the powerhouses of the Grand Imperial Hall saw this scene, they were all stunned. What's going on? A young girl dares to go against the seventh prince alone? Isn't she courting death? Isn't this the girl by the eighth prince's side? She's a young genius. Why is she here now? And she's acting alone? Could it be that the eighth prince is coming? The elders and powerhouses were all confused. As for the powerhouses supported by the seventh prince and the eighth prince, they were all very serious. They stared carefully at the crystal light, their eyes flickering. The seventh prince and the five supreme experts around him also recognized the other party's identity. Then, they became a little nervous. However, when they used their soul power to check and didn't find the eighth prince, they all sneered. How dare she come here alone? She's courting death. Thinking of this, the seventh prince snorted coldly. I advise you to surrender obediently. Who said that I came here alone? Duan Qingqing sneered at this moment. She was fully prepared this time. How could she come here alone? In the next moment, she clapped her hands lightly. Suddenly, roars could be heard from afar. Following that, dozens of black shadows rushed over from all directions. Chapter 2094. What is that? Seeing the dozens of black shadows, the seventh prince and the other almighties were shocked. Heavens, could it be that the princes had joined forces to kill them? If that was the case, they would definitely be dead. In the Grand Imperial Hall, those people were extremely nervous, but when they saw the true appearance of the black shadows, they were all stunned, because they did not expect that these things were not humans, but demonic wolves. Red-eyed demonic wolves. That's right, they were indeed red-eyed demonic wolves. It was Lu Fei who was riding on these red-eyed demonic wolves and quickly surrounded the seventh prince and the five almighties. These were the beautiful demonic wolves, the demonic beasts native to this space. Damn it, they could actually control the demonic beasts in here. Could it be that they had an extremely powerful beast tamer? Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked. Even the seventh prince looked dignified. To be honest, he had beast tamers on his side, but they could only tame individual demonic beasts to allow them to fly or run. However, it was impossible to tame such a large area. How did they do it? They were extremely shocked. However, the seventh prince sneered. I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. You can actually control dozens of demonic wolves. However, your strength is not enough to deal with me. This time, I have brought 5 elite almighties. You can't fight against these red-eyed demonic wolves. The seventh prince was right. When the 5 elite almighties joined forces, it was extremely terrifying. Although there were many of these beautiful demonic wolves, their combined strength was still inferior to the 5 almighties. Moreover, the seventh prince was not to be trifled with. He was also a top-notch genius. Therefore, when comparing the two forces, the seventh prince's side still had the upper hand. Moreover, the advantage was very obvious. At the thought of this, the seventh prince and the 5 almighties sneered again. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders and experts were also discussing this. Among them, the elders who supported the seventh prince snorted coldly. The eighth prince had really miscalculated. How could he send such a team? Did he really think that 2 young men and a pack of demonic wolves could defeat the seventh prince's elite team? What a joke. The experts on the side of the seventh prince sneered, while the people on the side of the eighth prince frowned. What was going on? This was not like the eighth prince's style. To be honest, they were also very confused. However, at this moment, they could only wait patiently. Moreover, from the crystal screen in front of them, they could see that the eighth prince was working together with a group of people. In other words, apart from Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, there was another young genius named Lin Xian in the eighth prince's team. But even with Lin Xian, there were only 3 youngsters. For the seventh prince, it was simply unable to cause a fatal impact. This made them even more confused. As for the empress, the corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. This old 8 was really daring. He actually only sent 3 youngsters outside. She really didn't know what he was thinking. How could such a reckless person become the crown prince in the future? Hearing this, even the emperor frowned slightly. On the other hand, the empress was even happier. As the mother of the eldest prince, she naturally did not want the eighth prince and the others to stand out. But now, the strongest competitors of the eldest prince were the eighth prince and the third prince. Now that the eighth prince had made a strategic mistake, she naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to suppress him. This caused the eighth prince's image in front of the emperor to plummet. And now, it seemed that she had achieved her goal. In the space, the seventh prince and the 5 powerful figures could not wait any longer. The seventh prince waved the folding fan in his hand impatiently and said, "Seniors, let's do it. Capture the 2 of them for me? Little kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that you can defeat us with just a few wolves? You are too naive. You want to compete with us? Go back and cultivate for a few hundred years." The 5 elite powerful figures sneered and quickly walked towards Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. Duan Qingqing's lips curled up into a mocking smile. She was not nervous at all. In the next moment, she raised her jade-like hand and gently crushed the space jade token in her hand. When Duan Qingqing crushed the space coordinates in her hand, on the other side, Lin Xian sensed it. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the next moment, he waved his hand and opened the space scroll. Immediately, a wave of space energy completely enveloped him and the dozen or so power King Kong apes. Then, he merged into the void and disappeared. Boom! On the other side, near Qingqing, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the space. Immediately after, more than 10 figures flashed out. Boom! Boom! As soon as these people landed, countless cracks appeared on the ground. As if an earthquake had occurred, the distant mountain peaks collapsed. What was going on? There were still people. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince was stunned. The 5 elite powerful figures around him were stunned. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the princes and elders were all stunned. They really did not expect that Duan Qingqing could call for help. This was a space scroll. Heavens, She actually used such a thing. An elder cried out in alarm. As for the seventh prince, his scalp went numb, because he could feel an incomparably terrifying aura quickly surging over. In an instant, the entire space froze, pressing down on them until they couldn't breathe. The five elite powerful figures who originally wanted to make a move were also stunned. They frowned and their expressions became extremely solemn, because they had already seen clearly what had appeared. It was an incomparably handsome young man with a dozen or so power King Kong apes. Fuck. Seeing this, the five elite powerful figures had the urge to curse. They really couldn't imagine how the other party could control so many demon beasts. First, there were dozens of demon wolves, and now there were more than 10 power King Kong apes. With such a powerful group of demon beasts and 3 young geniuses, it was enough to contend against them. No, it wasn't to contend against them, but to completely crush them. Although there were only a dozen or so large power King Kong apes, their fighting strength was much more terrifying than the demon wolves, especially since the other party was very strong, and his defense was extremely strong. If these two groups of demon beasts went berserk together, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, the 5 supreme experts no longer attacked. They turned around and left. The 7th prince was also so angry that he stomped his feet. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. One had to know that he had brought his men and found the amethyst snow dragon ginseng with great difficulty. He had also defeated the peerless demon king who was guarding the heaven and earth treasure with great difficulty. Just as he was about to get the treasure, he didn't expect that so many people would appear. Chapter 2095. He led his men and found the amethyst snow dragon ginseng with great difficulty. Then, he defeated the supreme demon king who was guarding the treasure. Just as he was about to get his hands on the treasure, he did not expect that there would be so many people coming out of nowhere. He was not satisfied. He was not satisfied. But what could he do even if he was unwilling? The monster horde brought by the other party was too powerful. Even if he had 5 elite almighties with him, it was not enough. Even if he fought with the other party at all costs, he would suffer heavy losses even if he could fight back. And the other party would only lose the monster horde. But as long as there was a beast tamer, he could catch a bunch of these monsters. So no matter what, they would be at a disadvantage. Go. The 7th prince gritted his teeth. He planned for a while, and finally decided to retreat. Wanna leave? Seeing this, Duan Qingqing sneered. Then, she led a dozen monster wolves and rushed forward. They blocked the way. On the other hand, Lin Xian waved his hand and carefully took away the purple golden blood dragon ginseng. Then, he urged the power King Kong apes to rush forward. Get lost. When the elite mighty beings beside the 7th prince saw this, they roared out in rage and struck out immediately. They had to leave quickly. Otherwise, they would be in danger if they were surrounded by the monster horde. In the next moment, the king domain soared into the sky and turned into bright lights, shaking the surroundings. As for the monstrous beasts, they were roaring in anger. The sky was torn apart mercilessly in an instant. The entire space exploded. The battle broke out. It was very intense. Everyone unleashed their ultimate moves with all their might. On the other side, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, many elders and princes looked at the crystal screen. Their mouths twitched. Those who supported the 8th prince were originally worried, but now they all laughed when they saw this. As for those who supported the 7th prince, their faces darkened. They gritted their teeth. Unexpected. Surprise, it was too much of a surprise. They did not expect the other party to have a space scroll and be able to tame so many monster horde. Damn it, how were these 3 young people? Together with the monster horde, it was definitely a powerful lineup. Ordinary elite almighties could not compete with them. Damn, where did the 8th prince find such a powerful beast tamer? The others were even more shocked. They were all experts, so they naturally knew the strength of a beast tamer. But it was precisely because they knew that they were shocked. An average beast tamer would have no problem taming 1 or 2 demon kings. But how many of them were there? There were at least 50 of them, right? To tame so many of them, one had to be at the level of a supreme being. However, The other party had managed to do it. How did he do it? They couldn't believe it. Furthermore, even now, they were still unable to determine which beast tamer had done it. The Empress's face darkened when she saw this. To be honest, she was a little worried. This was because the effect of the 8th Prince's team was simply too shocking. She was very worried. If the first prince encountered him, would he be able to contend against him? Beside him, the Emperor nodded his head slightly. At first, he thought that 8th brother was too reckless and arrogant. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The other party must have planned this. It was indeed not bad to have such a plan and strength. Therefore, the Emperor nodded and smiled. On the other side of the battlefield, it was extremely intense. The heavens fell and the earth cracked, exploding in all directions. However, in the end, the 7th prince and the others were still no match for them. Because no matter how strong they were, they had to take care of their own injuries. But at this moment, under the control of Lin Xian, those beasts seemed to have gone crazy as they charged forward without any regard for their lives. Under such a reckless battle, the people on the 7th prince's side simply couldn't do it. In fact, there were even 3 elite supreme beings who were directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Of course, the result of these 5 supreme beings and the 7th prince joining forces was also very terrifying. A few power King Kong apes were directly blown up and turned into a bloody mist. There were even more than 10 demon wolves that were split into 2 halves. Blood dyed the ground red, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like a hellish azure field. However, the remaining Power King Kong apes and demon wolves were even crazier. And in Lin Xian's eyes, mysterious golden runes would appear from time to time. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were even crazily attacking. Both of them were peerless geniuses with powerful strength. At this moment, they cooperated with these beasts and joined the battle. The power was even more terrifying. Damn it, I'm so angry. The 7th prince was so angry that he went crazy. But those elite supreme beings had gloomy expressions. As they spoke, Qi Huanzi hurriedly threw out a few jade talisman trump cards to lure them away. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. The 7th prince gritted his teeth, his face gloomy and uncertain. He knew that his performance was now being watched by countless royal elders and princes of the emperor's royal family. He was really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Thus, he hesitated for a moment. Immediately, his injuries became even more serious. Although he had killed quite a few demon beasts, he really couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, the 7th prince gritted his teeth and took out 3 jade talisman trump cards from his storage ring, throwing them in 3 different directions. He hoped to lure away Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and Lu Fei. Sure enough, when the 3 of them saw the jade talisman trump cards, they immediately chased after them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 7th prince and the others quickly escaped. Should I chase? Duan Qingqing asked, looking eager to give it a try. It seemed that she still wanted to chase after them. On the other side, Lu Fei was also a little excited. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Forget it. We've already benefited greatly. Moreover, as a prince, he must have some life-saving means to participate in this kind of battle. Even if he chased after them with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them. Besides, I don't really want to kill a prince. I'm not stupid enough to become enemies with the Tai dynasty." That's true. Hearing these words, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei didn't chase after them. They comforted some of the remaining demon beasts, then looked at Lin Xian expectantly. "Lin Xian, we've put in a lot of effort this time. Can you give us some of that amethyst blood ginseng?" Duan Qingqing asked quickly. Lu Fei, who was standing at the side, was also looking forward to it. After all, it was a famous treasure of heaven and earth. If they could take some of it, it would definitely be beneficial to their cultivation and strength. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take it for myself." In the next moment, he took out the amethyst blood ginseng and divided it into 3 portions, giving 2 of them to Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei. "You're not bad," Duan Qingqing said with a smile. Lu Fei took it and said, "Brother Lin, thank you so much." Then, the 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and started to take the ginseng. Chapter 2096. Brother Lin, thank you so much. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground and began to consume the pills. On the other side, Lin Xian did not consume the pills directly. He took out a few more heavenly treasures and then the thousand-beast cauldron and began to refine the pills. As he refined the pills, he guarded the two of them. When Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei woke up, they immediately smiled. That was because they felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies had become incomparably pure. Moreover, it had improved by a large margin. This made them extremely happy. All of a sudden, it was comparable to decades of their cultivation. However, when they saw Lin Xian refining the pills, they were instantly dumbfounded. Duan Qingqing even pouted. Damn, you actually know how to refine pills. Why didn't you say so earlier? She was really surprised. She did not expect Lin Xian to know how to refine pills. Although the effects were great after they swallowed the pills raw, if they were combined with other heavenly treasures to refine pills, the effects would be even greater. However, the two of them were really too excited. So they did not ask anything and ate the pills directly. Now that they saw Lin Xian refining pills by himself, the two of them were a little stunned. Lin Xian also opened his eyes, then said with a smile, "You didn't ask. Moreover, you ate so quickly. I wanted to ask you, but I didn't have time." Damn. Duan Qingqing was so angry that she stomped her feet. On the other side, Lu Fei's mouth twitched slightly. However, the two of them decided that if they found any more treasures during this period, they would not eat them directly. Instead, they would give them to Lin Xian for him to refine pills. Lin Xian's refining skills were not to be trifled with, so he finished refining very quickly. He refined a total of 5 pills, each of which was crystal clear like a crystal. Lin Xian put away 4 of them, then took one and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a pure energy emerged in his body and quickly cleansed his meridians. Feeling this energy, he nodded in satisfaction. Let's go and continue our journey. Duan Qingqing asked curiously while sitting on the demon wolf. Lin Xian, what kind of clan are you from? That's too perverted. Not only was his swordsmanship outstanding, he was also a beast tamer, and now, he was also an alchemist. Don't tell me you're an all-rounder. Do you know anything about arrays? Lu Fei was also very curious. To be honest, he and Duan Jingjing were both peerless geniuses and were very powerful. At such a young age, he already had the combat strength of a mighty figure. However, the two of them didn't know anything other than peak battle prowess. He did not know how to tame beasts, nor did he know how to refine pills. Of course, this wasn't their fault. After all, it wasn't just the two of them. The other exceptional heaven's favorites didn't know how to do it either. Only specialized beast tamers and alchemists would know how to do it. This was because alchemy and beast taming not only required talent, but also a special soul force. He still needed to spend a lot of time to study and master these things. Normally, they were all exclusive geniuses. Like alchemists, it was not that there were no young alchemists, but their battle prowess would not be stronger than them. It was the same for beast tamers. However, it was rare to see someone like Lin Xian who was very strong in alchemy, beast taming, and battle prowess. It could be said that he had never seen such a person before. After hearing this, Lin Xian also smiled and said, I don't know if I'm an all-rounder or not, but I know a little about arrays and restrictions that you mentioned. Damn, you really know how to do it. Duan Qingqing's eyes widened, as if she had discovered something new. She was very curious. Lu Fei, who was next to her, also felt dizzy. Damn, he's already an all-rounder. Brother, don't provoke us anymore. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were very depressed. In the end, the three of them quickly went on their way. Not only them, but all the princes' groups in the entire space began to move. They searched for the ruins crazily and snatched the other princes' jade talismans and trump cards. Battles continued to break out. However, in terms of overall strength, the eldest prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince were the strongest. The eldest prince's side was divided into 3 groups. The Golden Lion King led a group alone, while the eldest prince and the Herculean King each led a group. The third prince's side was divided into 2 groups. One was led by the third prince, and the other was led by the first blade and an elder expert. The 8th prince's side was very special. Although they were two groups, Lin Xian's side had very few people. There were only 3 young geniuses. Most of the strength was gathered by the 8th prince's side. Therefore, all the groups that encountered the 8th prince's group were defeated. And it was a quick success or failure. The other princes, on the other hand, had joined forces to fight against the 8th prince. After all, they didn't have much hope of becoming the crown prince. However, they didn't want to lose so unjustly and let the eldest prince and the others become the crown prince so easily. Therefore, they had to join forces to fight. Although these princes were weak, when 2 or 3 of them joined forces, they were also a very terrifying force. Therefore, for a period of time, the competition was very intense. In the worst case, there were even elite experts who had fallen. As for the ancient ruins, they were even more determined to get it. However, something strange had happened these days. Because 2 bandits had appeared. Many princes had been robbed by them. The weaker princes didn't even realize the identity of these 2 bandits. The stronger princes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out, because they realized that the bandits weren't the other prince's men, but 2 demonic beasts. Heavens, could it be that these 2 demonic beasts had become spirits? Among them, one of the 5th prince's group was an old man. His vision blurred, and then he was directly knocked unconscious. Then, his head was hit a few times, and his head was full of big bumps. As for the heavenly treasure in his hand, it was directly snatched away. When he came to his senses, he was furious. Damn, where did these little bandits come from? I'm going to kill you. He roared crazily, and his soul power scanned the surroundings. He caught 2 afterimages, and suddenly his beard turned white from anger. What did he see? A monkey and a red snake? Damn it! These monsters had really become spirits. Usually, when they entered this place, they were the ones who killed the demonic beasts. Even the powerful Monster King could not withstand their joint attack. But now, those 2 demonic beasts had started to rob the humans. How was that possible? He could not tolerate it. Therefore, the old man was furious. He held a long saber and charged over. But a second later, he was whipped back by a tail. Half of his face was swollen, and his teeth were broken. This time, his temper was completely gone from the beating. Although his opponent was a monstrous beast and was only a snake, its strength far surpassed his own. Therefore, he could only vent his anger and smash the surrounding mountains and forests into pieces. Not only that place, but many other places also received the same impact. For a moment, everyone was shocked. There were even many people who wanted to chase down and kill these 2 monstrous bandits. Chapter 2097. That was because the 2 of them were very fast and very powerful. That made the other groups gnash their teeth in hatred. But in the end, there was nothing they could do. The shocking robbers were naturally the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey. After the 2 of them left Lin Xian, they began to rob everywhere. Originally, Lin Xian wanted the 2 of them to explore all kinds of ancient ruins and get the treasures inside. However, after the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey discussed it, they felt that it would be too troublesome. They also had to break all kinds of formations, so they might as well rob directly. So, the 2 of them started to rob those groups. But now, it seemed that the results were not bad. On Lin Xian's side, he still didn't know what the ruffian dragon and the snow-white little monkey were doing. Otherwise, if he knew, he would definitely be speechless. That was because it was too high-profile and too eye-catching. If they were caught, they would definitely be cut into pieces and dragged out for research. He was now controlling 2 groups of monsters with Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, and they set off all the way. With the red-eyed monster wolf and the power King Kong ape, they could kill everything in their way. There was nothing that could stop them from moving forward. However, when they climbed over a mountain, the red-eyed demon wolf and large power King Kong ape under their feet did not move forward no matter what. Even with Lin Xian controlling them with his eye technique, these monsters still crawled on the ground and shivered. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. Did his eye technique fail? But that shouldn't be. Duan Qingqing was also puzzled. At this time, Lu Fei said, "Brother Lin, let them go. These monsters all have their own territories. The place where we came from before probably didn't have any monsters stronger than them. That's why they could go on a rampage. Maybe there was some extremely terrifying monster ahead, or a group of monsters that these two monsters couldn't resist. They were not even allowed to enter their territory, so it was useless to control them. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. This logic was not difficult to understand. Every demonic beast had its own territory, and other species of demonic beasts were not allowed to enter. Since that was the case, Lin Xian did not continue to control these demonic beasts. He, Lu Fei, and Duan Qingqing set off. They set off ahead. At most, he could just go to a new place and control new demonic beasts. As for the remaining large power King Kong Ape and Red-Eyed Demon Wolf, they were separated by him to two different places. After an hour, the control over these demonic beasts would be dispelled and they would return to normal. Whoosh! Whoosh! As for Lin Xian and the other two, they set off once again. Lin Xian, there seems to be an ancient ruin nearby. The Big Dipper ruins seem to be here. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian looked at the map, then the three of them quickly flew towards the Big Dipper ruins. Soon, they arrived at the top of a mountain range. In the mountain range below, there was a cave abode that emitted a desolate and ancient aura. Although it was only a cave abode, there was a completely different world inside. It was equivalent to another world. This was a ruin passed down from ancient times, and it was extremely profound. This should be the Big Dipper ruins. Lin Xian looked down, and on the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's eyes also flickered. Soon, they frowned. There seemed to be someone below. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Xian was the first to descend. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei followed behind. The three of them were like meteors as they quickly cut through the air and landed on the ground. Whoosh! There was indeed someone below. The descent of the three of them also attracted the attention of the people below. Kid? It's actually you. When the people below saw Lin Xian, they were also stunned, and then they sneered. They naturally recognized Lin Xian, because the two of them were two young men, and they were the fourth prince's subordinates. However, it was not Sword 13. It was you guys. Lin Xian and Duan Qingqing also recognized the other party. That was because he had seen them in the first round. However, Lin Xian did not have much of an impression of them, because the two of them were not top existences like First Blade and Sword 13. Therefore, at the next moment, he said in a deep voice, "We've taken a liking to this ruin. The two of you should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre." What? You want us to leave? You dare to start a massacre? The two young men of the fourth prince were stunned, and then they laughed in disdain. Kid, I think water has entered your brain. This is not the first round, so what if you're strong? You're just a young man. Do you think only the two of us came this time? Let me tell you, our experts are all inside. Any expert of the older generation can kill you in minutes. So kid, you'd better get lost quickly. Otherwise, when our experts come out, you're dead meat. There are more people? Hearing this, Duan Qingqing frowned. It seems that these people came prepared, and there might be many experts inside. Thinking of this, her eyes flickered, and she asked in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, what should we do? Should we retreat?" No. Lin Xian shook his head. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Moreover, he had already used his soul power to check, and there were only 3 people inside. It was a team of 5, but unlike the 7th prince's team, they were all top almighties. At least 2 of the 5 were young prodigies. However, Lin Xian did not care about these 2 young prodigies at all. In other words, only the 3 people inside were a threat. Therefore, it was not impossible to fight them. In fact, he was very confident that he could beat these people away. Therefore, at the next moment, he looked ahead and snorted coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Get lost or die." "What? You're courting death." Hearing this, the 2 young men were furious, and the aura on their bodies circulated rapidly. They were about to attack. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Why, you want to fight me? Do you dare?" They did not dare, precisely because they did not dare. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond theirs, and he could probably kill them instantly. Therefore, they really did not dare. Although the two of them had ugly expressions, they could only send a signal to the cave and let the older generation come over. There was an old man and two middle-aged men inside. They were all almighties, and at this moment, they frowned when they received the situation outside. Isn't that Lin Xian the number 1 swordsman in the first round? I heard that even Sword 13 is not his match. This kid has the title of the number 1 swordsman. Hearing this, a middle-aged man in black snorted disdainfully. What number 1 swordsman? It's just a title made up by the young man. No matter how strong his sword technique is, can it be stronger than mine? That's right, Brother Sun is right. He's just a young man who has only seen a few swordsmen, yet he's so arrogant. Chapter 2098. Of course, I have the same idea. Please break the restriction here first. I'll go out and kill that kid. With that, the middle-aged man in black turned around and strode outside. He was also an expert in the way of the sword. Naturally, he would not admit that a young man had taken the title of the number 1 swordsman. Moreover, his strength was above Jian Shisan's. Therefore, he was even more disdainful. Originally, he did not have the chance to meet him. Now that he saw him, how could he let him go? He would kill him with his own hands and let everyone know that the title of the number 1 swordsman among the younger generation was just an empty title. Just as the middle-aged man in black left, there were changes outside. That was because other than Lin Xian and the other two, another group of people was rushing over. It was obvious that they were also here for the Big Dipper ruins. However, when they saw Lin Xian and the other two young men below, they immediately frowned. The other two young men also stepped forward and snorted loudly. Get lost. This is the place that the 4th prince has his eyes on. All unrelated people, scram. What? They are the 4th prince's men? Hearing this, the group of people above frowned even more. They were the 11th prince's men. Their strength was much weaker than the 4th prince's. However, there were only 2 young men on the 4th prince's side. How dare they scold them like that? They were really courting death. So what if you were the 4th prince? Do you think you 2 young men can fight against us? There were 4 people above. One of them was an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 young man. However, the 4th prince's men below sneered. The 2 of us naturally can't. However, in the cave, there are seniors from the Chinkuan sword sect, the Great Compassion King, and the cloud-breaking hand Senior Su. Who do you think you can beat? When they heard the names of these 3 people, their faces became extremely gloomy. Because no matter who it was, they couldn't defeat any of them. They did not expect the 4th prince's side to have such a strong team. What should we do? Should we leave? They discussed for a while and wanted to leave. However, in the 11th prince's team, a young man pointed at Lin Xian and said, Elder, they are not the 4th prince's men. They are the 8th prince's men. That person is Lin Xian. I know him. The 8th prince's men. Hearing this, these people frowned even more. The 8th prince was even more terrifying than the 4th prince. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. However, the 2 young men below laughed and said, There are only 3 of them. If you want to fight, we don't mind watching the show. What? There were only 3 people. Hearing this, the 11th prince's men were overjoyed. However, Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and the others frowned. What was the meaning of this? Were these people trying to sow discord? However, to dare to draw the flames of war to them, they really didn't know what was good for them. At this moment, one of the 11th prince's men spoke. Among them, the old man stared coldly at Lin Xian and the other 2. Little dolls, since you've met them, you can only blame your bad luck. Do you have a King Jade amulet? If you have it, hand it over quickly. On top of that, hand over all your storage rings and valuables. If you dare to hide even one, I'll break your legs. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Duan Qingqing was furious. Fuck, you old bastard. How dare you rob this great aunt? She was furious. They were only the 11th prince's men. How dare they attack them? The difference between the 11th prince and the 8th prince was huge. Lin Xian sneered. I do have a King Jade amulet, but I don't know if you have the ability to take it. What? You really have a King Jade amulet? Hearing this, the fourth prince's men were stunned. The 11th prince's men were even more confused. Then, they became excited. Originally, they were just asking casually because they didn't think that the other party had a King Jade amulet. After all, how could the three young men have such an important item on them? They didn't expect the other party to admit it. They couldn't help but be happy. One had to know that a King Jade amulet was important. It was more important than exploring the ruins. The 11th prince's men were very tempted. They discussed for a while and decided to attack immediately. They didn't want the Big Dipper ruins, but they had to get the King Jade Buddha amulet that Lin Xian and the other two had. In the next moment, the old man in the lead sneered. Suddenly, an extremely violent aura surged from his body. It was like a vast ocean that swept across the entire world. Oh no! Sensing that aura, the two young men below changed their expressions and quickly retreated to distance themselves. Because this aura was simply too terrifying. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also looked serious because that old man was indeed powerful. The old man sneered and flipped a big red hand. It passed through the clouds and grabbed downward. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and the other two. Damn it! How dare you attack the three of us? Duan Qingqing was furious. Lu Fei also snorted and prepared to attack. However, at that moment, Lin Xian directly attacked. A black longsword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the sky and stabbed it, shattering the void. Poof! That incomparably frightening gigantic palm that could shatter mountains and rivers was pierced through by this single slash of the sword before being sliced into two. In an instant, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth disappeared, and so did the light that filled the sky. The sky was clear again, and Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You want to rob me with that little strength? You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. The old man was furious. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. One had to know that he was an expert of the older generation. Moreover, as an almighty, his strength was incomparably terrifying. How could he allow a young man to mock him in public? Therefore, in the next moment, he pulled out a blood-red saber and slashed down. Boom! The void trembled. The blood-red saber light shone as if a blood-red river had descended from the sky. Boom! Lin Xian sneered and quickly counterattacked. The black, demonic sword in his hand turned into an extremely mysterious trajectory. It immediately collapsed the void and collided with the blood-red saber light. Bang, bang, bang. The intense collision caused sparks to splatter. The sound of the collision was like thunder, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse and the ground to sink. However, what was even more shocking was that terrifying blood-red saber light was shattered in an instant. The black sword chi was like a black dragon that roared incomparably. It quickly rushed toward the old man. Oh no! The old man's pupils shrank. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a green shield in front of him. Bang! However, it was not very useful. The green shield was sent flying by the sword. Chapter 2099. Whoosh! He barely dodged this shocking sword strike, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. That was because Lin Xian's second sword was quickly approaching him. This sword was even more terrifying and terrifying. It directly cut the entire sky in half, and the sun and moon seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Ah! The elder tried his best to resist, waving out thousands of blood-red saber lights to form a defense. In fact, he was even wearing a suit of armor. However, it was useless. As the sword slashed down, countless saber lights were shattered and the defense was cut open. The elder was directly cut in half. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. This scene directly stunned the remaining three powerhouses on the 11th prince's side. The two young men on the 4th prince's side below were also completely dumbfounded. This level of combat power was simply too terrifying. Impossible. Damn it. How is this possible? His combat strength seems to be even stronger than in the first round. These people were about to go crazy. They did not know that in just a few days, Lin Xian had obtained the storage rings of several elite powerhouses. He had consumed all the treasures in the storage rings. Moreover, not long ago, he had also consumed the purple gold blood dragon ginseng and other treasures. With the support of so many treasures, of course his strength had increased. Furthermore, the two sword strikes from before were no ordinary sword strikes. Those were two swords that Lin Xian had used the great dragon sword soul when he was serious. The other party had underestimated him, so how could he block it? In the next moment, Lin Xian's gaze turned and looked at the other three warriors. The three powerhouses immediately felt their scalps go numb, and they hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We definitely won't dare to do anything to you. We'll leave now." What a joke. The strongest elder on their side had been cut in half by the other party's two swords. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be enough. Therefore, these people hurriedly shook their heads. "You want to leave? Leave behind your valuables, and I'll spare your lives." "Yes, yes, we'll stay here." The three cultivators hurriedly took off the storage rings on their hands, threw them into the void, and then ran away scared witless. Su Chun waved his hand and put the three storage rings away. At the same time, he also put away the old man's storage ring. The next moment, he turned around and stared at the two people behind him. "What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't do anything stupid. Our elders and experts are inside." When the two young men saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't worry, I won't kill you too. But your mouths are too cheap, so I naturally have to punish you." Pa, pa, pa. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind filled the sky. It tore through the void and slammed into the two men's faces. The two of them were slapped into pig heads in an instant. They fell to the ground and screamed incessantly. "If you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you directly." The two young men were so scared that they quickly nodded and ran away as if they had gone mad. What a joke. The other party's methods were too powerful. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back. If they stayed any longer and angered the other party, they might really be killed by his sword. Therefore, they could only run away. Lin Xian moved his feet. "Let's go and take a look at the Big Dipper ruins." Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei followed behind him. Then, the three of them walked forward. However, when they were 5 meters away from the cave, an extremely violent airflow suddenly came from the cave. Then, it turned into a shocking sword light and slashed fiercely. Oh no! Seeing this, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's pupils shrank. The two of them quickly retreated to the sides. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He tapped his feet and instantly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared on the other side. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's eyes were solemn. Like two divine rainbows, they pierced through the void and stared straight ahead. At this moment, a figure walked out of the cave in front of them. It was a middle-aged man in black. With a sneer on his face, he said indifferently, "You actually managed to dodge my attack. You're indeed quite strong. No wonder you're so arrogant. But your bit of strength is still not enough to look at in front of me. Kid, I heard that you have the Jade Buddha King token on you. Hand it over obediently and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" The other party was very powerful. He was much stronger than the old man from before. Moreover, he noticed that the other party also used a sword. Obviously, he was a swordsman. "Who am I? They all call me the Sword of Heaven and Earth. I heard that you've just won the title of the #1 sword. However, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can be the #1 swordsman with your strength? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even I don't dare to call myself the #1 swordsman. What strength do you have to be the #1 swordsman? You'll know whether I'm strong or not after you try." Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was a dazzling sword light on his body. Waves of powerful fluctuations quickly surged out like a vast ocean. Feeling this aura, the Sword of Heaven and Earth frowned. The other party had actually concealed his strength. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, He snorted coldly and quickly waved the long sword in his hand. A dazzling sword light flew out. His sword chi caused the entire world to shake. This sword was truly terrifying. So powerful. In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were shocked when they saw this scene. Should we go and help? Duan Qingqing asked. Her eyes were shining with a sharp light. Lu Fei, on the other hand, stopped her. Don't make a move first. Let's wait and see. They were all geniuses. How could they allow others to interfere in a one-on-one fight? Lu Fei understood this point. That was why he stopped Duan Qingqing. Facing the terrifying sword chi flying towards him, Lin Xian quickly waved the demonic sword in his hand. Streaks of sword light flew out, and each of them was as big as a mountain. They were pitch black and looked like giant dragons dancing in the sky. The void was riddled with holes. Clang! The sword chi of the two clashed in the air, letting out an earth-shattering sound. Hell Sword Lotus. Lin Xian quickly waved his sword chi. Then, a huge sword chi lotus was formed in front of him. On top of it, there were black flames dancing. Then, with a slash of his sword, the black sword chi lotus flew forward quickly and spun continuously. Every spin brought about a large amount of sword light. The blazing light shredded the entire void into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The sword of heaven and earth was hit and kept retreating. He felt an immense pressure, which made him extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it. Previously, he thought that the other party was unworthy of his reputation. But now, he realized that the other party was really strong. He didn't seem to be weaker than him. Especially the sword chi of the lotus in front of him was extremely terrifying. Chapter 2100. Get Lost. The sword of heaven and earth roared, emitting a terrifying light. His eyes were like two lamps, shining in all directions. Qingkuan sword technique. He quickly waved the long sword in his hand, and the sword chi in the sky swallowed and emitted light, as if it had turned into a rain of swords. It emitted a fluctuation that made one's soul tremble. This was the Qingkuan sword technique, and it was extremely terrifying. Once it was used, the sharp edge cut the entire void. Not only that, but the black lotus in front was also affected. It trembled violently, and the light on it dimmed a lot. Boom! At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth gathered thousands of sword chi and slashed out, splitting the flame lotus in half. Then, the long sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light flickered in his eyes, and he fought back with all his might. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand exploded, emitting a terrifying power. Streaks of sharp sword chi tore the sky apart. The two of them kept clashing, causing the entire world to explode. Fortunately, the Big Dipper ruins below were ancient ruins. It was extremely mysterious and could survive this storm. Otherwise, it would have collapsed like the other mountains. Qingkuan sword technique, Starlight Slash. At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth roared. Suddenly, a huge blue sword chi flew out like a comet across the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged quickly. The terrifying sword chi brushed past his body. Suddenly, the mountains in the distance were slashed into ruins. Although it didn't hit him, the aftershock of the sword chi still forced him to activate the ice protection. However, it wasn't over yet. The sword of heaven and earth's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a killing god. Streaks of terrifying sword chi slashed over, and each of them was like a shooting star, unusually sharp. The terrifying sword chi filled the sky, and Lin Xian's expression changed. He had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. Boom! Another blue sword light flew past Lin Xian's body into the distance. It landed on the 3rd mountain peak in the distance and directly exploded with a terrifying energy. A 10,000 feet tall mountain was directly split in half. How terrifying! In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's expressions changed. The sword of heaven and earth's attack was too clever. After comparing the two of them, they realized that the two of them couldn't win at all. Perhaps Lin Xian was the only one who could contend against him. Lin Xian did indeed feel a great deal of pressure. To be honest, this sword of heaven and earth was indeed a senior figure. He was even stronger than Jian San and the first blade. At the next moment, his eyes emitted a terrifying glow, and a dragon sword domain appeared around him. It floated up and down as if there was an azure dragon circling around him. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move. Another sword light slashed down. This sword carried the power of the king domain, displaying its terrifying power. It was as if an azure dragon had rushed down from the sky. Not only that, this azure dragon's body carried waves of blue ice crystals, emitting a terrifying chill. Wherever it passed, the world was frozen. The ice broke. In an instant, a thick layer of frost formed over a radius of 10,000 miles, as if it had turned into a world of ice and snow. The sword strike made the Cosmos sword gleam frown. He didn't expect that his opponent's strength had increased again. This shocked him, and he couldn't believe it. Damn it! Where was this kid's limit? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? The sword of heaven and earth was too surprised. He had already used the Chinkuan sword technique and a few other killer moves. However, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. This was something he had never encountered before. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that his opponent was not a senior figure, but a young man in his 20s. In the next moment, he roared, and the terrifying power in his body surged out again. Sword of the Universe, New Moon Scar. The sword of heaven and earth held the sword with both hands, causing it to quickly expand into a divine sword that was hundreds of feet long. With a monstrous power, he slashed upward. Boom, 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 boom. This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The terrifying vibrations were like tens of thousands of thunderbolts, shattering the entire sky. With the two of them as the center, all the mountains within a radius of 100 miles instantly turned into powder. In a radius of 1,000 miles, the ground caved in and the trees collapsed. Not only that, but the waves were also rapid. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles fell into chaos. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei quickly rose into the air and retreated 10,000 miles to watch the battle. They didn't dare to stay any longer, because if they stayed here, they would be affected by the terrifying energy, and the two of them would probably be injured. Buzz, buzz. A terrifying icy aura surged from Lin Xian's body, freezing the surroundings. At the same time, the gigantic ice goddess appeared, spreading her wings to protect him, forming a powerful defense. Even the surrounding energy shockwaves were frozen. On the other side, the sword of heaven and earth's armor appeared on his body. Not only that, but the sword light that filled the sky formed a sword screen around him, blocking the terrifying energy shockwaves. Both of them were forced back 3,000 meters, and the blood in their bodies surged rapidly. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, the power in his body rose again, and the great dragon sword soul rumbled rapidly in his body. Soon after, flames appeared outside the ice barrier and danced about. Then, a huge flame giant appeared. It was thousands of feet tall, bathed in flames, and roared into the sky, shattering mountains and rivers. Following Lin Xian's movements, a giant flame sword that was thousands of feet long appeared in the flame giant's hand, emitting a monstrous divine aura. Fire God roar. The sword slashed down, annihilating the starry sky and shattering the mountains and rivers. The powerful sword chi turned into a fire dragon, covering the sky and earth. Whoosh! Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart, and the ground was scorched black. Courting death, the sword of heaven and earth was furious. How dare Lin Xian take the initiative to attack him? It was unforgivable. In the next moment, he roared and rushed over quickly with the Chinkuan sword light in the sky. Boom! 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 The two of them exchanged blows, colliding continuously, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body resonated again, turning into a dragon shadow that coiled around his body. The power of his sword chi erupted again. Boom! In the next moment, The king of heaven and earth was sent flying. The sword screen in front of him split open, and LV Jingguang slashed his body, sending him flying. The blood in his body churned, and the sword of heaven and earth spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could Lin Xian have such a powerful sword chi? It was even more powerful than his. Even he couldn't compete with him. He couldn't believe it. Up until now, Lin Xian's strength had increased 3 times, and each time, his sword chi was more terrifying than before. This made him feel as if he had gone crazy. It was as if he was dreaming. However, the truth happened in front of his eyes, so he had to believe it. Damn it, how was this possible? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength from before, and this was his true strength? The Qinkuan sword light was extremely shocked. Who was this person? How could he have such a terrifying sword chi at such a young age? No, could it be that he wasn't from the younger generation, but an older generation in disguise? But that shouldn't be the case. Even the older generation wouldn't have such a terrifying sword chi, unless he was a peerless almighty. However, such a person wouldn't be able to enter the second stage at all. The sword of heaven and earth went crazy. He thought about it for a while, but he couldn't understand why Lin Xian was so powerful. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was extremely cold. Kid, you've really angered me. I didn't want to use my full strength at first, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Qinkuan domain. The sword of heaven and earth also displayed his king's domain. Instantly, the domain appeared, emitting a monstrous aura. It enveloped a part of the void. Now, the battle was over. The sword of heaven and earth shouted coldly, activating the Qinkuan domain with all his might. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light filled the sky, enveloping the entire sky. That unparalleled sword Dao aura transformed into terrifying rainbows that shot out in all directions. Thousands of miles away, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei watched this scene, and their scalps went numb. The sword of heaven and earth's domain was so terrifying, they didn't know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Sure enough, within a radius of thousands of miles, between heaven and earth, terrifying sword chi swept across, as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart, bringing with it a supreme aura. And in front of it, the sword of heaven and earth was floating. He opened his hands, and thousands of sword chi quickly surged out from his body. He moved together with the entire Qinkuan domain. It was as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth, able to control the entire domain. In the next moment, he waved thousands of sword chi and slashed forward. Thousands of sword chi condensed, turning into terrifying sword waves that rushed down. The surroundings were completely enveloped, and every part of the space was filled with terrifying killing intent. Kid, do you see? This is my king's domain. No matter how strong you are, the difference in cultivation level is simply impossible to make up for. Now, you'll be destroyed in my domain. Chapter 2101. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 515 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at other activities that give out red packets. This scene was simply too terrifying. It had to be said that the sword of heaven and earth's domain was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Oomph. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He held the demon sword in his hand and circulated his combat strength to the extreme. In the next moment, his dragon sword domain also released an extremely terrifying light. Then, it turned into a sharp light and fiercely blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. The two king domains collided, causing the void to explode. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely swallowed. Every part of the space was filled with terrifying energy. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei retreated again because the place where they were originally standing had been directly shattered. Boom, boom. At this moment, the universe domain suddenly emitted a piercing light and was torn apart. What? The sword of heaven and earth's domain was split apart? How was this possible? Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were both stunned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful and that he could contend against the universe swordlight, they didn't expect him to be able to do that. But they did not expect that Lin Xian was actually so powerful, cleaving apart the heaven and earth sword king's domain with one sword. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Boom. In the next moment, the sword of heaven and earth vomited blood and flew backwards. His expression became extremely ugly. There was not even a trace of blood on his face. Shocked. He was too shocked. That was his domain, his incomparably powerful killing move. But now, it was split apart by a single sword strike. Who was the other party? How could he be so powerful? In the next moment, he was even more scared out of his wits, because Lin Xian let out another long roar, and the green dragon sword domain flew over again. Boom! In an instant, the sword of heaven and earth was sent flying again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and half of his body had already been hacked apart. This scene stunned Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. The two young men from before were even more terrified. They all knew how powerful the sword of heaven and earth was. They didn't expect that at this moment, he would be seriously injured. The sword of heaven and earth was sent flying and smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. In the next moment, he roared at the sky in an incomparably crazy manner. However, in the sky, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He took a step forward and attacked once again. Seeing this scene, the sword of heaven and earth no longer dared to be angry. His expression became extremely ugly as he turned around and fled. What sword of heaven and earth? That's all there is to it. How dare you compete with me for the number one swordsman? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Wielding his devil sword, he quickly charged over. Whoosh whoosh. The two of them turned into two rays of light and entered the cave one after another. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also moved and quickly followed. Inside the cave, there was indeed another space. It was very vast and far from what it looked like from the outside. The terrain inside was complicated, but the sword of heaven and earth was very familiar with it. After all, he had been here before. He directly passed through the layers of caves and flew inside. Lin Xian coldly snorted and followed closely behind. There were many formations and restrictions inside, but all of them had been broken by the Qinkuan Sword Monarch and the other two. At this moment, there were two other almighties in the depths. They were the sword of heaven and earth's companions. One was Elder Great Sorrow Palm, and the other was Senior Duan Yunshou. The two of them were currently focused on Pu Chujing. At this moment, Duan Yunshou frowned and asked, "Why hasn't the sword of heaven and earth returned after such a long time?" Great Sorrowpalm said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Do you think you can fail miserably when dealing with a brat? Don't worry, the sword of heaven and earth is absolutely confident. We just need to break the restrictions here." The two of them nodded and quickly took action. Not long after, they frowned. That was because they sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from ahead. Someone had entered. That aura belonged to the sword of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the two of them laughed. You see, didn't I say it before? Dealing with a brat like him is as easy as blowing off dust. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they realized that it was indeed the sword of heaven and earth who was flying over. However, it was different from what they had imagined. At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth was in a very sorry state. Most of his body was beaten up and dripping with blood. His hair was disheveled, and there was no trace of blood on his face. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? How could this be? The sword of heaven and earth was injured? When the two of them saw this scene, they were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Could it be that a peerless expert had come? Or could it be that another team had come? The two of them were extremely nervous because, in their opinion, someone who could injure the sword of heaven and earth was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps it was a peerless powerhouse under one of the top 3 princes. Or perhaps it was an extremely powerful team that could injure the sword of heaven and earth. Where do you think you're going? Just as they were guessing, a cold snort came from the front again. Then, a young figure entered their field of vision. What's going on? A young man? They were stunned. How could a young man be chasing after the sword of heaven and earth? That was too illogical. However, when the sword of heaven and earth saw Lin Xian's figure, his scalp went numb. He hurriedly said, "My two friends, this kid is too powerful. Help me stop him." As he said that, the sword of heaven and earth hurriedly took out a large number of treasures from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, he quickly repaired the half of his body that was injured. What? Could it be that this kid injured the sword of heaven and earth? The other two powerhouses were stunned. What's going on? They knew the sword of heaven and earth's strength. He was extremely powerful and terrifying, and he was not weaker than them. However, he was injured by a kid. Although they did not quite believe it, they could tell from the sword of heaven and earth's expression that it could not be fake. However, when Lin Xin arrived, he also stopped in his tracks. He looked at the three people in front of him with flickering eyes, and then said coldly, "Fourth Prince, I'm sorry, but this place is already occupied by me. Hurry up and scram." "What? Kid, don't be too arrogant. You're courting death. No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. You're the first, so you're dead meat." Hearing Lin Xin's words, the two powerhouses in front were enraged. What kind of joke was this? A kid actually dared to tell them to scram? This caused them to be extremely furious. In the next moment, cold murderous intent appeared in their eyes. Their terrifying aura was like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire space. However, at this moment, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also arrived. When they heard Lin Xin's words, they also felt dizzy. Damn, what kind of joke is this? Is this guy crazy? How dare he challenge us directly? Can't he see the two terrifying elite powerhouses in front of him? Neither of them is weaker than the sword of heaven and earth. How are we going to fight them? Lin Xin said with a smile. Don't worry, the sword of heaven and earth is already crippled. He won't be able to use much of his combat power. As for the other two, you two can fight one together, and I'll deal with the other. Kid, you're too arrogant. Hearing that the other party was going to divide them up, the two powerhouses' faces darkened. Who were they? Were they ordinary people? They were terrifying elite powerhouses. They could destroy everything with a raise of their hand. However, they were being looked down upon by three juniors. Were they going to die from anger? Therefore, they directly attacked. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking us. Among them, King Dabii snorted and attacked. Chapter 2102. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 515 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at the other activities that give out red packets. The old man stretched out his hand and released a terrifying light. Then, he struck out with his palm. Merciful palm. Suddenly, a white palm quickly appeared. It was like the hand of a demon god, and terrifying energy surged. Like a tsunami, it swept across the sky. Not only that, mysterious runes appeared around the palm and quickly circled around it. It emitted a mysterious aura. Seeing this, Lin Xin snorted and slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he shouted, "This old man is mine. I'll leave the other one to the two of you." With that, he ignored Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei and quickly rushed up. With a swing of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi was like a divine red, with a destructive aura. It crushed the void and slashed at the large white palm. Clang! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard and terrifying energy exploded. Fortunately, this was an ancient ruin. On the ground of all the surrounding buildings, runes appeared and formed a strong defense. Otherwise, it would have destroyed everything within a 10,000-mile radius. However, even with the protective array, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian did not stop after the swing of his sword. He seemed to be able to open and close the great river and wield the terrifying demonic sword. With a raise of his hand, he could cut through the void. The white palm trembled and its light dimmed. Even the mysterious runes around it began to disappear. What? He's so strong. King Dubei's face changed drastically. He did not expect his opponent's sword chi to be so strong that his merciful palm could not withstand it. No wonder this person could severely injure the sword of heaven and earth. It turned out that he was really strong. Thinking of this, his face became unusually gloomy. He no longer dared to be careless and was ready to go all out against Lin Xian. Kill! At this moment, Lin Xian let out a furious roar. Then, terrifying sword ripples surged forward with him as the center. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void was sliced open and could not withstand it at all. On the other side, King Dabiai's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he waved his finger and spat out a sound wave that sounded like thunder. This sound wave was very strange, like a Buddhist scripture. He couldn't understand it, but it carried an incomparably mysterious power. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Lin Xian frowned. He had never encountered such a cultivation technique before, so he was naturally very surprised. However, he soon sneered. So what if it was a miraculous cultivation technique? He would not fear it. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate rapidly. Above Lin Xian's longsword, terrifying sword waves appeared. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword chi transformed into an eagle that spread its wings and soared into the sky. Carrying a sky full of spiritual energy, sword waves, and hellfire, it flew forward. Pong! On the other side, King Dabiai roared and slapped out with his palms. Two large white palms transformed into two white tigers, charging over at high speed. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the two white tigers were cleaved apart by the sword. King Dabiai was sent flying as he coughed up blood. What was going on? How could his sword chi be so powerful? King Dabiai was sent flying with a horrified look on his face. At this moment, he had the same fear as the sword of heaven and earth. That was because his opponent's sword light was too terrifying. It made him feel like he was facing a peerless almighty. But how could this be possible? His opponent was just a young boy. On the other side, Duan Yunwang was fighting fiercely with Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. When he saw this scene, he frowned. What was going on? How could King Dabiai be injured? Could it be that his opponent was so powerful? Thinking of this, his face became extremely gloomy. In the next moment, he said in a deep voice, King Dabiai, let's exchange. Okay. King Dabiai nodded. Although the exchange of opponents showed that he was no match for Lin Xian, he had lost face. However, he couldn't care less. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured or end up like the sword of heaven and earth. He didn't want that to happen, so he decisively exchanged opponents. When Duan Yunwang arrived, he immediately used his ultimate skill, Duan Yunwang. He reached out with one hand and slapped Lin Xian viciously with a frighteningly large palm. On the palm, there was a colorless light shining like a rainbow. Boom! When the palm landed, the air exploded and a pitch black hole appeared. Not only that, but there was also an endless fire burning around it. The terrifying temperature caused the entire space to distort. Seeing this scene, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's faces changed. What kind of supernatural power was this? It was so terrifying. Fortunately, the other party didn't use it on them before, or the two of them would be under a lot of pressure. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. His opponent's palm was absolutely terrifying. Even he could feel a scorching aura surging in his direction. Most likely, an ordinary almighty would have been reduced to ashes under this palm. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. He tore the void and used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. He even disappeared on the spot and appeared in another place. Boom! The place where he was originally standing was shattered, but Duan Yunwang didn't give up. He directly used the cloud-breaking palm continuously, sending out terrifying palm shadows one after another to chase after Lin Xian. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly used the dragon sword domain to envelop his opponent. Refined for me! He shouted loudly and also entered the dragon sword domain. The dragon sword domain bloomed with light, and countless sharp auras swept across heaven and earth. Terrifying killing intent permeated in all directions, causing one's scalp to go numb. Some sword chi overflowed and directly pierced through the opponent's five-colored palm. Then, it turned into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. Ah! Boom! Duan Yunwang screamed as his fingers bled. His face was incomparably ferocious. His opponent actually broke through his ultimate move. How was this possible? In the next moment, he roared and also used his king's domain. Suddenly, a five-colored king's domain appeared and resisted the dragon sword domain. The two collided, and the void shattered. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly sucked dry. Not only that, Duan Yunwang stretched out his palm and merged his domain with his palm. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm again and grabbed over. Lin Xian could wield the demonic sword, drawing mysterious trajectories in the air. Suddenly, the power of thunder appeared on his body. Then, he turned into a lightning figure and quickly rushed out. Wild thunder, heavenly eagle. The sword slashed down, and the sword light instantly flashed. The eagle flew up. This sword was simply too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Sure enough, just as he slashed out with his sword, Duan Yunwang screamed in pain. His palm bled again and was even cut in half. Not only that, the wild thunder heavenly eagle exploded first, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning enveloped the opponent. This caused the sky and earth to be completely pierced through by the lightning. Boom! Boom! When the thunder landed, Duan Yunwang was in a very sorry state. His body was charred black, and many parts of his body were injured. A terrifying wound had appeared on his palm. He probably wouldn't recover for a while. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Whether it was Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, the Sword of Heaven and Earth, or the Great Compassion King, all of them were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of fear. Was this a human? Was this a young man? How could there be such a terrifying young man? They didn't dare to imagine. Chapter 2103. All of a sudden, everyone was terrified, especially the Sword of Heaven and Earth. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Xian's sharp aura surged again, and he was about to attack. But at this moment, Qinkuan's Sword King suddenly shouted, "Wait! Stop!" Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned, but the demonic sword did not descend. However, the aura on his body did not weaken. He asked in a deep voice, "Why? What are you up to again? You're overthinking it. We don't have the strength to play tricks in front of you." The Sword of Heaven and Earth sighed. Although he had suppressed his injuries, the sword wounds on his body could not be completely removed. This made it impossible for him to recover his full combat strength. Moreover, he was not the only one. The Broken Cloud King and the Great Northern Mercy King were also injured. If they continued to fight, they had no chance of winning. If they were lucky, the three of them would be able to escape. If they were lucky, the three of them would be killed right there and then. Either way, they did not want to see it happen. Therefore, the Sword of Heaven and Earth stood up, looked at Lin Xian, and said in a hoarse voice, "I know that we were wrong for having thoughts about you. We apologize to you here. However, this Big Dipper ruins is not simple. I'm afraid that with the strength of the three of you, you won't be able to break it in a short time. Why don't we work together to break this Big Dipper ruins?" Hearing that, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. They also retreated and came to Lin Xian's side. The two of them did not speak. Instead, they looked at Lin Xian because Lin Xian was the leader. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He thought for a while, then nodded slightly. "Okay. However, I want 90% of the things inside." 90%. Hearing that, the Sword of Heaven and Earth was stunned, while the Great Northern Mercy King and Duan Yunwang's faces turned extremely ugly. "Kid, you're too arrogant." They were really surprised. Since they were working together, they thought that it would be 50 to 50. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to directly ask for 90% of the treasures, while the three of them could only get the remaining 10%. What kind of joke was this? However, Lin Xian sneered. What? Since they were unwilling to give up, then there was no need to continue negotiating. "Do you think you can win if we continue fighting?" By then, you won't even get 10%, right? At this point, the aura on his body became incomparably terrifying once again. Damn it, this is too much. Yunduan, Wang Ji, and the others also wore ferocious expressions. Qingkuan's sword monarch also spoke up at this time. 10% is too little. No matter what, we are still the main force. Even if we can't defeat you now, we will still go all out when we break the array later. Therefore, we want 30% of the treasures. Otherwise, we won't be willing to give up. 30%? Lin Xian sneered. At most, 20%. Take it or leave it. If not, get lost. 20%. Hearing that, the sword of heaven and earth's eyes flickered, while the other two almighties' faces darkened. However, in the end, they gritted their teeth and decided to work together. Although 20% was not much, if they resisted now, they would not even get a single strand of hair. On the other hand, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. Heaven and three elite almighties working together, and they would get 80% of the treasures alone. Why did it sound like a dream? To be honest, they did not expect such a distribution. However, Lin Xian was too strong. He suppressed the other three almighties to the point that they could not even lift their heads. Next, the sword of heaven and earth and the other two sat down cross-legged to recover some of their strength. Then, they began to move out. The sword of heaven and earth trio walked in front, while Lin Xian and the other two walked behind. They worked together to break through the formation's restrictions. In front of them was an underground palace. It was very majestic, but there was a gloomy aura around it. The walls had the vicissitudes of time. King Dubei waved his hands, creating afterimages that slammed on the bridge in front of them. Suddenly, the walls seemed to come alive, and runes appeared on them. They shone brightly. Then, the door in front of them opened, revealing a few pairs of scarlet eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the ground around them began to tremble. In the end, light formations appeared one after another. Within those light formations, figures emerged from the ground. Seeing that, Duan Jingjing and Lu Fei immediately became nervous. Even Lin Xian's face darkened. Duan Qing immediately shouted, "Damn it, what did you do?" It was safe along the way, except for some defensive formations that stopped them from moving forward. However, there was no danger around them. But now, so many monsters had appeared and surrounded them. Duan Qingqing and the other two could not help but suspect that the sword of heaven and earth in front of them secretly did something to frame them. The sword of heaven and earth trio's faces changed. To be honest, they did not expect to see such a scene. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked around and said in a low voice, "Be careful. Be careful. This should be a monster summoned by the array." He was also a formation master, so he could tell at a glance that these monsters were originally guarding the ruins. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, to enter the ruins, they had to be clear of the monsters on the way. There were dozens of skeleton monsters around them. Each of them was wearing ancient armor, holding bronze spears, and emitting a gloomy aura. There was no flesh on their bodies, only their skeletal heads. Their heads were skulls, and there were green flames dancing in their eye sockets. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as these skeleton soldiers appeared, they raised the bronze spears in their hands and quickly pierced through the void, charging toward Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian snorted, then flicked his finger. Suddenly, a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sharp sword wave was like a tide, slashing in all directions. The void was instantly shattered, and the skeleton soldiers were also cut in half. Not only him, but Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the sword of heaven and earth also attacked. Soon, they destroyed all the skeleton soldiers around them in 2 or 3 moves. But soon, they frowned because they realized that it was useless. The skeleton soldiers on the ground that were broken into pieces began to tremble. Then, those pieces were intertwined by a mysterious force and reformed into skeleton soldiers. They looked exactly the same as before, and their aura did not weaken. What's going on? Can't kill them? Seeing this, Duan Qingqing frowned. In the next moment, he used the bone-melting soft palm, and a gentle force was injected into the 5 skeleton soldiers in front of him. Boom! When those skeleton soldiers were hit by the palm, they immediately exploded into pieces. But soon, they were reunited again. Humph. At this moment, Lu Fei snorted and stabbed out with the spear in his hand. It was like a silver dragon roaring in the air. The terrifying force directly scattered the 4 skeleton soldiers in front of him. But it was useless. The sword of heaven and earth encountered the same situation. These skeleton soldiers could not be killed at all, and their strength was not bad. At this moment, dozens of them were piled together, and it was terrifying. If this went on for too long, they would definitely be in danger. What was more terrifying was that it was not just these skeleton soldiers. The door in front of them opened, and dozens of black figures rushed out quickly. It was a group of strange birds. They looked extremely ferocious, and there were blue runes on their bodies that flickered with an unknown force. Whoosh! As they flapped their wings, they brought with them a terrifying demonic wind. The demonic wind contained a cold, murderous aura. Even if an almighty was blown too much, they would probably be injured. Therefore, Duan Qingqing and the others did not dare to fight them head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Not only these strange birds, but a few lizard-like beasts appeared in the surroundings. They had red runes on their bodies, and they opened their mouths to spit out balls of flames. It turned into a sea of fire and charged towards them. In an instant, countless monsters surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Crack, crack. However, Lin Xian and the others were strong, so they could still fight back. Chapter 2104. The sword of heaven and earth's expression changed because one of his legs was swept by the demonic wind. Immediately, his leg froze as if it had turned into stone. The power contained in the demonic wind could petrify people. Everyone was shocked. The sword of heaven and earth roared as countless Qinkuan sword qis rushed out of his body. They emitted a terrifying aura and directly shattered the petrification power. In the next moment, his body retreated rapidly, his eyes filled with fear. Fortunately, these monsters were not too strong. In fact, they were much weaker than them. Therefore, they could only petrify a little. If they were as strong as them, they would all be turned into statues by the demonic wind. Those flames were also unusual. They could continue to burn when they jumped onto a person's body and were very difficult to extinguish. Therefore, the sword of heaven and earth and the others were under great pressure. On the other side, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were also fighting with all their might. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned. He had to admit that these monsters were very strange. Although they were not very strong individually, each of them was very strange. For example, some could not be killed, some could be petrified, and some could not be extinguished. It could be said that he had never encountered such a situation before. In the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul and immediately swung out a terrifying sword qi, killing the 3 skeleton soldiers beside him. In an instant, the skeleton soldiers were sent flying. Then, they quickly regrouped. However, this time, the situation was different. Previously, the skeleton soldiers were able to regroup well. However, this time, the skeleton soldiers that were slashed by the great dragon sword soul could not completely heal. The sword mark was left there forever. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Meanwhile, Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were shocked. What was going on? How could the opponent's sword qi hurt these skeleton soldiers? In particular, the sword of heaven and earth and the other 2 were too shocked. One had to know that the 3 of them were all elite almighties and had many unique skills in their hands. However, they could not do anything to these skeleton soldiers. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword a few times, and these skeleton soldiers were severely injured. They could not even heal. This made them extremely surprised. What kind of swordsmanship did the other party master? Why was it so terrifying? Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing didn't understand either. Only Lin Xian understood. This was the power of the dragon sword soul. With the terrifying sword qi of the great dragon sword soul, it was very difficult to erase it. No matter how mysterious these skeleton soldiers were, they were unable to erase the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Since that was the case, things would be easier. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and the sword runes under his feet instantly covered the entire ground. Demon-slaying sword array. With a furious roar, the soul demon sword suppression was unleashed. Then, thousands of sword chi surged forth. These sword chis were all strengthened by the power of the great dragon sword soul, becoming incomparably sharp. Soon, they pierced through all the surrounding skeleton soldiers. This time, it wasn't just split open. It was directly smashed into pieces. Therefore, these skeleton soldiers never materialized again. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful swordsmanship. However, at this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Come to my side quickly." In the next moment, he used the dragon sword domain and quickly surrounded everyone. Then, his entire body turned into a torrent and rushed forward. With a roar, he was like an azure dragon that coiled around the surroundings. He was rampaging. Instantly, the surrounding flaming beasts and the strange blue birds in the sky were all affected. They were pierced by countless sword chis and nailed to the void. Go! Lin Xian led these people directly into the underground palace. After entering, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Those monsters from before were simply too strange. They emitted a mysterious and unfathomable energy. This was because of the strange crystal stones. At this moment, Lin Xian opened his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 5 strange crystals. Each of them was the size of a walnut. They were emitting a bright light. Strange spirit stones. Where did you get them? Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were also extremely shocked. They were obtained from the skeleton soldiers and the monsters from before. Lin Xian said, "After I pierced them with sword chis and killed them completely, these things appeared in their bodies. In the end, they gathered together and formed these strange divine spirit stones." I see. At this moment, the great Compassion King also said in a deep voice. It seemed that it was an ancient secret method that used a mysterious formation to carve these monsters, and then used the strange spirit stones as an energy source. That was why they were so mysterious and strange. At this point, he sighed. He was also an elite of the older generation and a powerful almighty. However, at this moment, facing Lin Xian, he felt a strong sense of defeat. The other party was much younger than him, but the other party's methods were far above his. If one didn't know better, they would really think that he was an old monster. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away these strange spirit stones. These things also contained pure energy. If he absorbed them, it would definitely improve his cultivation. Everyone led the way again. This time, the sword of heaven and earth and the other 2 walked in front. They were also eager to kill a few monsters. Perhaps they could also obtain some strange spirit stones. Along the way, the formations and restrictions were all broken by the sword of heaven and earth and the other 2. Lin Xian and the other 2 walked behind, and it was easy for them. Soon, they came across the second palace gate again. Suddenly, they stopped and looked at the pitch-black gate in front of them with a serious expression. Lin Xian said, "Let's go in and see what's inside." Hearing that, the cloud-breaking king nodded. With a wave of his hand, a huge cloud-like palm covered the sky and blasted forward. Accompanying it was a fierce aura. Boom! He slammed his palm on the huge palace door. Immediately, the huge palace door was like 2 huge mountains. It made a rumbling sound and then slowly opened. The light inside was a little dark and even a little chaotic. Everyone's eyes could not see through it. This surprised Lin Xian and the others. One had to know that they were all powerful kings. Their eyes could pierce through the void, but at this moment, they could not see the situation inside clearly. It seemed that the inside of this palace was not simple. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chinkuan Sword Monarch and the other 2 looked even more solemn. They immediately activated their battle armors, which shone brightly and covered their bodies. Then, they walked in. Lin Xian also had a ball of sword chi of spirit energy above him and wrapped him up. In addition, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also used defensive techniques. After all, it was better to be careful in the face of unknown danger. The group walked in. It was a little dark, and there was no movement. Everyone could only hear their own heartbeats. Chi. At this moment, the sword chi on Lin Xin's body reacted. The sword chi on his body surged quickly and made cutting sounds as if it was cutting something. However, there was nothing around them. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Xin, on the other hand, frowned. The sword chi on his body contained the energy of the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely mysterious and could cut through the void. It could even cut through one's soul. At this moment, the sword chi was changing. It was definitely not simple. Although they could not see some things, it did not mean that they did not exist. What was it? Lin Xin frowned and then used his soul power, but he could not see anything. Left with no choice, everyone could only be more careful and walk forward. However, not long after, Duan Qingqing's body suddenly went limp, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Xin was beside her and supported her. What's wrong? Lin Xin frowned and asked. Duan Qingqing was powerful. This should not have happened. Chapter 2105. That was because he realized that apart from Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the Sword of Heaven and Earth were also affected. Their faces were pale and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! How did this happen? Duan Qingqing gritted her teeth in confusion. The Sword of Heaven and Earth and the other two were even more horrified. They frantically channeled their inner force and their eyes widened. Oh no, we're poisoned. Poisoned? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. What kind of poison could make them so weak? They were all powerhouses. Even if there was poison, they would be able to sense it in advance. However, they could not sense it at all. They only realized it when they were poisoned too deeply. No wonder. Lin Xin furrowed his brows. Previously, his sword chi had been making sizzling sounds as if it was destroying something. In other words, it was destroying the poisonous gas. Therefore, he was the only one who was not poisoned. Hurry up and detoxify, Lin Xin said. I'll protect you. In the next moment, they nodded and sat down cross-legged, preparing to detoxify the poison. However, at that moment, the sound of the void fluctuating could be heard. Immediately after, a cold aura could be felt. In the darkness, a few scarlet eyes stared at Lin Xin and the others. Damn it! What's that? Everyone's hair stood on end when they were stared at by the eyes. Lin Xin condensed his palm. Countless flames intertwined in his palm and formed a light ball the size of a millstone. Then, he waved his palm and the fireball flew into the sky. It emitted an incomparable light and illuminated the surroundings. In the next moment, everyone saw green poisonous snakes swimming towards them quickly. Their eyes were cold and they were emitting a murderous aura. They were definitely not ordinary poisonous snakes. Each of them seemed to have the strength of a 6-star demon king. Buzz. At that moment, a poisonous snake flew up quickly, turned into a green lightning bolt, and charged forward. Immediately, King Dabii roared, "Get lost!" In the next moment, he struck with his palm. Boom! The void exploded, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, King Dabii's face turned even paler. As for the poisonous snake, it was smashed into a bloody mist. However, those poisonous snakes exploded and turned into a green poisonous mist that enveloped the surroundings. After that, the great Compassion King was poisoned even more deeply. 5 lightning strikes. At this moment, Lin Xin formed a seal with his fingers. Streaks of violent lightning aura rushed out from his body and condensed in the sky. Thunderclouds formed and collided with each other. Then, 5 colored lightning descended and struck the green demonic snakes. Instantly, they were scorched black and pierced through. In an instant, these poisonous snakes were all killed. However, Lin Xin's expression did not relax. This was because he felt an even larger and colder aura rapidly surging towards him. Whoosh! Then, the void in front of him was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge creature walked over. It was also a venomous snake, but it was much larger than the previous ones. He seemed to be more than 3,000 meters tall. Its body was covered with green patterns, and this giant python had a human face. It was extremely pale, and its tongue was very long. It was estimated to be 500 to 600 meters long. Furthermore, it had 4 arms, each of which was holding a weapon. There were sabers, swords, spears, and shields. The giant python rushed over quickly and tore through the void. Then, it stared at Lin Xian and the others and let out a roar. Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave rushed over quickly. Ka ka ka. The void couldn't withstand it at all. The sound wave was too terrifying, and it carried the power of wind and thunder. In an instant, it quickly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Not good. Seeing this huge creature launch such a fierce attack as soon as it appeared, the pupils of the sword of heaven and earth and the others shrank. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, and they decisively attacked. Cosmos Sword Technique. With an angry roar, the sword of heaven and earth emitted a sharp light, which then formed a light formation in front of him. Countless sword auras swept across the void. Pang Bo's power was about to tear through the void. Merciful Palm. On the other side, the great Compassion King struck out with both hands. His huge palms were covered with mysterious runes, and the power they emitted made people want to kneel down. Duan Yun's palm. A huge palm struck out with majestic power, as if an endless demonic mountain was descending. In the face of the terrifying sound wave, the sword of heaven and earth and the other two used their ultimate move. On the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also made their moves to defend themselves. Lin Xian unsheathed his demonic sword and slashed out, unleashing an incomparably violent power. The terrifying sword aura covered the sky and the earth, and the destructive power was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. His sword was too fierce, and the entire world was trembling. The sound wave was even split in half. Lin Xian and the others used all their strength to block the terrifying sound wave. However, the 6 of them looked extremely solemn, because it was just a sound wave from the other party, and it was already so powerful. If the giant python attacked with all its strength, how terrifying would it be? Sure enough, the giant python attacked in the next moment. Its 3,000-meter-long body twisted, and then its long tail swung over like a long green saber. The violent power directly tore through the void. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They couldn't care about the poison in their bodies now, and could only swallow some pills in a panic to suppress the poison in their bodies. Then, they quickly counterattacked. In the end, they appeared in all 4 directions, and terrifying energy blasted toward the giant green python in front of them. Lin Xian also quickly attacked. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand released tens of thousands of sword rays, and the terrifying sword aura completely enveloped the entire space. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also attacked together, and the violent energy directly flooded the space around them. The 6 great experts attacked at the same time, and the sky and earth exploded, wanting to kill the giant green python. Boom. However, they still underestimated the giant green python. When the tail swept over, it really had the power to shatter heaven and earth, and it directly shattered the void. Then, Lin Xian and the others retreated, and the giant python's body also rolled over. However, this time, the giant green python was enraged. It roared at the sky, and a sinister expression appeared on its face. Green mist floated out from all directions, and that was the poisonous gas. Around it, there were poisonous snakes slithering quickly, and each of them had the strength of a 6-star demon king. It was extremely terrifying, and it wanted to completely engulf Lin Xian and the others. Humph! King Dubei snorted coldly, and a palm stretched out, covering heaven and earth. The palm was covered with runes, and it suddenly slammed down. Boom! The earth trembled, and the entire world was shaking. The 6 people attacked, and the poisonous snakes were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. However, more of them pounced on them. Kill! Lu Fei and the others roared, and they quickly attacked. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and terrifying flames surged from his body. Fire Deity roared. It was an ultimate move, and it quickly attacked the giant green python in front of it. The giant green python released a terrifying light, and then it waved the long saber in its hand, and rushed out quickly. The saber was like a green lightning, and terrifying energy split heaven and earth. It directly collided with Lin Xian's flaming sword aura. The energy exploded, and the surrounding void shattered. The poisonous snakes below were also blasted away in an instant. Lin Xian and the others were also affected, and they kept retreating. However, in the next moment, they all stared at the giant green python. They knew that they had to get rid of this guy first, or else they would not be able to move forward, and their lives might even be in danger. Cloud-breaking palm. Great compassion mantra palm. The two of them performed their ultimate moves, and suddenly, two huge palms appeared in the void. One was like a cloud, and it was extremely ethereal. The other was extremely huge, like the palm of Buddha. Boom, boom, boom. The two palms slammed heavily on Giant Mang, and the sound shook the void. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.